Hi, everybody. I'm Fred Kemp. I'm President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, and welcome to this new chapter for the Atlantic Council as we hold our first annual conference on counterterrorism, developed under the guidance of our recently launched counterterrorism project, part of our Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative. This is also falling on the 10th anniversary of the White House's hostage policy review, kicked off in December of 2014 with findings published in spring of 2015. This review that Alice Plitzis participated in, and that's the reason I'm talking about it, as Secretary of Defense's representative for both Chuck Hagel and Ash Carter, led to a fundamental change and publication of the President's Policy Directive 30, which altered how the U.S. responds to hostage events. Just an aside. Bill Burns, former board member of the Atlantic Council and Central Intelligence Agency Director, as you know, not to mention successor to General Mike Hayden, who will speak at a Fireside chat later today, recently wrote a Financial Times op-ed with his MI6 counterpart, Richard Moore, and I think you all know it's pretty unusual for the head of the CIA and the head of MI6 to write a piece for any newspaper, the Financial Times, of course. And the quote was, "There is no question that the international world order, the balanced system that has led to relative peace and stability and delivered rising living standards, opportunities, and prosperity is under threat in a way we haven't seen since the Cold War." So they're putting down their marker, and they're saying we got to pay attention to this period of history. Today's conference, entitled "The Future of U.S. Counterterrorism Policy," is in that context. It comes as the United States confronts a set of complex, simultaneous global challenges unique in our lifetimes. Intractable wars in Europe and the Middle East, growing tensions in Asia, competition for advanced technologies, the dollar under some challenge as the global reserve currency, rising populism, social media, foreign malign influence and disruption, and just every day has new challenges. You know, just reading the newspaper today, Mike Hayden wrote together with John Cipher, 28-year veteran of the CIA, in a lead editorial of the New York Times. So one of them a senior fellow of the Atlantic Council, Michael Hayden, a board member of the Atlantic Council, about the potential challenges for the intelligence community at this moment. But the context here is a resurgence of global terrorism threats backed by a new breed of terrorists, more adept and sophisticated to leveraging emerging technological and cyber capabilities. In real time, as we join together today, there's an expansion of terrorist activities on multiple continents being underwritten by both state sponsors of terrorism and non-state actors, whose intent and capabilities are increasing, meaning the global threat of terrorism is rising. We're seeing a breakdown in world order and more groups turning to the use of politically motivated violence against civilians to achieve their ends. And that requires us to look to new strategies to defend our national security, both at home and abroad, and to work with allies to defend theirs. To that end, today's conference addresses 6 key themes, reflecting many of the key trends and threats in terrorism today. The terrorist threat from ISIS-K and al-Qaeda, hostages 10 years after the White House policy that I spoke about, Iran and its threat networks, technology's role in terrorist operations, secure communications, command and finance, ISIS in Iraq and Syria, and the future of terrorism from post-conflict Gaza. So that's a big agenda. Before we address our first topic, I'm honored to welcome to the podium Ambassador Elizabeth Richard, the Coordinator for Counterterrorism at the Department of State, who is giving today's keynote remarks. And Ambassador Richard, thank you for making it through the rain. I always wonder how Washington can deal with global threats when somehow a little bit of precipitation seems to throw us all off. Ambassador Richard leads the State Department's Counterterrorism Bureau and serves as the principal advisor to the Secretary of State on international counterterrorism matters, including U.S. engagement in the global coalition to defeat ISIS. I can't think of anyone whose insights are more timely, both because of her current role, but also because of your prior roles. Ambassador Richard served in 2016 and to 2020 as the U.S. Ambassador to the Lebanese Republic. Not that anything's going on there at the moment. And before that, as Deputy Assistant Secretary for State for U.S. Assistance in the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs from 2013 to 2016. She was the Deputy Chief of Mission in Sana'a, Yemen from 2010-2013, and also served in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Italy, and Southeast Asia. It's an incredible career. In other words, Ambassador Richard has spent much of her career in the terrorism hotspots of the last 3 decades. So it's a great honor to have you here, Ambassador Richard, and the podium is yours.
Thanks, everybody, and appreciate all of you making the effort to come through the rain. I'm really happy to be here, and I couldn't say that this is any more timely than all of you recognize. Great forethought, whoever organized this for today. Hold on. You have later in the day an amazing lineup of experts. There's a vast amount of experience and reach. So I don't want to try and talk about all the subjects they'll talk about today. I'd just like to maybe give a little bit of perspective from my own experience, some of the things that we learned, some of the ways we saw things in the olden days, and what's changing and what might lie ahead for us as the counterterrorism enterprise in the United States. So I want to start with, make no mistake, we're all quick to run to the problems, but make no mistake that we have had a lot of success. Since 9/11, there has not been a terrorist attack against the homeland. When ISIS moved quickly, very quickly, through Syria and Iraq and took territory, massive amounts of territory, we assembled a coalition that defeated the geographic caliphate. And that coalition still exists today. As the de-ISIS coalition, we just had the 10th anniversary ministerial meeting in September, and that group of people and countries still continue to work against ISIS. But things are changing very quickly, as you know. And I will say that this is the most dynamic and the most complex period I've experienced in my whole career. First of all, for all of my life, the US really dominated the world, and we still do in many ways. Our democratic orientation and our values are still a beacon to many people and countries and entities around the world. And yet, we have to recognize that this is an increasingly multipolar world. We have more adversaries, more competitors. There are many countries and entities who now have a veto on lots of issues, even if they cannot fully achieve their own goals. Our economies and our supply chains are deeply intertwined so that, as we saw during the pandemic, a factory shuts down in China, and we have a shortage here in the US, whether of household goods or rare earth minerals and computer chips. On the terrorism front, that picture is also much more complex than I have ever seen it. I joked a while back in another forum that I'm kind of nostalgic for the clarity of the days of Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. We understood it and we knew what to do with that. But today, the landscape is much more fractured, more decentralized, more geographically dispersed, more ideologically diverse, more tactically adept, and more technologically sophisticated than we have ever faced before. And in all this uncertainty, more and more countries and entities are hedging as they look to keep their options open with all sides. So let me highlight a couple of the issues that I think most challenge us on the CT front. And there are many more than this, but these come to mind for me. First, there are many more actors today with the ability to threaten the United States. ISIS and Al-Qaeda are still serious threats, but if you look at what's happened in Central Asia, across Africa, and even a little bit in Southeast Asia, where affiliates range from those in direct communication with terrorist group leadership to all manner of really loosely associated factions or even individuals who are simply inspired. Both ISIS and Al-Qaeda also have changed, and they are much more decentralized than we remember from when this started, with local grouplets more empowered to act on their own. There's more cooperation among dissimilar groups, and there is more collaboration with organized crime. Second, I think a lot of these groups are less bound by ideology and identity-based affiliations than before. They are a lot more pragmatic. They're willing to collaborate and cooperate with those who would have been adversaries not very long ago. I look at Shia Iran supporting the Sunnis in Hamas. I look at the Shia Houthis who are in contact with al-Qaeda affiliated al-Shabaab in Somalia. And as these groups worry less about who is the preeminent leader in their world, they are putting those differences aside to focus on us and our allies, particularly in the West. Third, there is more state involvement with terrorist groups than I have ever seen. And it's publicly acknowledged. Let's recognize there were always covert relationships with proxy forces. That's what I grew up with. But these are increasingly open and collaborative partnerships in which the proxy, and I use that word very loosely, and I think here of the Houthis, the proxy can and will act on its own when it chooses. This is a huge challenge for us because as we find ourselves in these situations in which we need to deal with a terrorist group, we have to appreciate that that may also mean opening an armed conflict with a member state of the UN. So we have to recognize this. We also have to recognize the risk of allowing these aggressions to continue as terrorist groups gain experience and they refine their tactics and procedures. For example, I think of the Iranian-backed proxies working out of Iraq. DoD counted 206 attacks on US forces in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan between October 18, 2023 and November 21st, 2024, in 1 year. Or I think of the Houthis, who have in a very short period of time gained the ability to precisely target and inflict serious damage on vessels in the Red Sea and elsewhere. Related to this, terrorist organizations are increasingly embedded in government, especially where the state is weak. And I think this is really maybe one of the more important and challenging issues that we need to deal with. I lived with this situation in Lebanon, where Hezbollah was in the government, famously called, Hezbollah was the state within the non-state. I think of Iraq, where the Iranian-aligned militia groups have a say in government decision-making. The Houthis and al-Shabaab are operating in their areas, at least, as governments. They're providing services and they're taxing people at scale. They're also controlling many times and places our access to these populations, I think particularly here of the Houthis in Yemen. And of course, the Taliban are running all of Afghanistan. This makes it extremely difficult for us, not only to act against these terrorist groups, but to maintain relationships with and assist the states in which they live. I actually think we've been reasonably successful, for example, in Iraq and Lebanon, where despite the presence of Iranian proxies in both places, those governments want a cooperative relationship with the United States. But that outcome is not predetermined. So I think about the Houthis taking full control of Yemen, or al-Shabaab taking full control of Somalia, as the Taliban did. If that happens, we are going to be confronted by some very difficult choices in a really important piece of geography. The last issue I want to raise is that of technology, which Fred Kemp raised. Look, the speed at which technology is developing is dizzying. The technological advances over which we once had a monopoly are now widely available to everyone else. These were the tools that gave us a strategic advantage over our adversaries, and now our adversaries have access to these as well. I think about secure communications, which gave us the insight into what they were thinking and the advantage of surprise. Now, all of our adversaries and enemies have access to encrypted apps. Drones gave us eyes and ears in the sky and the ability to be in places we couldn't physically be on the ground, and the ability to deliver decisive strikes. Now, our adversaries have the same ability. And lastly, the internet, which was a wonderful technology that made lots of information and communication available to many people instantly, is now being weaponized by terrorists who use it to inspire, recruit, radicalize, and fundraise, and to sow disinformation among our populations. So what do we do about all of this? That's what today is about. And I'm really looking forward to hearing some of the discussion. A couple of thoughts from my side. First, as the U.S. internally, we have to preserve the deep interconnectedness that we realized at 9/11 that we did not have. Today, I would assert every single government department and agency has a role in national security. You just think of recent cyber attacks against healthcare or against oil service pipeline entities that have shut down half the East Coast oil supply at one point. We cannot let these hard-won interagency gains go by the wayside. Second, we need to continue to build partnerships abroad. This is an imperfect science, and it doesn't always work out well, but we cannot solve all of this alone. I think we can be proud of the coalitions that we have built against terrorist organizations, from the formal ones like the Defeat ISIS Coalition to the thematic, like the FATF network that helps curb terrorists' ability to use the international financial system to make and move money. But we need to ask more of our partners. And we will have struggles, I think, with deciding to cooperate with partners who are, let's say, unsuitable. Third, we have to deal with the technology challenges. When I see some of the developers of AI themselves calling for more, not less regulation, I realize the scale of this problem. We want the American private sector to dream of the impossible and make it possible. We want them to innovate, but we need to find a way together to put some guardrails on the technologies before our adversaries turn them against us. So I think about where we are today. I recognize our adversaries are adapting, and we need to adapt too. And we have. The CT community is more interlinked today than ever. We're more awake to the possible challenges of the future, though as we saw with Syria, we still get surprised. But watching and being in a lot of the discussions about what to do with this development in Syria, I see how much better positioned we are to get to work dealing with this because of that interconnectedness. Resources are a challenge, and this is especially difficult to express to the public because some of these budgets, for very good national security reasons, are not made public, but the resources, I will tell you, have been declining. And with the decline comes risk. So we as a nation need to decide how much risk we are willing to take. There are more departments and agencies actively involved in the counterterrorism mission, as I said, and rightly so. More interdependency among them, and also more interdependency between what were traditionally the outward-facing agencies, defense, states, the intelligence community, and the domestic agencies, say DHS, DOJ, FBI. That's really fantastic, and it is critical to whatever we do going forward. We have lots of policy issues that we all disagree on, rightly so. Disagreement is good, conversation is good. But I will tell you that no matter how deep the disagreements on other topics, on this one, there's complete unity. And it is this unity of effort and the singular focus on securing the homeland by all these agencies that lets me sleep at night. And it also makes me very optimistic for the future. So with that, I'd like to, maybe we can have a little discussion, take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Ambassador. We're going to move to a Q&A fireside here. Our moderator for this is Hope Hodgesek, which is really timely. This is about a year ago that Hope reached out and said, hey, we have an American service member's mother who's stuck on the north side of Gaza City behind Hamas lines. Can you guys figure out how to help? And so two of my colleagues are here, Omar Rafiq and Danielle Cosgrove. A couple other teammates aren't here. About 16 days later, we're able to extract her and bring her across the border to Gaza, and that infrastructure then touched about 1,000 American citizens that were stuck. And all of that because of Hope as a journalist doing her job, but also caring about people. So thank you very much for everything that you do for all of us. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Ambassador, it's a great privilege to be up here with you. I and I'm so looking forward to this conversation. I wanted to start by hitting on some hot spots. I would be remiss if I didn't start with Syria, which just has the absolute spectrum of complexities when it comes to the things we're talking about today. You've got the HTS overthrowing Assad, which brings up questions about how we define terrorism and how we relate to those groups. We've got the great power competitions, and we've got the ever-present threat of an ISIS resurgence, which the US is working very hard to prevent. So I wanted to just ask you what you see when you look at this situation. What maps onto where we've been before, what's fresh and new, and what principles should we keep in mind as the US navigates this terrain?
Yeah, that is a complicated. Let me say a couple things, and I'm not going to go deeply into it because you're going to have a lot of sessions, and I think you have the world's expert, Charles Lister, coming in to talk about Syria later today, so I don't want to get on top of that. I'd say a couple things. The first one is surprise. We still get surprised, so we have to continue to plan to be surprised. And it sounds silly, but it's true, and we can do that. And I think, as I just mentioned, I think we're better positioned today to deal with the surprise than we might have been 10 or 15 years ago. The second is the complexity, as you rightly say, and this is three-dimensional chess, five-dimensional chess. I mean, you've got terrorist groups involved, you've got a civilian population, you've got all kinds of states, bordering and non-bordering, that want to have a say in this. I think we need to, here's one that I know maybe not so popular these days, American leadership still matters. And as I watch these discussions, people increasingly looking to us to say, help lead us through this. The last thing I would say about Syria is the need, as you mentioned, HTS is a designated foreign terrorist group by us and by the UN. But we can't wait till everyone is Mother Teresa and then talk to them. So this situation illustrates how much these days we need to work in the gray. This is not black and white. This is not good guys and bad guys. We're going to have to find a way through this. That does not mean we recognize a terrorist group as the owner of Syria today. There's a lot that needs to happen before that happens. However, I think we have gotten more comfortable as government in working in the gray.
Thank you for that. Before we broaden out, I wanted to hit another hot spot in light of your deep and robust experience in Lebanon. So
It was fine when I left.
it was fine when you left. I believe it. So we've got a deeply weakened Hezbollah. We've got a diminished Hamas after the year of assaults by Israel. Where does this leave us? When you look at this part of the world, what do you see in terms of possibilities and risks?
I mean, I'm still amazed that a country that's this big can continue to be such a linchpin in the entire region, but it is. And there's a lot at play there, too. But I think my bottom line on Lebanon is the bottom line that's always been there. I mean, I've never been in a country with a more accomplished population. Everybody speaks 3 languages. Everyone is educated. Everyone is sophisticated. How is it such a disaster? And there are lots of reasons for that going back to civil war. But the fundamental answer to the Lebanon question is you have to have a state. And until now, and I think most Lebanese people I know would agree with me, you really don't have a functioning state. And until that happens, so these successes by the Israelis have been dramatic. I never thought I would see the day that Hassan Nasrallah would not be with us anymore. However, that just creates space and time for something else to fill the gap. I'm very proud myself of what the United States has done to build the Lebanese army. And that is the first, I would say, our ability to stick with the laugh, even in the face of a lot of opposition to our working with them because maybe they talk to Hezbollah sometimes. Our investment there is the beginning of the answer to what filled this gap. Now, that's the start. The state has to follow.
So let's go ahead and zoom out. You talked about some of these things, the the changing reality, the most dynamic and complex landscape that you've ever seen. So to go deeper on that, can you talk more about what assumptions about global terrorism and counterterrorism activity were true 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, that no longer hold true? What adjustments are you and the people you work with having to make to adapt to the way things are today?
I think the first one is something that I mentioned, alluded to earlier, and that is the muddiness of motive and ideology, and the for me more muddy role of ideology. When I started doing this a very long time ago, I remember sitting in more classrooms listening to people talk to me about Wahhabism and talk to me about the organizing principle of these ideologies that were directed at forming an Islamic state, et cetera, et cetera. That was pretty clear, and those groups stuck to those assumptions and lines pretty cleanly for a long time. That's not true now. And some of these groups that I think, we're quick to label them, that's a Sunni group, that's a Shia group, and we think we understand what that means. What I'm finding is maybe that maybe they are a Shia group, but they also want to take power in their country. Or maybe they are a Sunni group, and suddenly they got no problem working with the Shias because, as I said, let's stop fighting among ourselves here. Let's fight against, the West. Let's fight against the Israelis. So that muddying of the ideology, I think, is different than it used to be. That's one. Two is, I think we used to think of national security, a lot of people did, I did before I started doing this, as fundamentally a military job or a military job accompanied by one or two other entities, the State Department, say, and the intelligence community. That's also not true anymore. And as we watch the sunsetting of OIR, Operation Inherent Resolve in Iraq, a lot of people said the global coalition is sunsetting. That's not true. In fact, the members of the global coalition, 80+ countries, at the ministerial we just did in September, said over and over again, we cannot let this coalition go. A lot of the kinetic job against ISIS, a lot, not all of it, but a lot of it has been accomplished. Now the fight is in border security. Now the fight is in information sharing. Now the fight is in watch listing and curbing movement of money, terrorist use of cryptocurrencies, et cetera. So I think that's a second big difference that I see.
What does that mean for the people in this room? What should we be reading? How should we be staying abreast of this changing world?
Gosh, talk to each other. Just talk to each other. Do not wake up and think the Department of Energy has nothing to do with what I do, or that, whatever, the Department of Health and Human Services has nothing to do with what I do. And maybe I'm going to preempt a question here, but I want to make sure I say this because it's really on my mind. We have to, when we think of the national security enterprise, we also have to think about the private sector. They're in this. They're creating these technologies, and they're sending them off the assembly line like mad, and we are trying to catch them all, and we are not doing a very good job. We need a better partnership between the private sector, who, as I said, we want to innovate and develop new technologies, but we need to be having this conversation with them at the same time. They, too, are part of the national security enterprise. That's on the invention side and the new technology side. It's also on the protection side. We can encircle every piece of critical infrastructure in the country with fences and guards. Is that going to prevent them from getting attacked? No. So we need the private sector entities to be part of the protection of critical infrastructure and not sit back and say we're just making money and we're really sorry if all your data is gone, or we're really sorry that some state actor went in here and shut down, I don't know what, the electric grid of half the country for a month. I think that's still something we need to work on.
Well, let's stick on that thread for a second. And you did mention in your earlier remarks about having to have guardrails in place. So So bringing the creators of technology on board, that's a piece of that, making clear that they understand what the stakes are. What else needs to happen?
I don't know. I mean, this is the hardest part because in many ways we have put, for very good reasons and rightly so, some handcuffs on ourselves as government. We have the strongest free speech rights on the planet, and that's a good thing. But it also means there are a lot of things that we could do or one might do. China, for example, lots of things that China would do to prevent terrorists using the internet that are not acceptable to us. And our level of finding those kinds of constraints acceptable is almost non-existent. We just really have a hard time for that, again, for very good reasons. So that's one part of it. We have to think through that. That's why the private sector has to be a partnership. We cannot impose this on the internet providers and others. Second thing is, again, partnerships. This information shoots across the world like crazy. Guys in the middle of the desert somehow got some kind of antenna and are on the internet, in chat rooms, in gaming, in all of this. So the information sharing, as our partners discover these things, as our partners are monitoring, to be informing us. Gaming was new to me. I didn't know they were using games, video games, to radicalize young people. Turns out I was blind to this, but some of our partners were not blind and informed us and talked about it, talked about the radicalization of increasingly young children, especially boys, via these gaming platforms. So partners talking to each other and sharing information, sharing best practices is a really, I think, a really important part of this.
Another piece is the information landscape, and that's been invoked a couple times already today. But in this world of misinformation, disinformation, influence that is masquerading as other things, what trends are you paying attention to, and what does it mean for the U.S. and its partners to be proactive and to be in the present, at the place that they need to be, effectively countering these messages?
Yeah, you left all the hard ones to the end. That's really challenging. And there are things you can do on the front end of this. So denying, to the extent that it's technologically possible, Russian or Chinese or other state actor access to different platforms, one. Exposing them is two. Some of the work that was done, and Mr. Kemp mentioned Bill Burns earlier, what the intelligence community has been willing to declassify in the last 2 years is really something and very helpful. So exposing some of these radio stations or talk shops or podcasts or whatever that are 100% owned and operated by the Russians, that's a great thing. So that's on the front end. But on the back end, as this stuff gets disseminated, the critical issue there is public knowledge, discernment, critical thinking. We have got to have a population that just because I saw it on the internet doesn't mean it's true. I have family members that tell me that I saw it on the internet, it must be true. We've got to instill in everybody a much higher level of critical thinking. And as AI makes these things more and more, I don't know what, professional looking or real, we have to discern that too. And that's really hard, but doable. Americans are smart people.
Where does that start? How does the message begin with you and the people at your echelon and make its way to the public?
I mean, I think we talk about it a lot. I think all of leadership in government talks about this a lot. I think we talk, private sector also. How many times does your bank send you notes that, we never ask for this kind of information? How many times does your internet provider say, we will never ask for your password? So everybody is doing it and has to continue to do it, to raise that kind of critical thinking level and that suspicion level of what's coming across the wires.
I'm asking questions for two up here, so I will keep on going, but I do understand there are ways to submit questions, so please feel free to do that if you so desire. I wanted to refer back to your testimony in March to the House Homeland Security Committee about Iran's malign activities, and you emphasized in your opening statement just this robust and multi-pronged approach to counter terrorist threats and sponsorship. And to broaden it, I wanted to talk about instruments of power. What tools at our disposal do you believe have been underutilized? How could the U.S. be more creative or more diverse in its countering of terrorists and terrorism sponsorship?
I mean, that one, when I think about that, I do come back to the private sector. That is an instrument of national power. It is the private sector of the United States and the economy we have built is an instrument of national power. And specifically on cyber stuff, internet, et cetera, we need the companies that do that to be more present in the game. But I think about the Iran problem as one. It's like a net. There's you can't just close one side of the net. All the fish go out the other side. It's got to be closed from all sides, and that's one where we talk about partnerships again. How much is Iran able to export its oil to China, to other places around the region? It's a lot, and that is not just our failure to put sanctions on Iranian oil exports. We've sanctioned the heck out of that industry, but sanctions have to be enforced. So part of our exerting national power, which is to deny the Iranians the funds to pay their proxies and buy weapons, part of the instrument of power, of someone's national power, we need to do that, are other people enforcing the sanctions, other people doing the at-sea interdictions. And I think that's where we've fallen a little, we and they have fallen a little short.
Thank you. I'm remiss in not mentioning where you can ask questions. That's askac.org. We do have one that's come in. And the question is, how do we incentivize the private sector to take a front seat in NatSec issues? Private-public partnerships are great, but they need to get paid or have tax incentives. So do you have solutions on how to navigate that?
I don't have the solutions because I'm not smart enough to be in business. If I was, maybe that's what I'd be doing. No, not at all. I love what I do. I think the root of this is the public. When the public has demanded certain things, I think way back to South Africa and the campaigns to not buy products that were being made in South Africa, et cetera. The public, watch how fast, the public can turn against a brand if they're unhappy about something. A lot of the innovations and improvements we have, for example, no child labor in making clothing in a sweatshop in Burma and Myanmar. Where did that come from? That came from public awareness to say, I don't want to buy a shirt that was made by a 10-year-old in a sweatshop. And that forced the private sector to accommodate. So yes, part of this is a government, maybe a government input, but a lot of it is the public saying, this is what we want. We want better from you.
Want to ask a question about alliances. This is something you brought us up as well, the 10th anniversary de-ISIS ministerial that happened very recently. And that's very exciting that you have that level of commitment that is persistent. What more, and you talked about asking more from our allies, what does that look like? Where do you want to see more, and how can we kind of work with our allies to get to where we need to be moving forward?
Yeah, I think I was in a meeting yesterday, we talked about this a little bit. We use the word partner really liberally, and I think sometimes it kind of loses its meaning. What is a partner? And for me, in this world, a good CT partner is someone who is going to take action even if we don't. So there are lots of folks out there happy to hold our coat while we take the lead in whatever the issue is. But we need all of our true CT partners to be acting on their own, to tighten up their own internal border security, their own internal financial controls, their own ability to arrest and prosecute people who are engage in this line of work. But the second part of partnership is they have to be willing to do the hard stuff. We have lots of partners who are happy to come in and provide some training or maybe some, I don't know what, some medical equipment or build a building. We need people to come in and do the hard stuff, the stuff that might make you a little unpopular if you take strong action. And I think we could ask more of our partners in that sense. I heard attributed yesterday, attributed to senior DoD leader yesterday, the thought that, you know, when we decided to pivot toward great power competition, all our CT partners pivoted too. We thought they were going to stay behind and keep working on these issues, and they did not. They followed us. So we need them to stay where they are and help us fight this terrorism fight, even if we are not personally there. I think Africa is maybe a good example of this. We are not present in Africa the way we are present in other places for a lot of reasons. We need those countries, those governments, those partners to fight as hard against the CT threat as they want us to fight.
Are there specific allies, partners, even aligned nations that you'd like to see a deeper partnership develop that you think are ripe for more investment to common ends here?
Yeah, there are a number. I don't want to call them out here, scare them off. But what I will say is, I think what's required today, because again of the complexity of all this, is for us to think of countries with whom we had more normal relationships, maybe economic trading partners, maybe folks who were partners in NATO or whatever. We need to think of those countries more as CT partners. So I think about Central Asia. You know, everyone saw the arrests of some Tajiks here in the United States in the summer who had ties to ISIS. We have never traditionally dealt with Tajikistan as a CT partner, but we need to think of them now as a CT partner. Turkey as well. Turkey's been a NATO ally, a member of NATO, but I never really thought of them as a CT partner. And we need to do that because they have as much of a role as anybody does.
Fascinating. I'll take one more question from the audience here. We've got some really good ones coming in. Counter-messaging is a valuable tool in the counterterrorism fight. Can you speak to the degree of collaboration your office shares across the public diplomacy community to advance CT priorities?
I think the collaboration is really good. We talk about this a lot. We scheme together. We collaborate a lot. I'm just not convinced that the counter-messaging piece of this is that we do it very effectively. And maybe the problem is you can't do that as a government. Once except for the golden days of, you know, Voice of America and in the communist Soviet Union, I think it's really hard for governments, especially in this day and age when globally there's so much more cynicism about government. There's so much more cynicism about leaders and whether to trust leadership. I'm not sure that that's the best place for true counter-messaging to come from. True counter-messaging comes from your own people. You know, the person I care the most about is the person that's closest to me and is in my circle. If someone far away with a different ideology or different nationality or ethnicity or religion criticizes me, I mean, no, I don't really care. But if one of my own criticizes me, now I'm paying attention. And so I think that's probably where the value added, the true gold of that issue lives.
Well, I'd love to ask you questions all day. We're about to get the hook, so thank you so much for this time and your wonderful insights.
Thank you. I appreciate being invited. Thank you. And I want to just thank everybody. I want to thank everybody in this room. I want to thank the Atlantic Council, first of all, for putting this on in the first place. What a brilliant idea and great timing. I want to thank everybody in this room and everybody online, because this is the community that's going to keep America safe for the rest of time. And so I appreciate everything all of you do. Thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ambassador, and thank you, Hope. It's just my privilege to introduce our first panel this morning, and now that the room is filled in a little bit thanks to the rain, it's nice to see so many current and former colleagues here, capable of negotiating complex agreements or retaking Panama with whatever's in your pockets, including those of you in retirement. So with that, we'll hop in here. Our first panel is on the threat emanating out of Central Asia, and especially after our withdrawal from Afghanistan. So specifically, it's the terrorist threat from ISIS-K and Al-Qaeda. Our panelists are Beth Sanner, former Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Major General Jim Linder, Special Forces Officer, former Commander of the Special Operations Joint Task Force, or SAJIT of Afghanistan, Dr. Colin Clark, the Director of Research at the SUFAN Group and fellow Mets fan, Morgan T., it's very important, yes. Morgan, who is our resident expert, also former Army Intelligence Officer and SOCOM Targeting Officer. And we're very fortunate as well to be joined this morning by Ambassador John Herbst, who is our Senior Director for the Eurasia Center here at the Atlantic Council, who's been working on issues in the region for the better part of a couple decades. He started us in child labor. So with that, I'll also now invite our moderator, Doug Livermore. Doug is a fellow counterterrorism project member along with Morgan. Doug is the Director of Engagements at the Irregular Warfare Center. He's a fellow board member at Special Operations Association of America. And he's also the Deputy Commander for the Special Operations Detachment at the Joint Special Operations Command. So with that, Doug, I'll turn it over to you, sir. Thank you.
If I could have the panelists join me on stage. Sir? Whichever order you want. All right, first of all, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today, both here in the room and online. The opening comments and our keynote were exceptional, and I think do a very great job of setting the conditions and setting up the conversation that we're about to have. So what I wanted to do is provide each of our panelists, our esteemed panelists, the opportunity. I'll introduce them, provide a little bit more context of their backgrounds, and then have them provide some opening comments before we open up for some questions. While we won't be taking questions from inside the room, anyone in the room and online can go to askac.org and put in your questions, and then I'll have them here in front of me and I'll be able to draw from them. So without further ado, our first panelist will be former Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Beth Sanner, who has held a wide range of national security positions for over 35 years, including in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the CIA, the National Security Council, and the State Department. Her last government role was as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence, where she also served as President Trump's intelligence briefer. Ms. Sanner also is the Director of the President's Daily Brief, Vice Chair of the National Intelligence Council, and a Senior Executive in CIA's Director of Analysis, where she served among other positions as Director of the Office of South Asia Analysis. She wears many hats now, including as a Distinguished Fellow at the German Marshall Fund. So, Director Sanner, if you'd like to start with your comments.
Oh, I get to be a director now. I think I'm just Beth. So I'm probably one of the least qualified people on this panel, so I'm going to say what Colin says is usually, what I look at when I look at my former region of South Asia. But I'm going to talk about Afghanistan and Pakistan because it's what I know best. And it's also, it's the birthplace of Al-Qaeda, and it's where ISIS-K is now. And so I think it's kind of a good place for us to start today is to think about what's really happening there, because it's not your grandparents' South Asia. And I really was struck by this as I was looking up the statistics. I knew things were getting better, but 2023 marked the lowest year of terror activity in Afghanistan in the last 2 decades. I mean, that's kind of remarkable. It used to be at the top of the list, right? Even last year, it was one of the top in terms of terrorist activity happening inside of Afghanistan. Terror attacks and terror deaths dropped 71% and 81% between 22 and 23. Pakistan, opposite world, right? This is where the action is now. They saw a 6-year high in terrorist activity inside of Pakistan in 2023. And this year looks like it's on track to be worse. Over 1,000 deaths and over 850 attacks, depending on which database you use and all of that. Most of these are TTP, right? And I think that they are having their most active period now in the last decade. Pakistan's really struggling. They've got TTP, they've got the Baluchs, and now they have ISIS-K also occasionally joining in. So most of these attacks are in the border area, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and in Baluchistan. So why is this? Well, Sanullah Ghaffari, the head of ISIS-K, has always been, since he came into the scene around 2020, he's only 29 years old, guys. I mean, really, what did I do with my life? He's 30, okay, there you go. So he's always been kind of focused on external planning. I mean, it's one of the things that he's thought about. But one of the big ironies, I think, here is that the Taliban's efforts to deny ISIS-K territory has really pushed them into even more into external plotting. If you no longer own territory and you want to be relevant, what do? You go for high-profile attacks. And boy, this is a young, adaptable group, and they are doing, by terrorism standards, a great job. So they're no longer viable as an insurgent group, but this is where they're at. They're very classic terrorism now. And while the Taliban has been good at fighting them in terms of an insurgency, they suck at counterterrorism, and that's not going to change. The second issue for me is the reasoning is that success breeds success. And we see this always in terrorism, right? It's like once you start doing your big attacks and you get that notoriety, you get funding, you get recruits, and then you double down, right? ISIS-K is not short of funding. They are getting funding from the Somalia branch as the main source of ISIS funding, but they're also big into the meth and amphetamine market and drugs, and then the normal logging that they've always done in that region. Regarding the attack increases in Pakistan, I find here's the second irony for me. The key factor is that Afghanistan is a safe haven for TTP, right? And I remember being head of OSA, going to all these deputies committee meetings and saying like, oh, well, actually your assumption here is that you're going to defeat the Taliban, but safe haven is not going away. Well, flip that on its side, right? 180. Now Afghanistan is the safe haven, and Pakistan is bombing TTP in Afghanistan. And you have AQ and some of the rank and file getting on that bandwagon. So this isn't just about TTP in Afghanistan. You have 25 groups. You have Pakistani groups like Lashkar-e-Taiba, Lashkar-e-Janvi. You have, the TIP. You have the Uzbeks. You have a lot of groups there, and you have Al-Qaeda. The last thing I will say is that we have not seen a single plot from Al-Qaeda coming out of Afghanistan, not even a disrupted plot. These people are not even really trying at this point. They have safe haven there, they have family relationships, they get stipends, they're living their lives. They have small training camps, but that's not really the center of activity. It's really ISIS-K. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Moving right along to General Linder. Retired Major General Jim Linder is a highly respected leader, strategist, and innovator with over 3 decades of distinguished service in the United States Army, specializing in special operations and in regular warfare. Throughout his career, General Linder held command positions at every level, culminating as the Commanding General of Special Operations Command Africa, or SOC Africa, which those of us that are more acronym inclined may slip into here during the conversation, where he was instrumental in strengthening U.S. alliances and countering threats across a complex and strategically vital region. Since retiring from active duty, General Linder has continued to make a significant impact as a mentor, advisor, and thought leader in the defense and security sectors, sharing his deep insight into leadership, strategy, and the evolving nature of conflict. I have been particularly blessed to have known General Linder in his nonprofit work as well, so he continues to lead in that field as well. General Linder, if you could.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to Atlantic Council for putting this on. I do believe it's not only an appropriate time, but a desperately needed time. I think we all have seen that a lot of the funding and budgeting that had been allocated toward counterterrorism has been, we see that falling off the budget sheet. And I think we all recognize that terrorism doesn't stop and start. It's a continuous thing. And I'll pile on top of the Ambassador Richard comments earlier because it's not going away. As we fully appreciate, terrorism is a method, and it's typically used. It's to try to drive or force change through fear. So you could quickly fall back on the previous comments we just heard, but also some of the things that Ambassador Richard talked about, which is what our nation is really at war against is not the method, but I would argue that, or there is an argument out there that what you're really at war against is against men who choose to rule or seek to rule, and the word is rule, through subjugation and tolerance. So if you step back for a moment and say, now that's what we're really at war against, then it helps, I think, kind of put into categories on how we need to go at this. And again, back to the idea of countering it. So if the driver, as the ambassador talked about, is less about Wahhabism and radical Islam and more about power and money, then I think it helps direct how we need to look at the idea of countering. Some would respond that, hey, we've been very successful. We've countered through this whole of government approach. Now, as a former special ops leader, I'm completely confused by the whole of government because never once in the last 37 years did I ever go to war without the entire United States government. So I'm always confused with that. I know that they're trying to emphasize, but I'm lost on that. Now, one thing I will buy into is the idea of whole of nation, where, again, back to pile on what some of the ambassador talked about, was there is responsibilities throughout our society to battle this. Let me tell you just a quick story, a quick snapshot of what I think about when I think whole of nation. So dial back Boko Haram, running through Nigeria. It's not ideology. It uses ideology, but it's just a bunch of guys with guns, and they're running around like locusts, cleaning up Nigeria. They've moved into Cameroon. They're moved into Chad, and we're watching this from SOCAF from afar, and we can clearly see that one of the next targets on the list is a small town just on the other side of the river to the north in Niger. It's a small area called Difa. So we front loaded and put a couple of special Green Berets in there, and they built this security force with one task: protect the one bridge that allows Boko Haram to enter the city, to enter the town. Brought civil affairs in. The civil affairs brought the local community together because the only thing that really bonded the community was their acts of trade. And so that's really all it did. It was very transactional. But you wanted to bring them together and start reinforcing the idea of trust and relationships. And then we brought the PSYOPs folks in, and they brought the ability to communicate, and it became like the drumbeat. So anything that would happen in the region, people were talking to one another. They had cell phones. They were talking about more than trade, and it gave situational awareness to the host government so they could actually take action, early and get that early warning out there. And sure enough, it happened. The Boko Haram had run across the river. They'd gotten a small girl. They strapped a body bomb on her, and they ran her through the market and clacked her off. That's how they began their operations. So from there, the local community was early warned. They'd never seen that kind of terror before. They were afraid, but they were also empowered. They were empowered by the tribes beside them, the families beside them, the clan beside them. They were empowered by this little local force there who only did one thing, is protect the bridge. When Boko Haram came across the bridge in force, they were stopped right there. I tell you that because it was all about empowering a resilient community to do what they needed to do to protect themselves. And, I only build that as a picture because when I think of whole of nation, and again, I reflect back on what the ambassador just talked about, it is everybody's responsibility. I think there is it's more than just domestic or U.S. law enforcement. It's more about what we do overseas with our intel agencies and our military. It really is about how the American people think about the problem. And then, therefore, you can take those same things, just like as we do it, it seems that the international community does it too. So if we can build that kind of internal resilience amongst ourselves, I think it's shared with the 80 other countries that are in that coalition. So every citizen, every part of the academic community, every part of the tech industry, the business community, I think everyone is part of that solution. So, and I guess the last question I'd throw back at you is, are we in this country ready for the existential threat? So we're talking about ISIS, we're talking about Al-Qaeda, but I think we all recognize the problem's going to be here in our own homeland one day, whether it's coming from cartels from the south, or it's coming from illegal immigrants that are here with nefarious intent. So, are we ready? So, thanks, Doug.
Thanks so much, sir. Moving right along, Dr. Colin P. Clark is the Director of Research at the Soufan Group, an intelligence and security consulting firm based in New York City. He is also the author of After the Caliphate, the Islamic State, and the Future Terrorist Diaspora. Dr. Clark?
Thanks so much. Thanks to the Atlantic Council for having me and for Alex for the invitation. I'm going to talk about ISIS-K today, or ISKP more appropriately. I think that's the most pressing transnational terrorism threat facing the country. It's clearly not the only one, and I've got some specific things I want to say about ISIS-K, but I've got some kind of higher level thoughts. If I don't get to them in my comments, maybe we can address them in Q&A, but I think when you look at terrorism, it doesn't always happen linearly. It's not always the group that you think is the most pressing threat. Before October 7th, outside of the Israelis, I hadn't heard the name Hamas uttered in almost a decade, and that's almost barely an exaggeration outside of a small group of people working on Hamas. HTS the same. Other than folks like Aaron Zellin, Charles Lister, and some others, HTS was kind of old news. No one's really been talking about them. So it's sometimes the groups that are a bit of an afterthought that lead to the biggest surprise. But I do think ISIS-K is the most obvious, and I agree with pretty much everything Beth had to say about their leader, Sanullah Ghaffari, very young, very motivated, and the way that they're doing things is quite different. So one of the things that he's done in addition to kind of globalizing the attack agenda and focusing more on external ops is dedicating a lot of resources to propaganda. They've also leveraged technology to do this. So if you look at Al-Azim and a lot of the kind of the broader media ecosystem of these kind of fanboy accounts, for lack of a better term, they now publish ISIS-K propaganda in English, French, Somali, Swahili, Pashto, Urdu, Turkish, Spanish, Azeri, to Tajik, Russian, Uzbek, I mean, on and on and on, 16 different languages across multiple platforms, Telegram, Facebook, TikTok, and they've focused a lot on something we're seeing play out across the West, which is youth radicalization. So for lack of a better term, we're seeing these kind of hipster preachers, right? They're almost trying to channel Anwar al-Awlaki in the way that they're using slang, they're using colloquialisms to kind of connect with young kids. And if you look at the Taylor Swift plot, I was just in Vienna about a month ago giving a speech at their National Defense Academy. The Taylor Swift plot, my two worlds coming together. I have two young daughters that are Swifties and ISIS-K. Probably the only time my kids thought I was cool. Split screen on CNN with Taylor Swift and me, and no, I didn't get to meet her. So, but very, very young ages there. You're talking 14, 15 years old. There was a chemical weapon element to that plot. So we're talking really, really high stakes. Within Afghanistan, Beth's absolutely right. The attacks have dropped off, although I think just yesterday I saw that Khalil or Rahman Haqqani was potentially killed by ISIS-K. So a really complex challenge. They're also using artificial intelligence. So I wrote a piece for GNet, the Global Network on Extremism and Technology, as well as one with the ICT in The Hague, where we looked at AI and radicalization, AI-generated news programs that actually are pumping out this propaganda. And this frees militants up to focus on attack planning. If they're not tinkering around with propaganda, if it's set it and forget it, that gives them a lot more time.
So really focused on leveraging technologies. They've also, in addition to some of the funding streams that Beth mentioned through the Al-Qarar office in Somalia, they're soliciting crypto donations through Monero, right? And so they're working around the margins. They're not constrained by a bureaucracy. They're typically 2 or 3 steps ahead. And this is a group that now that they're focusing on external operations, we've seen what happened in Kerman in January, in Moscow in March, and then a number of plots disrupted in Europe, as well as threats against the Euro in Germany, the Paris Olympics. So we're dedicating a lot of resources in a time where I think we have limited bandwidth. So Ambassador Richard alluded to this. Beth, you alluded to this too. Sir, you did as well. I think there's almost been an overcorrection away from counterterrorism toward great power competition, when really we should be doing both. I think we're in some ways robbing Peter to pay Paul, taking, and to a certain extent, it was predictable. There was going to be some counterterrorism fatigue after 20 years of the global war on terrorism. I think we've moved far too much in the other direction. Yes, I also believe China is the pacing threat. I believe we need to focus on strategic competition, but not at the expense of counterterrorism, because all it takes is one bomb going off in a major US city, and all of your best laid foreign policy plans are shelved, right? Including for people that say, I'm not going to get involved in country X. Well, if a terrorist attack is traced back to that, you may have no choice. And so these are some of the kind of high-level thoughts. I'm also looking closely at the interplay actually between Afghanistan and Syria. We have a number of Central Asian groups that kind of have these connections, and I'm looking to see if those grow in the aftermath of the HTS takeover. Jelani's saying all the right things, looks very polished. He's presenting himself as a modern-day Castro. Maybe he got some McKinsey training or something, I'm not sure. He's looking really good. He's well coiffed. He's also pissing off people, hardliners in his group, that are actually committed jihadists. Many of them are Central Asians, and they may look to go somewhere else. I think we're inevitably going to see a certain amount of splintering from what happens in Syria, and I'm very pessimistic about what happens there moving forward. And I'll leave it at that. So thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Moving right along. So Miss Morgan Tadish is an open source intelligence professional and Army veteran and a member of the Atlantic Council's Terrorism Project. Morgan.
Thank you. Super excited to be here. And I do want to build on Dr. Clark and Beth's comments a little bit. I think it was mentioned that ISIS-K has this remarkable social media savvy, and that's a really big way that they've been able to target these teenagers around the world, and especially in the West. I think some colleagues at West Point Counterterrorism Center have used the word cyber coaching, which really encapsulates a lot of what ISIS-K is able to do, in that their leadership can stay relatively safe in rural parts of Afghanistan and be able to reach out to these teenagers online through chatting apps, through social media videos, and we look at this through the issue that radicalization is occurring online in so many different areas right now, whether that's extremism and cartels, and ISIS is a huge factor in that as well. So kids can find these videos, find this content, and then they get and start engaging with it, and it provides an avenue for the cyber coaching to occur, where they can then reach out through a chat app, Telegram or whatever, to reach back and get the actual attack planning and guidance and radicalization that's kind of more targeted to them individually. So I think that's been something that we've really seen as a common thread throughout the foiled attacks in the last couple of months. The Taylor Swift one, absolutely, with the teenagers trying to commit that. I think ISIS is in their terror era. I'm going to throw that one out there. And we also saw this really clearly in the Oklahoma City case with the arrest recently, where that younger individual had been, not sure how he was exactly radicalized, but had been clearly communicating through TikTok and encrypted chat back to Afghanistan to receive the guidance to carry out the foiled election day plot. A couple of other cases in North America, in Houston and Toronto in the last couple of weeks too, that were very, very similar stories, where these young men had been able to use various forms of communication and social media to reach back into Afghanistan to get some guidance on how they were going to, how they might have planned for an attack. And you also mentioned Al-Azim, Dr. Clark, and I think that's a really important factor as well in that the ability to reach out and leverage propaganda across so many different languages is another huge factor. If you can watch videos, if you can read content in your own language without having to, kind of get a Google Translate vibe of it, makes it a lot easier to stay engaged and radicalize. I think one of the big things as far as that radicalization, not only the use of social media, but we've seen a lot of, like we've mentioned, Tajik nationals involved in these plots abroad in the last several months. One of, obviously, young people everywhere have access to social media, which is really big, but the Tajik issue, I think, is something I really want to speak about a little bit. There's a lot of socioeconomic issues within Tajikistan that make it uniquely vulnerable to ISIS-K recruitment. One is cultural similarity and cultural ties to Central Asia and to Khorasan. But the endemic poverty, low education level, religious repression with Ramon's wild back and forth over the years of how Islam is allowed to be practiced in that country can present a really fertile ground for ISIS to present itself as a legitimate, seemingly protector of Islam, and this is how we can follow our beliefs, and you can also be employed, and terrorism presenting itself as basically like a legitimate outlet to solve all of these social ills that someone might be facing. Another issue that's unique to the Tajik case is that a lot of these individuals can blend into legitimate and illegitimate immigration refugee flows. We've seen that, I think it was mentioned a little bit, with the individuals who were arrested over the summer in Philadelphia who came in illegally through the southern border. But some European research also noted that Tajik nationals had come in through the Ukraine refugee flows and were posing a threat there in the EU. So I think it's taking just a tiny bit zoomed out, I think Ambassador Richards earlier mentioned engagement with countries that we may not have traditionally been engaging with on a super high level, but building on the engagement that we do already have with Tajikistan. The Virginia National Guard State Partnership comes to mind as an avenue that the U.S. already has like a decent base to build off of as a way that we can maybe pursue further engagement to help stem the issues at the source, rather than the social media whack-a-mole that has been all too common lately and the general game of fighting little groups as they come up. So I will leave it there for now.
Thank you very much. And then last but not least, we have Ambassador John Herbst, who is a senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center and served for 31 years as a Foreign Service officer in the U.S. Department of State. He was U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine from 2003 to 2006 and Ambassador to Uzbekistan from 2000 to 2003. In his last 4 years at the State Department, he served as a coordinator for reconstruction and stabilization, leading the U.S. government's civilian capacity in societies in transition from conflicts or civil strife and in countries at risk of instability. Between his retirement from the State Department in 2010 and joining the Atlantic Council in 2014, he served as director of the Center for Complex Operations at the National Defense University. Ambassador?
I'll talk a little bit more about Central Asia and put ISIS-K in context. All right. The first thing to understand is that historically, Islam as practiced in Central Asia was tolerant and quite diverse. Some of the great philosophers of the Arab, what we learned as Arab philosophers were in fact Central Asians. Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina. And if you're interested in the subject of the culture of Central Asia, Fred Starr has written a brilliant, not so easy to read book, which I highly recommend if you're interested in some difficult reading, but critical reading. All right. I'm mentioning this because these Arab philosophers were attacked by principally theologians from the Hanbali school, which is the school which produced Salafi Islam, and the strain of Islamic-related terrorism. And Salafi Islam basically doesn't exist or in Central Asia except as an import. And what this means is, and you've seen it if you look at, for example, the IMU, which was of importance when I was in Uzbekistan 20 plus years ago, they didn't have any real popular support. The point is, they had people who would become advocates and terrorists. But Beth's kind of made the key point that for them, and this reflects also the point that Morgan made about lack of opportunity in Central Asia, this was like a good career move. You had upward mobility. And of course, for those who are maybe not going to rise to the top, you had decent pay. So you had a problem in Central Asia that was related more to the coming in of extremist Islam, principally, well, from a combination of the Gulf and the subcontinent, where also there's a serious strain of Salafi Islam, which goes back hundreds of years. And that was fought by the secular authoritarian leaders across the region. And there was no more authoritarian leader in Central Asia than Karimov, who's the guy I dealt with when I was in Tashkent. This all relates to what we're talking about because while there were fears, I remember reading about this, being briefed on this before I went to Tashkent in 2000, that the IMU could take over. There was really never any chance that would happen. A, because they didn't have a real base for it, and B, because you had a relatively competent authoritarian regime which knew how to do security. And that situation remains true to this day across the region. I mean, excuse me, the fact that the local population is not going to be drawn to this, except again for those high energy youth who are looking for career opportunities. But of course, the place to worry about them in Central Asia are Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, because those are countries where the government is of limited competence, has limited control of its territory, even more so in Tajikistan than Kyrgyzstan, but also in Kyrgyzstan. And so it's not a surprise that we keep hearing about Tajiks today. By the way, we are doing some serious counterterrorism work with Tajikistan over the last couple of years, and I won't go into more detail than that unless someone asks, although I'm not expert on that subject. The Central Asians, well, certainly Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and also Tajikistan, are interested in working with us to deal with terrorism. Now, they all worry about their big neighbors, principally Russia and China, who don't look kindly at us. But on terrorism, they've been willing to talk to us and work with us literally for decades. There's a bit more security cooperation now going on beyond terrorism with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. And this is something we should definitely develop for a whole host of reasons, including the ones focusing on this panel. You will continue to have a feeder recruits coming from Central Asia, not just Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan too, because again, for people who don't see much else, this can be a career move. This does not mean that they don't become committed to the cause. So we talk about how the new leader in Syria may be challenged by others in his movement coming from Central Asia, in part because he's presenting a moderate face. Although, of course, the Taliban did that too when they came in, when they took power, and they haven't actually ruled that way. But keep in mind that Salafists, say, from Tajikistan, disappointed with what Salani's doing, might also be offering resistance for career purposes. Even Salafists make cynical career moves to improve themselves. Okay, I think I've probably said enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Great comments. And now I'm going to take some of the questions and proffer them up. In the interest of time, we do have 20 minutes, so if my esteemed panelists could try to keep their responses somewhat concise, that would help us get through all the questions. So first for Director Sanders. So I'm a student of history. I think that anyone that's going to a region should have at least a working knowledge of how everything arrived at where it was. And in your comments, you spent a lot of time talking about the challenges that have beset Pakistan, particularly as they deal with the various terrorist organizations, the Baluchs and TTP, et cetera. To what extent, particularly when you look at the history of how Pakistan came to be, do you see the unresolved border issues, some of the territorial, we'll say, manipulations that occurred towards the end of the British experience there contributing? And in the context of recommendations for how we might help resolve, we, the United States, might help resolve some of those issues going forward and reduce the overall instability in the region?
I guess I will say that, just the ongoing tension between Pakistan and India is, one of the reasons why Pakistan has always supported these groups. There are these anti-Indian groups, and they have been nurtured or tolerated at different levels at different times. And it's just created just this entire ecosystem where terrorism is embraced by many communities there. And I think just to kind of go back to what Ambassador Herbst and others were saying is that, so much of this is about communities. If you didn't have communities really interested in providing safe haven, this wouldn't be a problem, right? But fighters are welcomed in a lot of places. And there are many, many reasons for that. Some of it is historic, some of it is poverty, some of it is power, some of it's tribal and clan driven. But there is no silver bullet or magic wand here. But the lack of capacity and the place that Pakistan is right now, economically and politically, is a formula for this continuing and getting worse. And that is something that I think we need to kind of grapple with in terms of US government, because, embracing, and same with the Taliban, embracing these governments or working with them is hard, but isolating them and making the situation locally hard, worse, produces more problems for us down the road.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Moving right along, General Linder, I was particularly interested in some of your comments as it related to your time as the Special Operations Command Africa Commander, given that I was also working West Africa at the time, but then I think we also had some overlap in Afghanistan. So how would you compare your approach as the commander of SOC Africa to your time when you were the commander of Special Operations Joint Task Force Afghanistan, specifically in the context of the efforts that you undertook to support and really enable the host nation governments? And I ask that question because we've seen perhaps the American approach or the Western approach to these sorts of insurgent dilemmas, counterterrorism, really ultimately being less than optimal given what we've seen in Afghanistan and particularly in West Africa, where we had so much engagement for so very many years.
I'd probably start off by saying they were fundamentally different. Obviously, geography is different. Obviously, the threat was different. But also the partnerships were different. So in the story that I built for DEFA, that generally was there, and there was USAID was in there. There was a lot of participation from nonprofits like Spirit of America. There was a State Department. The embassy had representation in there. The French were part of that solution. So I mean, it was a very collaborative effort, very small in scale because it wasn't designed to get a lot of attention. But it was very successful by enabling the locals to kind of empower themselves. I think as you move toward Afghanistan, and I think most of us who served the entire 20+ years in Afghanistan saw this evolutionary change of where the U.S. interest began to wane and change, but probably as we reached toward the mid part of that, or as we were leaving, after we were packing up and trying to change how we were fighting in Afghanistan, the primary enemy really was Al-Qaeda, and then ISIS began to emerge. So there was a lot that you could do with Afghans and empowering Afghans to protect their own homeland. And It was interesting because as ISIS-K popped up in the local region, you could actually, turn the Taliban on them. So that was, the common enemy there was ISIS-K. Al-Qaeda wasn't a common enemy, that was our enemy. And so you could turn the Afghan security forces on them. But the Taliban became less of a problem then. You got to think as the Obama administration was probably at its, in its second 4-year term, and as the Trump administration came in, we weren't going after the Taliban. Trump came in, and then we said, okay, since Taliban were actually collaborating a lot with Al-Qaeda, and they were causing harm not only to our partners but also U.S. forces, then you could direct a lot of attention toward the Taliban. So, but it was fundamentally different in the fact that the enemy was different, how you use partner forces, and really the resources that you had available. At the end of the day, much of it was about empowering the locals to take care of local problems. So I think, the ambassador talked about it when she talked about the 80 nations in the CT coalition, and the best CT partner is the one who takes action on their own, not waiting for us. And I think that by empowering a lot of the locals, you could see that happen over and over again.
Yes, sir. And then just building off my recent experiences when I was the deputy for the Special Operations Advisory Group in Iraq, we ran into a very similar problem when working with the Iraqi Counterterrorism Service and some of our other partners, where there were certain targets like Al-Qaeda they were very willing to go after, but others, kind of building off of the initial comments about the Iranian-aligned militia groups that are part of the Iraqi government, certainly not being able to get quite the same level of support in dealing with those organizations that were in fact regularly attacking us, and have only increased that. So yeah, a very thorny and complex problem that, to your point, sir, varies based upon the partner force. Okay, so moving right along, Dr. Clark, a question for you, and a little bit of context again. So I was at OSD in 2017 when we were developing the Defeat ISIS strategy initially. And one of the things that we focused on heavily, at least in that iteration, the initial iteration, was the Global Engagement Center and getting after the messaging. And one of the things that you had talked about in your comments was really this sort of what we call in the military the left of boom scenario of the messaging, and we talked about this, the lone wolf radicalization, which then when you were talking about the uptick in these sorts of lone wolf attacks, it raised for me the question about, is there a greater return on investment in investing in that left of boom to continue to go after the messaging and the online radicalization, or is that simply a fool's errand based upon just the scale? And then the follow-on question to that is, if that is something that we're to get after more aggressively, how would we measure the measures of effectiveness when it would come to a more robust counter-messaging strategy?
Yeah, I'll start with the last part. That's really difficult, right? Because it's the dogs that don't bark. If we don't see attacks, is it because we've knocked all these accounts offline? They're not able to flood the zone with messaging that radicalizes and inspires people. There's so many factors that go into this. I think part of the problem is we have people that, our lawmakers fundamentally don't use the technologies that terrorists are using. So when you watch, folks from Silicon Valley come to Capitol Hill to get questioned, it's farcical. You have, octogenarian senators saying, well, questioning people about apps that they clearly don't use. Tell me more about this electronic mail system you have now, email, I think. Some of it's ridiculous. So we talk all the time in these kind of, and you mentioned it before, whole of government. It's a really big pet peeve of mine. Yes, of course, whole of government. What would we do? Do it in isolation? It's the same thing. We latch onto these buzzwords. Public-private partnerships is another one. What does that actually mean in practice? Are we getting stakeholders at the table from USG, from the CT community, from Silicon Valley, talking about why this actually matters and what we can do about it? Because I don't, maybe I'm skeptical of social media companies, but I think they're going to do as much as they're forced to do in terms of moderating this stuff. I'll briefly address the left of boom question. I think we need to pay more attention to what terrorists say. It's really, we do all these mental gymnastics. We overthink so much of this. When the Moscow attack happened in March, somebody dug up an article I wrote in Foreign Policy in May 2023 with Lucas Weber and Ricardo Valle. It was called The Islamic State's Next Target, Russia. They said, how could you have foreseen this? We listened to what they were saying they wanted to do over and over every day. We want to attack the Russians. Here's why, right? Well, do they hate us because of our freedom? No, they're telling you why they hate you and when and where they want to attack you. Listen to them, right? So I think we just overthink so much of this. It's not to say that CT is simple, but there's so much, we spend a lot of time at the Sufang group on OSINT, and everybody does now. We have amazing tools at our fingertips. Look at some of the stuff that Bellingcat does. It's all out there. The data's out there. If you bring together people that know how to access the data with people that can kind of bring some analytic frameworks and context to the table, you're getting a good amount of the way there just on that alone. But I think also, every time I come back down to Washington, there's fewer and fewer people talking about it. The bench is thin, right? The really good people I know that work these issues have been moved on to China and Ukraine and other issues. And there's, to no fault of their own, very young kids just out of grad school that are saying, oh, what's Al-Qaeda? They weren't even born during, before 9/11. So a lot of issues, and I think that's what makes a conference like this so important. We're here talking about CT because it still matters.
Can I just break protocol here?
Please.
Cutting funding for State Department and USAID, which is on the list, is a huge mistake. And I have never heard any military senior, I have never heard any head of DOD say that we should be cutting these things. Instead, quite the opposite. USIA, the concept of USIA, U.S. Information Agency, needs to come back again. Yes, we need to have more efficient government. We have a lot of stupid stuff that's going on in government, no doubt. But we also have core functions. And you can't just get after these things with whack-a-mole. And I think that's been a really big theme that we've heard from the ambassador starting today through now. And I'll stop saying that, but I just want to kind of foot stomp that point, my point.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure Ambassador.
And we don't stand on protocol up here. So, Ms. Tadish, I wanted to pull the thread on something you had mentioned towards the end of your comments, the state partnership program, which, for some context, as a National Guardsman with North Carolina, we support Botswana, Malawi, and Moldova. So, but there's very different approaches from how we approach what we would consider like a strategic competition partner versus a CT partner. And so some context, I was in Moldova in my uniform capacity in April, where we had partnered the state partnership program engagement with the Irregular Warfare Center's National Resistance Design Course to build out, to help the Moldovans bolster some of their national resilience, the whole of nation approach, which I think we then saw in the subsequent elections, and some of the resistance to Russian disinformation and misinformation was successful. But I wanted to pull that thread a little bit more and kind of get some more of your thoughts on how we could leverage some of the lessons and the approaches that we're using in strategic competition or irregular warfare in a way to better enable and bolster our counterterrorism partners.
Yeah, I think just briefly that it's really important to take those bigger lessons and distill it down, because I think the framework that's been in place, and this framework hasn't proven to work, like you were saying in Moldova. I went on one of these trips to Estonia, and it was really, really successful. The framework is in place, and in Tajikistan, and I don't remember exactly which states are partnered with which Central Asian countries other than Tajikistan, but I know they are out there. But this is a framework we've had for years and years and years, and not only is it doing hands-on tactical training, which is obviously can be effective for counterterrorism. I know they've done mountain warfare pretty recently in Tajikistan with the Virginia Guard. So taking those partnerships, those engagements, and it's about that relationship building, and just kind of building on top of that to go into more of a counterterrorism specific sphere. Mountain warfare, there's really important skills if you're going to be fighting in Badakhshan. Well, there's a lot of mountains there. But how do you train and equip and do all the things we've already done for the last 20 years with a different partner country? And I think one of the other important parts about the state partner program is that it hasn't really attracted Russia's ire, notice, pick your word, because it's been effective in a lot of these former Soviet states to have the U.S. military there on a very low level, providing a really important benefit. to not have Russia come in and say, hey, you can't do that a la K2, a la Manas. So.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I definitely think that there's a way to translate, because you had spoken to some of like the lack of economic opportunities, the lack of community resilience that kind of contributes to that recruitment. So I do agree that I think that whereas on the CT front, we tend to, again, I'm as guilty as the next person through my own, in particular in Africa, Iraq, and Afghanistan, where an SF operational attachment shows up and wants to teach flat range and medical training and some communications, but like we at the national level aren't leveraging all the same tool sets to get after the whole of nation approach, kind of similar to what General Linder was talking about. And then with our last few minutes, for Ambassador Herbst, when you were, your comments in particular as they related to like the Islamic movement in Uzbekistan and in your experiences there, I think were particularly telling in comparison to the ISIS-K and the Al-Qaeda in Central Asia. However, I wanted to pull the thread a little bit more and get some of your thoughts on, certainly you alluded to it, and obviously not violating any sort of your NDAs or anything like that, but how is it that we can better enable and support our local and regional partners, those who actually, both those that are already committed to the counterterrorism fight, but maybe those that have less of a will or less of a resource or less resources to pursue those campaigns?
Well, if the will is there, and it's a good faith will, and they don't have resources, it's simple. We do have resources, right? We have resources, we have expertise. And I mean, in my time in Central Asia, again, we're going back 20 years, they were keenly interested in what we could provide. And we did some good work there. And I know that has continued. But there have been political moments that get in the way. I mean, you know, again, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan are authoritarian states. And so their domestic practices we're not particularly fond of. And so that sometimes complicates the relationship because we have to react when they do certain things. What we should not do is react stupidly. So if they crack down in a way that we don't like, we'll criticize them, fine. Maybe we need to take a step or two against as a reaction to demonstrate we're serious about our commitment to our principles, but don't do it in a way that kills the relationship. We saw that after I left Uzbekistan, because you had this incident in the Fergana Valley where, in fact, extremists did take policemen hostage. Now, maybe their colleagues who were in jail should not have been in jail, reflecting the authoritarian nature of the regime. But there was a great deal of pressure here for us to basically kill the relationship with Uzbekistan. The government, we did not do that, the Bush administration did not do that, but there was so much fuss that the relationship, in fact, was impaired. And you had the whole human rights community, which never understood that almost all the prisoners in Uzbekistan's jails were, in fact, Islamic extremists up in arms. I did not become an object. Let's say they didn't care for my work when I was there because I pointed this out. That, well, maybe they should not be putting these folks in jail. There's a reason why those are the folks who are in jail. It's not just these were simply political opponents. So we need to understand that. And we need to be smart, recognizing the pressures on them coming from China and especially Russia. So the activity, anything relating to guns, has to be done carefully so their relationship with those countries don't become more problematic. And I think we've actually done a pretty good job on that score in recent years.
Yes, sir. Well, I only wish we could keep going, but alas, we have to close it for the day. First, I wanted to thank the fabulous panelists and, as always, the audience here in the room and online for all of your questions and your thoughts. And without further ado, I will hand it back over to Alex.
Thank you. We are going to truncate our coffee break down to about 10 minutes because we did start a little bit late. Thank you for everybody who made it. We do have a couple hundred folks online. There was a little bit of a shift given the weather and obviously the situation in Syria. So we're going to take a 10-minute break for coffee. Thank you for the adults in the room giving me the signal. So 10 minutes for coffee, and we'll see everybody outside. Thank you. to our second panel. It's my privilege to introduce some current and former colleagues who are here. Jen Daskell, who is the Deputy Assistant to the President and Deputy Homeland Security Advisor on the National Security Council, will be here in just a bit. As you can imagine, there's quite a bit going on with Syria. And for the same reasons, we were supposed to have Ambassador Roger Karsten join us, as well as Director Mann from the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell. Roger has been sent to the region to work on a very specific case, and then the FBI is obviously quite focused on the Syria situation, most specifically the case of Austin Tice. So since leaving the Pentagon and having the hostage portfolio under a dashing, young, brilliant Deputy Assistant Secretary named Will Wexler, who's here at the Council now, there's a couple of cases that have haunted me since leaving government, and Austin's case is one of them. So hopefully get some resolution, and wishing our government partners some very good luck in their efforts there. So moving back to the folks that are here, so Luke Hardig. Luke is former Senior Director for Counterterrorism at the National Security Council and served when I was at the Pentagon on the other side. Chris O'Leary, who is the Senior VP for Global Operations at the Sufan Group and former Director of the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell itself. And then my teammate and Executive Director of Hostage US, Liz Cathcart. And then we're very fortunate to be joined by Katie Bowe-Lillis, who is the Senior Reporter for Intelligence and National Security at CNN. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. I think we're going to do just some brief opening remarks from all of our panelists, and then we will jump in with some questions. So I'm going to start right to my left here. You're on the hot seat, Liz.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us. When Alex mentioned that hostages was going to be one of the 6 focus points for the counterterrorism project, I was obviously thrilled. In my seat as Executive Director of Hostage US, we support families of Americans who are taken hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. And while we are much more on the support side of things, we've supported over 200 families since the day we started. We started as a direct result of the 2015 policy review, which I know we'll get into in depth about the genesis of that policy, the context of it, and where we've been since then and where we're going in the future. But my focus has been largely on the families and the people actually in the hostage cases. And I think it represents a very unique side of CT, and that is the private citizen involved in the case itself, in the CT issue. And that is families of Americans held being brought to the table and participating in the resolution of their loved ones being held. And I mean, I think in the case of Austin Tice, you can see how involved his family has been for over a decade in trying to fight for, first of all, to get his case prioritized, remain a priority within the government, but also just within the nation, as has been a topic this whole conference so far. But also to propose ideas and bring in new people from outside of government to resolve their case. And that is a very common theme that I'd love to talk a little bit more about with Chris and Luke throughout this panel. We are, at a inflection point of 10 years since the policy review happened during Obama's administration. The policies that were presented during that time have carried through multiple administrations. And we've been lucky to have administrations that recognize this issue as a valuable and a priority issue for CT issues, but also national security. So thrilled to be here, and I will pass it back to you.
Okay, I'm going to keep going down the line.
Okay.
Sure. Well, thanks for the Atlantic Council for hosting this. I think it's an incredible, important conference. Terrorism is an enduring threat to the United States, and with the pivot towards great power competition, we've seen resources, authorities, capabilities, and personnel go away from counterterrorism. And that is, terrorism and counterterrorism is tied to the hostage matters. I mean, frankly is. Yes, there's nation states, involved in hostage diplomacy as well, but from my old portfolio, it was counterterrorism and going against groups like ISIS and JNM and others engaging in the practice. I do think it's a good time to discuss the hostage policy review. We're a decade past when it was created, the enterprise was created, and all the credit is due to the Obama administration for being critical and reflective about their failures, with the U.S. government's approach to responding to the tragic events for the Americans who were taken by ISIS. We created an enterprise, created some synergy throughout the U.S. government, but because the U.S. government is filled with bureaucracies, it has eroded over time, and what we built 10 years ago might not be what we need right now. And so, we always try to fight the last war, and where our current architecture and policies reflect a counter-ISIS hostage policy from the 2010s. It's probably time to bring in some people and take a look at what do we need now moving forward, and that probably includes a little more incorporation of the unlawful detentions and creating some synergy, again, amongst the hostage enterprise to be able to react to some of these cases in a more nimble way. And building off of what Liz was talking about, having the authority to have more adaptive approaches, to be able to partner with private enterprises, with foreign governments, with others, and really cleaning up our no concession policy, which is a stated policy, but it's actually something we violate time and time again as a matter of course. So we tell our adversaries that we don't make concessions, but then we repeatedly make concessions, so we don't have any credibility on this. So I think it's a good time to take a look at this. October 7th is a stark reminder that hostage taking as a tool for terrorist organizations is still very relevant, and it's going to continue.
Yeah, no, echoing my fellow panelists, thank you so much for having us here today. Such an important discussion. I was in the White House during the murders of Jim Foley, Stephen Sotloff, Peter Kassig, and the events that followed that when we felt, and I say we, it wasn't just us as a staff, and President Obama personally felt that we needed to make some real improvements into how we were doing these cases. And so we set out in that hostage policy review to talk to a ton of families, former hostages, to get a feel for how they had experienced the efforts to bring home their loved ones, both in terms of its efficacy, but in terms of also how they were treated, right? And what we created was a series of reforms represented in the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, the Hostage Response Group at the White House, and a range of other things codified in PPD 30 that I think dramatically improved the way that we actually approach the hostage recovery mission. We also really adopted a mindset shift, and we were fortunate enough to have a number of leaders, starting with President Obama, but moving on down the line, that really understood that this had to change the way that we think about working with families, and that families had to be more than just somebody to be managed, but actually co-equal partners in the recovery of their loved ones. And in so many of the cases that we've looked at, that participation of the family has been critical to bringing home the loved ones. And that mindset shift was essential at that point. It's been 10 years. A lot has changed. I think I've been involved since leaving government in a number of cases, including one successful one, the case of Sam Goodwin, who came home, and several others that we're still hoping will be successful. Austin Tice, most notably in our thoughts and prayers this week. But having observed this both from the inside, from the outside, and consumed some of the great research from the Foley Foundation and others who are very thoughtful about this, I think there are a few things that we need to be doing going forward. And Chris alluded to some of this. Government is institutions, but institutions are made up of people, and we need to kind of reinvigorate this mission, right? We have seen in many cases, and a lot of this is well documented in the Foley research, kind of a backsliding in some ways of how families are treated and included as co-equal partners in this process. Some questions about whether we're properly resourcing and drawing the best people from across the interagency to actually work in our hostage recovery enterprise, and several other things that I think that we can certainly get into in this conversation that I think are worthy of consideration from the next administration and certainly from the Congress as we go forward. I think the other big thing, and this has been the biggest shift we've really seen in the last 10 years, is the shift from terrorist groups taking hostages to the central challenge for us being unjust detainees. And the structures and the policies that we built
were really tailored to the terrorist hostage-taking challenge, and not necessarily to state actors and hostage diplomacy. We've done a lot of things to adapt that. Certainly the Levinson Act made a number of big changes that has adapted our institutions, including the SPIHA, including the HRFC, to the important mission of bringing home unjust detainees. And and multiple administrations have done a lot to actually see that through in high-stakes diplomacy that's brought home a broad range of detainees. And so that's some excellent stuff. But there's still a lot of challenges in this space as well, a lot of opaqueness in how we designate unjust detainees in the first place. If you're not officially designated as an unjust detainee, that families are not receiving the same level of support as more traditional hostages held by terrorist groups. So there's still a lot of work to be done. I know we can unpack a lot of this in detail, but just previewing some of that. And then finally, I think we need to recommit ourselves to that mindset shift, right? To really believing that families are co-equal partners, that families will often rely on third-party intermediaries and other supporters from outside of government, and those people should also be treated as partners. This is truly a community-based mission in a lot of ways, and the government plays an absolutely essential role, but so do others, right? And we can certainly talk more about various cases, but in the case of Sam Goodwin, who we were fortunate to bring home, it was a family connection that brought him home. Make no mistake about that. And it was a critical support from the U.S. government, but being able to rely on that extended set of resources, I think, critical to our mission.
That's a really nice overview from all three of you. I'm going to start, I think, with kind of a zoom out question, and then we can sort of drill in on some of the specifics of how this policy is kind of adapted and changed over the last decade. I think, Chris, I'll send this one to you. Talk to me a little bit about broadly how hostage recovery has fit into the United States sort of broader CT strategy in recent years, particularly at a moment where I think the sort of CT environment for the United States has changed dramatically over really the Trump and the Biden administrations, both, the withdrawal from Afghanistan, obviously the defeat of the physical ISIS caliphate, right? Like, how does that challenge look different in today's environment, right? And how does it sort of fit into the way the U.S. is approaching counterterrorism overall today, 2024?
So I think a couple of things that are glaringly apparent. Dr. Carlin Clark, my friend and colleague, highlighted it. We come into D.C. now, and having worked a career of counterterrorism, the bench is pretty thin here, and the institutional knowledge has kind of gone away. Most of it is probably sitting in this room and some other think tanks, but terrorism experts in the U.S. government are few and far between now. So if you're looking at an organization, a group like ISIS or Hamas or others, and you're trying to understand what their ideology and their MO and their likelihood of taking hostages or what they're going to do with them, few people within the Beltway are going to understand that. And so Hamas carries out October 7th, and people are shocked and amazed and wonder what they're going to do with the hostages and why they would take them. And for those of us who've studied this for years, it's a tactic. It's their currency. They're going to use them to endure. And as Brian Jenkins famously said, terrorism is theater. And unfortunately, the hostages suffering right now are part of that theater. Our ability as the U.S. government to respond to some of these incidents overseas is also now limited because of the resources that we have. And I'll give you one vignette. When I was still in government, an 83-year-old nun in Burkina Faso was taken by JANM. And the U.S. government, we responded, immediately sent some of our intelligence community and special operations resources the way that we do, and we put our assets out there doing the collection, refining all of the network that we were going after, and getting close to a pretty a solution that might have been actionable to do a hostage recovery, and then we started losing the resources. And it's a unit in the U.S. military that doesn't lose resources to others, but those same resources that you need, whether it's collection capability or fixed-wing aircraft, Those are needed in Ukraine. Those are needed over the South China Sea. Those are needed against Iran and other adversaries, in great power competition. So there's a competition for resources, and our ability to do a tactical recovery went away. And we came up with other creative, adaptive approaches and eventually got her back. But she, that was a success story because we had other avenues that we could pursue. But that's not going to be the case everywhere. And so as we look at what we're giving up, we have an obligation to protect and recover our citizens, and we don't have all the resources that we're used to having. So strengthening partnerships, both within non-traditional avenues here in the United States and having the authority to do that, but also reaching out with our international partners. Before I left, we created this initiative called Multilateral Fused Response, which was really intended to be built around our Five Eye partners and include Germany and France. So if we had a critical hostage incident, that we could respond together. So maybe it's one of our partners has resources in an area that we don't. Maybe they have the access and influence there. Maybe an American citizen is taken next to a French citizen, next to a UK citizen. So synchronizing our response. We actually, in August of 2023, we did a exercise in Doha using the Qataris as an intermediary. No idea that October 7th was looming on the horizon. But it's the idea that everybody has fewer resources, everybody has fewer authorities, and it's a big world that we need to figure out a way to partner to be effective in this space. And there is a framework. The 1979 Convention Against Hostage-Taking lays that out for us and gives us some guidance of how we can approach these things in a critical incident.
Luke, you had, sort of teed up this idea, though, that of course it's not just terrorists taking hostages now that is the big concern. It is nation states and sort of the wrongful detention issue. You suggested that the mechanisms in place now are poorly adapted to address that challenge, vice the terrorist hostage-taking issue. Can you unpack that a little bit for us?
Yeah, I think when we did the hostage policy review, we recognized that the unjust detainee issue was a challenge and one that we were going to need to tackle. For various reasons, it just was a little too much to tackle at that point, and so we kind of pushed it down the road. And I think what we found over time is that, one, this is just growing as a tactic. Certainly a tactic that Russia is probably the foremost, at least in the last couple of years, practitioner of hostage diplomacy. China, Venezuela, Pakistan, we've seen it from various countries. And it's clearly a tactic that they're using because they've been able to get some results out of it, right? We've been able to free a number of our citizens from Russia, but on the backs of significant prisoner swaps, including for Russian detainees who probably should still be locked up in US prisons. And there's good reasons why we did these exchanges, and I certainly have supported all of these. But it's happening because it's been effective for these countries. Now, you asked a little bit about what's wrong. Why isn't the enterprise adapted to this? I think a couple of reasons. So one, when a case goes into, when an unjust detention happens, it's not immediately clear whether it's unjust or not, right? It might be clear to the family, but it's not necessarily clear under the legal framework. And indeed, oftentimes we'll see that an unjust detention has as its basis some kernel of a crime that's sort of maybe a petty crime, something that's been trumped up and made to be more significant so that there's at least the pretense of rule of law that's leading to this person being detained by foreign authorities. And so there's this process that the US government has to go through of saying, okay, is this just another American abroad who's been a knucklehead and got arrested and probably should be held in prison, right? Or is this a case of an actual political prisoner? And that process takes a while. Unfortunately, I think what we've heard consistently from the families of those whose loved ones have been unjustly detained is that it's kind of a black box. The criteria that the State Department Office of Consular Affairs uses uses, and the process through which this is determined is often not made clear to the families. And so they're sort of living in this limbo of feeling like my loved one is probably a political prisoner here. However, maybe they committed a criminal act, and I'm sort of stuck in this in-between place. And so there's, I think, a first step is figuring out some level of reforms around transparency on criteria and process for the consular affairs process of designating unjust detainees. One thing I think we've done really well is we have inserted the SPIHA into the unjust detainee business. And that's been helpful to have a senior diplomat who has a direct line to the Secretary of State, who also frequently will meet with the president, and who can adopt a number of really creative strategies for trying to bring people home who have been unjustly detained is huge. And Ambassador Carson's, to his great credit, has really morphed into that role and accepting that that's a big part of his mission and is really running at it in a way that I think has brought a lot of value and real, has really played a big role in the successful recovery of American citizens. But it's still a work in progress. The Levinson Act as well, visionary act with a lot of great support from very insightful members of Congress. This too has helped. But there is still a little bit of a mindset shift that we need to be thinking about when it comes to unjust detainees that I think we're still working through. And I think part of that is how we're engaging the families through consular affairs and otherwise. I think part of that is also just thinking about when you're having a conversation about what we should do on Russia or on Iran, there's so many factors to consider, right? We're talking about these complex relationships and geopolitical challenges, and figuring out what's the appropriate place for unjust detainees to be in that conversation is, I think, something that this National Security Council has grappled with a lot, and I think the next one will have to as well.
Liz, I was going to come to you now to talk a little bit about the family experience and how that differs, in a hostage-taking situation versus a nation-state situation, and how the advice that you give your families in those two very, very different dynamics, how does that differ?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think going back to what Luke was talking about, where the families of the wrongful detainees are left in this sort of black hole of lack of information. And you can look at that in 2015, and that is sort of the genesis of the policies initially, right? It was the lack of information for the families who had loved ones held in Syria by ISIS. After their brutal murders, it was the outcry of the public to get things changed, get things moving, and rightfully so. You focused on the hostage cases that were the loudest and that were pressing at the time. Fast forward a couple years to the shift going to wrongful detainees and nation states taking hostages, state actors participating in hostage diplomacy. Families are left with the same lack of information, the same challenges of trying to figure out what to do next, who to approach, who to push, what doors to try to push open. So the families obviously go through a huge learning curve. They have to understand the intricate details of CT policy of the country that their loved ones being held in, et cetera. I think one of the really amazing elements of the hostage policy in 2015, and that continued to some degree, sort of ebbs and flows as people change over, but was the information sharing with families, and actually written into law, bringing families into that the resolution of these cases, which is extraordinarily unique, right? I mean, it's not particularly common that a family from wherever, not DC, would be brought into a CT, policy decision making on the release of hostages, and that's been a challenge and an opportunity for all of the government officials, including everyone I'm sharing the stage with, in terms of the culture shift that Luke was talking about, the mindset shift of you are a CT professional that is very used to, and rightfully so, protecting your information, yet now you're placed in a situation where your mandate is to share more information and bring the family in as a partner in the resolution. And it's been, like Luke said, a mindset shift, but I'd even argue it's just a cultural shift for the people that are responding to these cases. It's teaching your people from the director level, from the NSC level, that a resolution of these cases will involve the families. And Luke gave a great example of Sam Goodwin, who had, a friend of the family was the impetus and actually the end of the resolution of that case. So
Families are, an incredibly valuable part of the process. They obviously go through extremely traumatic situation of having the loved one held, and they're remarkable for being part of what they never would have imagined they'd be thrown into.
I'm really happy to have Jen Daskell from the NSC join us. Jen, we started with little 5-minute opening remarks from everyone, so I want to pause here and give you the opportunity to do that as well now that you've made it through the rain.
Sure, thank you, and I apologize for the tardiness. There was some confusion about the exact start time of this panel, so but I'm very glad to make it, and I'm sorry that I missed all of the other comments to date. I just wanted to say a few words, and I don't want to interrupt the flow of the discussion. I first of all thank you for hosting this panel. It is such an important topic and something that I and that the leadership at the White House focus on every single day. And we are constantly focused, and the president is very focused on the work to bring unjustly detained Americans home. He has been remarkably successful in doing so and has shown a willingness to make extraordinarily hard decisions in support of this effort, and his true commitment that everything starts with family. President Biden has said that many times, and he truly believes it. He has brought home over 75 unjustly detained Americans from countries all over the world, including Russia, China, Iran, Venezuela, Burma, Afghanistan, Haiti, Rwanda, West Africa, and other locations as well. I have had the personal privilege of being involved in several of those discussions. We work on high-profile cases. We work on cases of names of individuals that most people have never heard of. I can say that it was truly one of my highlights in my time at the White House to be there when Paul and Evan and Alsu came off the plane in Andrews Air Force Base and were reunited with their family. It was an unbelievable moment. And thanks to President Biden, that moment has been repeated for another 70-plus families since he first took office. We are also focused on prevention. We, in addition to doing everything we can to bring unjustly detained Americans home, the president is very focused on deterring and stopping this practice as well. Among the many things that he has focused on, he has signed an executive order in 2022 that built on the Hostage Recovery and Hostage Taking Accountability Act, also known by most people as the Levinson Act, that empowers the Department of State to impose sanctions and visa restrictions on those who wrongfully detain Americans. And the United States has since issued sanctions against individuals and entities in Iran, Russia, and Africa, blocking their property and cutting them off from the legitimate financial system because of their role in unjustly detaining Americans. In 2022, the State Department also announced the issuance of a new indicator. It's called the D indicator, that's attached to travel advisories that list travel warnings for particular countries, and the D indicator indicates that it's a country in which there's a particular threat of wrongful detention. I can tell you that this matters to countries. We've had discussions in which countries were very motivated by getting the D indicator lifted. It also is something that we think needs to be publicized and amplified in the public along with our travel warnings. The State Department has a tiered system, and when there is a travel warning that is tier 4 that says do not travel, we mean do not travel because there is a risk of more Americans becoming unjustly detained as well. And so really want to work with all of you and the public and the media in making sure that we can do our best to amplify those travel warnings as well. And so I'll just return where I started, which is that this is such an important issue. It's a huge priority for the administration. It's a huge priority for President Biden personally, and I'm just honored to be on this panel, so thanks.
Jen, I'm actually going to come straight back to you as the current government official on this panel. You get the hard questions. A specific one and a broad one here. In lots of cases, the U.S. doesn't have great access to the places where an American is being held. And I'm hoping you can talk to us a little bit about how the U.S. government thinks about when and how to engage with third parties on the ground. And more specifically, are you considering working with any of the opposition forces in Syria right now to get U.S. personnel on the ground to support efforts to locate Austin Tice?
Yeah, so on the last question, we are extremely focused on doing everything possible we can to locate Austin Tice, and are talking to anybody who is willing to talk to us, who might have information, and extraordinarily focused on that effort. And your question as to who we talk to and how we make decisions about who we talk to, I mean, we try in every situation to get access to Americans who are detained, whether wrongfully detained or not, overseas. We will work through intermediaries to try to do so in cases where we are not in country. In all of these cases, none of them are easy, or we would have all of our Americans home, but we try a range of different options depending on the situation, but really try to be as creative as we possibly can because these cases are complicated.
I'm going to send one more specific one to you, and then we'll talk broadly about the deterrence issue. The Taliban has acknowledged it is holding George Glesman and Ryan Corbett, both of whom were taken in 2022. Can you describe any of the efforts being made to secure their release and what considerations are sort of governing those engagements with the Taliban?
Yeah, so we are very focused on the cases of both Ryan Corbett and George Glesman, both wrongfully detained in Afghanistan. There have been ongoing efforts to attempt to secure their release, and those efforts are ongoing.
Chris or Luke, I will kind of let you guys fight it out, which one of you wants to take this. I want to talk about the sort of prevention and deterrence question, right? There was obviously an enormous amount of controversy in 2015 when the policy changes were originally announced, the refusal to pay ransoms, but we're going to not stop the families from doing it. How successful has that proven over time? And where is there still room for improvement in sort of thinking about that?
I'll kick it off. I think our no concession deterrence policy, stated policy, is ineffective, it's flawed, it's not implemented, it is not consistent. So if you go back just on the terrorism side and on hostage taken by terrorist groups, every administration that I can think of in recent years has made exchanges. This administration, the Trump administration, and before. So we do it, and I'll give you a great vignette. So after we withdrew from Afghanistan, we had a hostage still there held by the Haqqanis, Mark Frerichs, and the Taliban was asking during negotiations time and time again for Haji Bashir Nourzai, who's the head of one of the largest tribes in southern Afghanistan. The best way to describe him, he was the El Chapo of Afghanistan. He was an original member of the Taliban, fought alongside Mullah Omar in the 1980s. Both the Haqqanis and core Taliban wanted him. They asked, I think it was 38 different times during meetings for him in exchange for Mark Frerichs. And time again, we were told, well, tell them we don't do exchanges, we don't make concessions. Well, two of the people we were telling that we didn't make concessions for were Mullah Muhammad Fazl and Anas Haqqani, both of which we made exchanges for. So the people we were negotiating with were fully aware of the fact that although we have a stated policy, it's not enforced. So we either need to have a very strict no concessions policy that will maybe over time demonstrate to others we're not going to back off, or we need to have a policy that gives us maximum flexibility to use all the tools that we need to resolve a case. There were no other options to get Mark Frerichs back. There were no more resources in Afghanistan, no ability to do recovery. So We ultimately got the support from the administration, and it was a difficult decision, but we made the exchange, and Mark Farag is home now. Nobody wants to give a terrorist organization any benefit, but to get an American home, you have to make these hard decisions. So for us to say we don't do this is just not credible.
Maybe I'll just add to this, because I think Chris has stated really well some of the actual concessions that have been made. I think one of the things that we grappled with during the 2015 hostage policy review was what to do about families directly negotiating with terrorist groups and being willing to pay ransoms, right? And as Joel Simon has documented in his book, countries and people who pay ransoms get their loved ones home. Like, the data is pretty irrefutable on that. We can debate whether that's the different reasons for that and whether that's a sound policy, but like, it is very clear that this actually works. And so the question is, for a family who is going through the worst thing they can possibly go through in their lives, and are considering, and these are, I've not met many families who are independently wealthy, right? The normal folks who are trying to figure out, could I somehow get some money by cashing out all of my retirement savings and getting some family members to throw some money in so that I can come up with a ransom? That is a heart-wrenching decision, and what they don't need is somebody threatening that they're going to be prosecuted for that, right? And the basis for that would be that this is material support to terrorism. And so the statement at the time, which I don't remember the exact verbiage, but is essentially that no family has been prosecuted for this. I mean, the Department of Justice is never going to say that they're not going to prosecute somebody, but I think hopefully that's at least something of a signal that families who are going through this shouldn't have to deal with that. The other dynamic I'd say, and one thing I think we got really right with PPD 30, and Chris can certainly attest to this from kind of a more tactical perspective, is when your loved one is taken hostage, people come out of the woodwork, right? I mean, random people trying to scam you because they know of what you're going through. People who just want to be part of your trauma. It's like a weird thing. Some people don't even want anything. They just kind of want to be part of this whole, the trauma surrounding this. And when those people, but whoever they are, when these folks start to negotiate with a family and say, hey, I can get them out for this amount of money, et cetera, again, families who are dealing with this kind of trauma don't have the resources and sometimes the wherewithal to assess whether this is legit or not. And so it's pretty explicit in PPD 30 that U.S. government can support families as they're doing these negotiations. There's certainly left and right bounds on that, but being able to help them and prevent them from being scammed is, I think, something we've done pretty well.
Yeah, Liz, do you want to talk about that a little bit from the family perspective?
Yeah, and I think it's a really great point, because I think not only is it helping the family to do those negotiations, carry them out, but it's also making sure that nothing that's ongoing is derailing as well, right? Like, nothing from the government side is derailing because of what the family is doing also. So that partnership is even more important, in that as the trust is built between the government and family, it's far more likely that you're all on the same road, rather than the family sort of deviating and taking a left turn to raise money and negotiate by themselves. And I think that, again, goes back to the foresight of the authors of the PPD 30, which has sort of been a very important remaining part of the policy and the culture of these people responding to it inside government since 2015.
Jen, I want to come back to you and talk a little bit about, we've been sort of alluding to this idea of like, okay, well, have we created a bit of a vicious cycle here with Russia in particular, right? We know that an exchange can be had. Is there an incentive here to seize other Americans with the idea of ensuring the release of somebody that the United States may not want to let go of? How do you disrupt that cycle?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's something that we think about a lot. I think it's obviously a concern. I mean, the data does not show that there's an uptick in detentions after these kinds of exchanges. So I think it is an assumption, but it's not borne out by the data. That said, it's obviously something that we think about and that we are focused on. It is why, as I said, we've issued sanctions against those who are engaged in wrongful detentions. I do think the D indicator, while it doesn't sound like much, it is something that countries care about. At least we know that from some recent conversations. It is obviously hugely important to remind Americans not to travel to countries where we know the governments do engage in this really abhorrent practice. So that's also important. And there was also ongoing work of the UN and other bodies to call out arbitrary detentions, and I think to build coalitions of like-minded partners to try to make countries who engage in this type of activity pariahs in ways that also potentially affect their economy and other aspects of engagement in the global community that particular countries care about.
Luke, I'm going to go back to you. I want to talk about the sanctions piece of this a little bit. Obviously governed by kind of a hodgepodge of authorities here to include the 2022 action. Like, has that been effective, and how could that program be improved? And I should say effective as a deterrence method, really.
Yeah, I mean, and Jen would, I'm sure, have a perspective on this as well. I think, I'll just throw my cards on the table. I'm like a little bit skeptical of whether our deterrence mechanisms actually deter, right? You look at some of the countries and the specific individuals that we would be designating or we would be imposing sanctions upon. They already have a lot of designations and sanctions imposed upon them. I'm not sure that this necessarily adds to it in a meaningful way. Again, Jen might have a perspective here, and it's helpful to hear about the D indicator, that is something that's having something of an effect. But it is a tool that we have. It is one of the better tools that we could utilize. But is it effective for a country or a set of officials who are already under tremendous sanctions? I'm not sure. And it'd be interesting to see if there's maybe somebody here has done some empirical research on what's actually working there. I do think that deterrence has been a bit more effective in the case of terrorist groups. And certainly you can look at essentially the long arm of justice and sort of the unwillingness to forget when it comes to those who have held Americans, right? I mean, most notably the killing of Baghdadi. There were a lot of reasons why we killed Baghdadi, but certainly Israel and hostage taking was something that was discussed extensively at the time and was important there. I was thinking of a case I worked on when I was in government of Americans who were sailing across the Horn of Africa and were taken hostage by pirates and were unfortunately murdered when the U.S. government tried to do a hostage rescue. And the perpetrators of that were actually arrested in Somalia and brought back to the United States and face charges and are incarcerated at this point, right? And of course, there's the case of the Beatles as well, which is a long saga, but ultimately a great success for the American justice system and for international cooperation and all the professionals who were part of that. So I think in those particular cases that if you are going to take an American hostage, and even worse, if you were to harm that American, we won't forget and we'll come after you. I think that has been an effective approach when it comes to terrorist groups. I'm just a little bit more skeptical on the sanctions piece for state actors, but I'm willing to be proven wrong there.
Jen, would you like to react to that?
No, I mean, I agree that there are more tools when we're dealing with non-state actors. I agree that, I don't think anybody will say that sanctions in and of themselves are going to be the solution here. And certainly history does not bear that out, but they are, there are limited tools that we have in this space, and they are one tool. And as a result, they're a tool that we think should be employed, and they can be part of a combination of things that countries care about when one's engaged in a negotiation.
We have about 10 minutes left, so I just want to say to the audience, if you would like to put in a question for the panelists, you can do that on your phone at askac.org, and they will come to me up here, so make them good questions. I'm going to go to an audience question now, and Jen, I'm going to send this to you, but I'm also going to give this to one of y'all as well, so again, fight amongst yourselves. We've had a couple of people who have asked about this, and so I'm just going to choose one. An audience member asks, since October 7th, a number of Americans have been held by Hamas. This has been one of the longest periods of detainment of American citizens by an Islamist terror group in recent years. We have not deployed our own counterterrorism forces to Gaza to recover them. Do you believe we are handling this well, and what more can be done to bring our fellow Americans home? So sorry, Jen, I'm going to start with you on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I will just say that bringing home the Americans who are held hostage in Gaza is a top priority. It's been a top priority since October 7th. Obviously, we have not been successful, but that does not mean that it does not remain a top priority, and it is something that various elements of the U.S. government work on every single day.
I can add, it's a extremely complicated situation, and I know this administration and frankly, previous administrations have always made the recovery of Americans a top priority and put every resource behind it. This is different, and these are dual Israeli-American citizens, some of which are in uniform. So to be able to take a unilateral approach to try to secure the release of our own citizens who, again, in some cases are also Israeli soldiers, is just not that clean. And there's, not that there's not the opportunity to maybe do a separate deal, but Hamas has shown no willingness in some time to give up any of the hostages. And frankly, an dual American-Israeli hostage is worth a little bit more than the rest of the hostages. So, I hate to say it, I think it's likely they will be some of the last released, and certainly IDF members would be anyway. So if you have an American who's also an IDF member, it's going to be an extremely difficult negotiation to get one of them home.
Liz, I want to come back to you with sort of a forward-looking question. We are obviously about to have a change of administrations here in Washington, and so I'm curious if your group has had any engagement with the new special envoy, Adam Bowler, and sort of what you are expecting to see with a new administration come January.
Yeah, it's a great question. We haven't had any specific engagement with Adam Bowler, but better believe I'll be in his office as soon as possible. Trump has proved that he prioritizes this issue, just as Chris said. It's been an issue that is bipartisan. It's been a priority issue for multiple administrations, since Obama and Trump and now Biden, and we expect that to continue. I think it's worth noting that Roger Carstens, this ambassador who is the special presidential envoy of hostage affairs, was appointed by Trump and a holdover for the Biden administration. That is because of the continuity of leadership in some of these positions is imperative, and we recognize, the administration recognized how valuable he is in that position and how effective he is. And so I think we do have the benefit of this being a bipartisan issue, and moving forward, I expect that the priority that the Biden administration put on this issue will remain, and Trump will continue to carry on that prioritization.
I'm going to go to another audience question. This is an interesting one that I confess I don't 100% understand, but I'm guessing y'all might. Pedro Pizzato from the McCain Institute asks, would the panel support amending FISA to allow possible billion-dollar private suits against sovereigns who have received the D indicator as a deterrence mechanism?
I'm not sure how to answer that either. Having been involved in a lot of FISAs over the years, FISA is an effective tool with a focused target. If there is a foreign power connection, whether it is for a terrorism target or in counterintelligence cases, you have the authority to use it. So I don't know how or why you would need to amend it, as long as you can establish the foreign power connection of the adversary. It's a tool that's available. It's now extremely difficult to use as an FBI agent, some of you might have heard, so fewer FISAs are getting employed these days, but yeah, I don't know, I'm not quite sure I understand the question either.
I'm going to go to, we've a little under 5 minutes, so I'm going to go to kind of a lightning round through all of y'all. We're 10 years out from these major policy changes. Going into the next 10 years, if you can each give me your greatest challenge and your greatest opportunity in this space, which I'm so sorry, Liz. This is the price you pay for sitting next to me.
Yeah, I think greatest challenge is exactly what I've been talking about, which is the continuity of the culture of information sharing and continuing to bring the families into this challenging issue. It's a unique aspect, and I think the challenge being that when there is turnover, there's obviously need to be a relearning of the culture of the issue. I know all of you have experience that in your seats as well. So that is definitely the challenge. And I think the opportunity being that the issue of state hostage taking, of wrongful detention, is more and more commonplace in the general public. That term is more accepted, and I think there's an opportunity for not only government but outside of government to jump on that and to continue making that sort of a household common term, and making sure that these cases are recognized in all of nation, right? Not just all of government, which again is a common theme of today, and I think it wholly applies to the hostage taking and wrongful detention issue as well.
I would say the biggest challenge is the short-term memory of the American people and the U.S. government, remembering that terrorism is an enduring issue. You know, after 9/11, we were told it's a generational fight. Well, I guess just one generation is what people meant, because the further 9/11 gets in the rearview mirror, the fewer resources and interest from both the public and you know, government entities. So that's a challenge. But because hostage taking is part of that, there's also less interest or attention on that problem. So the concern is we're going to have a catastrophic act, whether another attack on the United States or a hostage incident that gets everybody's attention now, but we're going to be reactionary to it, and we're not going to have all those pieces in place, all the policies that we need, and authorities and capabilities arrayed to respond smartly. So, you know, hostage taking is not something new. It didn't start in Iraq and Syria with ISIS. You know, we can point back to famous incidents, you know, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And if anything, October 7th is a little bit of a gift for the United States. It's a wake-up call that hostage taking as a tactic is still very much real, and it has been effective for Hamas. Their ideology, their movement is now a global movement. As you know, people on the previous panel said, nobody was paying attention to Hamas a little over a year ago. Now it's got a global following. The other unfortunate thing is Hamas has also demonstrated to other groups that hostage taking is an effective tactic.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge right now, as I alluded to before, is getting our hands around the unjust detainee challenge. And some of that has to do with how the families are treated and the process through which individuals are designated as unjust detainees, and I spoke about some of that before. I think that's really important. Some of that is also thinking through the paradigm of how you want to consider, how policymakers of various stripes should consider unjust detainees when considering the range of issues, bilateral issues, geopolitical issues, et cetera, around some of these very difficult nations that are most engaged in hostage diplomacy. So that is a challenge. I think in the opportunity, you know, we've just come through another incredibly divisive election cycle, right, in which both sides have disagreed seemingly on everything and with great vitriol. And yet hostage policy is something where, you know, I'm looking around the room and seeing people who've served across multiple administrations I've served in, administrations that I've not served in, right? And there's a consensus about the importance of this as a topic. And I think the opportunity here is to convert that into really sustained, enduring institutions around the various government institutions that we built, and need to make sure that those are fortified and are viable for the years ahead, and around this mindset shift, that this is a whole government, whole society effort. I usually hate that term, but I think here it's actually true. And bringing together whatever it takes to bring our loved ones home is key to that.
I'll just say the biggest challenge is that those governments and those actors that are engaged in wrongful detention and hostage taking are bad actors, and so trying to find a solution and work out an appropriate response with bad actors is challenging and will remain challenging. I will echo the note of optimism, which is that this is truly a bipartisan issue. It is something that this administration has focused on extensively, and I am confident and encouraged by the expectation that that will continue in the next administration as well.
Well, thank you so much to all four of you for all of your smart thoughts on this important issue, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for doing this.
So thank you very much to friends and former colleagues on this last panel. Appreciate all of your efforts here. It's nice 10 years later, after being the SecDef's rep on the policy review, we created the HRFC and the SPIHA, and now seeing those roles fulfilled and several hundred Americans brought back over the last, as a result of that work, is incredible. Thank you all very much for everything you guys have done. So I apologize for everybody who was looking to fill themselves with caffeine, but we're going to roll right into the next session. We did have a late start because you know how it works in D.C. A couple of raindrops and the place shuts down. So we're going to move into panel 3, which is Iran and its threat networks. So we have, I'll introduce quickly our panelists. So Kirsten Fontenrose, former senior director for the Gulf on the National Security Council. We were just in Iraq together a couple weeks ago, so got an interesting look at the problem set. Ambassador Nathan Sales, senior fellow here, as well as the former ambassador at large and coordinator for counterterrorism. Mark Polymeropoulos, fellow national security Greek mafia member with myself, former senior executive at the agency, retired. Dr. Matt Levitt from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. And then our moderator is Jim Sciutto from CNN. So very fortunate to have everyone here. Jim and I connected a little bit ago. We were able to work together to help bring his interpreter from Afghanistan over to the U.S. That happened a little bit earlier this year. And I do this as a transition because I do have one special guest I would like to acknowledge, which is Mr. Abdul Wali Siddiqui, who's there in the back, along with his sons. He was the first interpreter we helped to get out of Afghanistan with some help from some CIA paramilitary colleagues from back in the day. So his sons are here, and his daughter's about to graduate from high school next year. If she was in Afghanistan, that wouldn't be possible. So very happy to have you. And for my SF brothers in the room, former 3rd group and 7th group interpreter. So there we go. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, by the way, for your help. I know you've helped many folks get out of Afghanistan, and you were essential to getting my friend out. Anyway, good to be here. Thanks so much. Great to be with the panel. You know, I wish there was some news in the region to help kick off the discussion of Iran's influence in the region, but you know, we're starving for news there right now. Oh, collapse of a 50-year-old regime. Maybe that's enough to talk about. I do want to start there, and perhaps, Mark, I'll start with you, given your Syria duty years ago. But as relates to Iran, given the damage to Hezbollah, but also the fall of the Assad regime, is Iran's axis of resistance dead, disabled, or just temporarily wounded, in your view?
Well, Jim, thanks. And that is, of course, the question. I will note that as we were discussing whether this panel was relevant, and of course is, it is, but the signing of Juan Soto by the New York Mets has to be kind of front and center as well.
Indeed, yeah.
As a Red Sox fan, where's Matt? We are happy because it's a zero-sum game that the Yankees have lost. So yeah. I throw that out there. I know you, Alex, are Red Sox fans. Look, I think what's clear, if we were sitting here a year ago, it's a different conversation. I mean, you know, a stunning change in terms of Iran, losing key proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah. We can debate on whether they've been, destroyed. I think the answer is no. Decimated, hurt quite badly. The answer is yes. Syria, which of course was the main conduit of weapons that Iran would use, getting into Hezbollah. Of course, the regime has been overthrown. And really importantly, and I know Matt is going to talk about Hezbollah, his level of expertise, but this was the aircraft carrier, sitting, of course, on Israel's border. That would almost ensure that Israel would not launch a strike on Iranian nuclear facilities. So Iran and the axis certainly has been, is changed. And I will note the Iranian foreign minister said something the other day, which I thought was quite prophetic. He said, the resistance front has had a really hard year. I think that's one of those understatements. On a personal level, what is extraordinary for me is, I served in Damascus many moons ago. And unfortunately for the U.S. Embassy, that was not the nerve center in Syria of the diplomatic community. What was? It was the Iranian embassy in Damascus, in Mezeh. Even when you go through Damascus International Airport, and I think many people, or maybe some people here have, which incidentally had a great duty-free shop, probably liberated now. But Iran air flights coming in was front and center, not only bringing Iranians, but bringing weapon shipments. But all that now in Syria is changed. But so should we worry about Iran and the proxies? And I would argue certainly yes. And I'll talk about it from the counterterrorism perspective. My 26-year career at CIA was spent living in places like Jordan, Syria, Egypt, Kuwait, and a lot of time in Iraq and Afghanistan. And so absolutely. part of the Iranian playbook, of course, is not only it is asymmetric warfare, but it's terrorism, terrorist operations, and the proxies as well, Hamas and Hezbollah. So as we think about where these groups are now, absolutely we should be concerned. And I worry from against the CT perspective. I'm not here, and I was thinking about this, not to debate would these groups carry out terrorist attacks, and that's perhaps from others who are much more kind of steeped in this, but it's that we have to prepare for it. So what does CIA do? My old outfit. It's the ability to detect, deter, and disrupt. And I think that's absolutely critical. And presumably this is what the IC is doing right now. One of the things, and I'll kind of give a shameless plug for an article that several of our counterterrorism project managers wrote on the power of intelligence partnerships. Ed Bogan's here, Jim Petrilla, I'm not sure if he's here as well, Ed I think was back in the green room. But this is the idea that intelligence partnerships are going to be absolutely key in how we counter the axis going forward.
Prior to the discussion, you mentioned even with unconventional partners, right. For instance, HTS.
So, we have our traditional partners. Everyone here knows the Five Eyes. We talk about partnerships in the Middle East, the Israelis, the Gulf states, the Jordanians, the Egyptians, and that's absolutely key. But what about non-traditional partners? What about a group right now inside Syria, HTS, which is a foreign, designated as a FTO, yet we almost have to be talking to them about Iran, about the proxies. So I think that's incredibly important as well. And I think, the last point I wanted to make on this was, if you think about kind of what a CIA station overseas, has in its bag of tricks, we run our unilateral operations. And that's when we go out and you spot, assess, develop, recruit, and handle an asset. And I would argue that this is an incredible time to run unilateral operations against Iran and the proxies because they're down. They're probably more susceptible than ever. But the other part, what a CIA station does, is these liaison relationships. The power of that is absolutely critical. So I think that's what we should be thinking about in terms of kind of the CT threat forward.
I mean, the imagery of the aircraft carrier, I mean, it's basically on the bottom right now when you saw the images of the entire Syrian Navy struck in those Israeli strikes. So Matt, I might go to you and ask a similar question as relates to Hezbollah. Is Hezbollah destroyed, disabled, or just temporarily wounded? Can it be resurrected? Or has Israel, both by the damage it's conducted to leadership and to weapon stores, et cetera, but also Assad is gone, irreparably damaged Hezbollah?
So first of all, Jim and Atlantic Council, thanks for organizing this. Thanks for having me. It's a real pleasure to be on a panel with these people here. Look, Hezbollah that existed just a few weeks ago is gone. It's a shadow of its former self. But what the Israelis have succeeded in doing effectively removes the two strategic baskets of threats to them. It doesn't destroy the organization. So first of all, they destroyed the overwhelming majority of the rocket launchers and the medium long-range rockets and precision-guided munitions. And they have almost completely, basically completely destroyed the forward deployed weapons, cross-border raid preparation, tunnels, bunkers underground, right along the blue line. Those were the two big strategic threats that have been hanging over the Israelis' necks like a sort of Damocles for a long time now. But there are still thousands of Hezbollah fighters. And what they need to fight for their position in Lebanon is not a forward deployed weapons capability. It's not rockets, it's small arms, and they've got plenty of those. So what will remain to be seen, and it now gets interesting because with the fall of Assad, there's another bit in our favor, is whether the Lebanese armed forces, the LAF, perhaps together with UNIFIL, though I haven't been particularly impressed with their performance ever, are able to do enough not just to keep Hezbollah out of the south. And by the way, the agreement goes beyond 1701 a bit. The line is not just up to the Litani. There is a point between Metula, I was there just a few months ago, which is the most northern point of Israel in the Galil, and the Litani that's about 2.4 kilometers. And the line under this deal goes about 8 kilometers north, so it kind of goes at an angle, gives the Israelis a little more breathing space. But whether they'll be able to go beyond that and actually do things to minimize Hezbollah's militant capabilities throughout the rest of the country. The deal requires weapons that are not weapons of the state to be dismantled anywhere. It's very, very clear. Whether the LAF will have the backbone to do that remains to be seen, but there's a nice plus that just happened in terms of the fall of the Assad regime, because now the land bridge across which Iran would otherwise resupply Hezbollah has been cut.
As a practical matter, if the LAF does not fulfill that part of the deal, won't Israel just keep striking those sites itself? I mean, it's been doing that since the signing of the ceasefire.
There's no question they will do that. From the Israeli perspective, welcome to the post-October 7th world.
Right.
And in terms of the deal, there's a side letter, which has not been made public, but President Biden gave a talk the other day, and if you compare what President Biden said to what it actually says in the deal, you get a little bit of a sense, actually, of what the side letter says. Yeah. Yes, the Israelis will do that, and hopefully they won't have to, but they're not going to sit by and wait. The one other thing I want to say is that Iran is dangerous when it's on the upswing, and it's dangerous when it's in decline. And if you think that Iran's just going to say, well, you know, our policy of empowering proxies to do our dirty work for us ended, and what are we going to do? Then you get another thing coming. Right. Now, it'll be difficult for them to resurrect Hamas. Hamas in Gaza certainly isn't what it was. It's a terrorist group, not a terrorist army. Same with Hezbollah in Lebanon, though Hezbollah is still very, very, very capable. But the Iranians, without question, are going to try and resurrect this network. But they are also, and therefore, in the medium to long term, which has to start in the immediate, the one big thing we need to do coming out of all this is recognizing that this is a huge IC lift, is do a lot more than we ever did before to really seriously frustrate Iran's ability to resupply its proxies. And then finally, I'll just say, in the immediate, if I'm Iran and I'm seeing all of my dominoes fall and everything is looking bad, they've had a very bad year, we've been told, then I'm thinking of two things. I'm thinking of my nuclear program and ratcheting that up, which they've been doing, maybe for leverage in negotiations, maybe not. And in the immediate, I'm thinking of ratcheting up my external operations, whether it's targeting current or former Trump and other U.S. administration officials over Qasem Soleimani, dissidents around the world, Israelis, Jews, all of which are happening. And at the Washington Institute, we've produced an online map that tracks this. You can see the spike is very, very significant, and I would anticipate it'll continue in that direction.
So Kirsten, you have, carrying on Mark's baseball reference, you've used the phrase that Iran has had to act as pinch hitter for its proxies as Hezbollah has been down and Hamas has been down, weighted down, of course, by the Israeli military campaign. So your view of how Iran responds here, do you see Iran as more likely to push back, show its strength, whether that be by terrorist attacks or other means, or do you see it kind of licking its wounds for a period of time?
I think we'll see a little bit of both, and I think that's the big question, is how will they adapt their foreign policy to this crippling, to a certain extent, in the near midterm of the proxies. They're going to have to adapt it, but what will they do? Will they double down on the proxy model? Will we see them providing new capabilities to the Houthis to extend their reach to new waterways, or the lethality of their strikes? Will we see them recruiting and arming new recruits in Latin America? Will we see them renewing support for organizations in North Africa? You know, where are they going to focus on trying to rebuild this capability they call a pillar of their foreign policy? Or are they going to do things like try to shore up the sale, their acquisition of Russian Su-35 jet fighters so that they have not only a deterrent but also a new capability? Or are they going to turn around to the West and say, we would like to entice you with some sort of nuclear deal while we continue this sort of arming and re-upping and rebuilding of our proxy capability? Because they don't become less dangerous in the long term, even though they might look less dangerous right now in the near term.
So Ambassador Sales, the U.S. has a new administration, of course, coming in, well, a little over a month's time. What is Trump 2.0's policy as relates to Iran? Does Trump make a deal, as he's referenced, or is it a combination of making an effort for a deal with Iran with this maximum pressure campaign that he's talked about so publicly?
Right. So thanks, Jim. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I guess, well, so the first thing I'd say is I'm here as a private citizen, not speaking for the president-elect or the transition or anybody else. So whatever thoughts I share, to the extent you find them useful or not, blame me and nobody else. So I guess the first thing I'd say is, for the Islamic Republic, this sort of feels like 1989. And for those of you who are beyond a certain age threshold, that is not a reference to Taylor Swift. That's a reference to the end of the Cold War. You've seen one domino after another fall in Iran's terror proxy network. They just lost Syria, Hezbollah severely degraded, Hamas severely degraded. What's left? Well, they actually still have, to extend the metaphor beyond its breaking point, sure, we lost East Germany, but we still got Yugoslavia. They've got the Houthis. They've got a network of Iranian militia groups that have been a very powerful tool for Iran in destabilizing their neighbor Iraq. And you could envision, as Kirsten said, the mullahs are not going to take this lying down. They're down, but they're not out, and they're going to regroup and either rebuild the infrastructure that they'd used for 50 years, or redirect resources to other infrastructure that can accomplish their strategic objectives. So no one should expect to take victory laps or to see the regime collapse under its own weight. That's not going to happen. I think for Trump 2.0, the Iran policy is going to look an awful lot like Trump 1.0. That means the return of maximum pressure. Now, the conventional wisdom is that maximum pressure failed. Look, the mullahs are still around. They're more powerful than ever, or they were before October 7th. I actually think that's wrong. I think maximum pressure did work. It was only in place, recall, for 18 months. And in that relatively brief time span, we were successful in bringing the Iranian economy to its knees. Their foreign currency reserves were down to about 4 billion or 6 billion, depends on how you count. By contrast, or for context, that's about the economic prosperity level of Haiti. And that was just 18 months. Now imagine what happens if you multiply that across 4 years. So I think Iran today is economically stronger than it was 4 years ago, but it's diplomatically much weaker and it's militarily much weaker than it was 4 years ago. So I think what you could expect to see an incoming administration do is, okay, well, you're weaker on these fronts, let's apply pressure on this front. I don't think an incoming administration will look to kinetic options as its primary tool for pressuring Iran. I think it's likely going to be the return of coercive economic statecraft. Towards what ends, and maybe we can get into this in the Q&A, but I think the two main priorities are likely to be a nuclear deal that meaningfully restricts Iran's path to a deliverable nuclear weapon, and two, a deal that addresses, or an arrangement, if not formalized as a deal, an arrangement that addresses Iran's support for terror proxies in the region and around the world. We can get into the details later, but from 30,000 feet, that's what this private citizen would expect to see over the next 4 years.
So let me ask you a question. Why wouldn't, because of course, in the post-JCPOA world, Iran's stores of highly enriched uranium jumped enormously, therefore the breakout period is much shorter than it was prior. Why wouldn't Iran make a rational decision to turn the screwdriver and go nuclear, perhaps calculating that's the only way to preserve its regime?
It's possible it could. I think regime survival is top of mind for the Iranian regime. And it just, this is sort of a nitpicking point, but the explosion, perhaps not the right verb, in Iranian highly enriched uranium stores, it's actually not post-JCPOA withdrawal, it's post-November 2020. That's actually when you see Iran begin to take dramatic strides towards developing stores of highly enriched uranium. So why would they not continue and pursue a nuclear weapon? I think that's a very plausible scenario, particularly over the next month, this transition period. So I would hope that both the current administration and the incoming team are having quiet conversations with Iran along the lines of, the Israelis were really looking at taking some shots at your nuclear program. We stopped them last time. We don't know that we'd be able to stop them again. And Syria, which is in the news, is a very instructive example of what that could look like from the 1980s.
Mark, how nervous is Tehran right now that their regime might prove just as brittle as Assad's regime? And whether that be from not just external pressure, but perhaps internal pressure.
Sure, I think that one of the really dramatic things as we watch the events in Syria, which again, for many of us who have been there, is something that we never thought would occur. But it is not only the joy of the Syrian people, even as there's an uncertainty about what HTS is, but you can't help but be moved by this. You also see that this is being replayed all over the Arab world. It's being played on Al Jazeera constantly. And so, I think there's a hope that this has some resonance inside Iran with the Iranian people. And you could see how the regime there would be worried about this. One of the things that we always have had difficulty with at the agency is assessing stability in a regime. We have tripwires. The analytic community will be very keen to take a look at what's happening in a country, but we don't always get it right. And often, not only do we get it wrong, but we see a regime collapse before our eyes, whether it was in Egypt, whether it was Libya, and now in Syria. So I think there's certainly going to be uncertainty within Iran. There's also going to be uncertainty within the U.S. intelligence community is how stable is the Iranian regime. But there's no doubt that the leadership is watching there.
You bring up images. I was in Baghdad post-fall of Saddam, and as I saw the Assad statues coming down in the last week, it just reminded me, and I'm sure many in this room, of those moments in 2003. I was in Tahrir Square in 2011, and I have a picture in my office of someone waving a flag standing on the top of a car, which again was an image that was repeated before my eyes last week. But as you know, and I don't have to tell you or anybody in this audience, what followed those falls, or the fall of the Gaddafi regime, was not necessarily better or more stable or less Islamist. I mean, depending on what the country is you're talking about. So Kirsten, I wonder, as you look at this, obviously there's opportunity post-Assad, and I am, God knows, not cheering for the survival of the Assad or pining for the survival of the Assad regime. I'm just saying that we have learned that what follows is not necessarily more stable or better. So what can the U.S. do, if anything, to influence and bring about a more palatable outcome than we've seen in the past?
There are a couple things, but I think one of the things that we should highlight, because it's already somewhat in process and it's something we've been working on since about 2015, is integrated air and missile defense, which is a no-brainer when you talk about countering Iran and the proxies, especially when we're considering the prospect that proxies could now be appearing in new fronts, right, in new places. Integrated air and missile defense is creating a layer of integrated defense sensors, networks, that protects an umbrella sort of location. This isn't making any sense to those who are not sort of deep into this. But just imagine that you have a dome over your area where your little border here is now extended out. You get early warning out here because the people who are in that dome with you let you know when something crosses the border of that whole dome, not just the border of your tiny little country. So we've been trying to work with countries in the Middle East, again, since 2015, to build out integrated air and missile defense with the Gulf, and including places like Jordan and Egypt. And there's sort of a nascent effort at this that's still going on. But one of the issues is that our Arab partners continue to drag their feet. At the same time that they fret and wring their hands about the growing and expanding threat that is associated with Iran's drone and missile capabilities, they don't trust each other enough to formulate this. So CENTCOM has been working on it, and we certainly saw in April of this year how the value proposition bears out when the U.S. coordinated a response to the Iranian barrage of missiles that flew at Israel fairly quickly, in a way that would not have been possible if each of these countries had been defending their own airspace independently. So we think that the countries now see that value. But we still have to get past issues like the mistrust. And at a certain point, our Arab partners are going to have to ask themselves whether they trust each other, whether they trust their neighbors, or whether they trust Iran. And it's going to come down to that kind of decision. But this is something we can do. It's doable. We have the plans in place. It's not cheap and it's not quick, but it is a deterrent. you know?
I was in Tel Aviv for the most recent Iranian missile barrage, and I was thinking about that coordination at that moment, particularly because it was helping those missiles from dropping on my head personally. But again, going back to April as well, where you saw that multi-layered and cooperation among the allies, sometimes not advertised, right? Jordan's participation, for instance, they deliberately did not want to advertise it. But that speaks to another pressure point, which is not just distrust among themselves, but the tension between the leadership and their people as to how they are responding to and being perceived as, in that instance, defending Israel from Iran, not necessarily popular on the street. I mean, how do you navigate those internal political tensions when you're trying to build this more consistently?
Right. I think the point that some of these leaders, and we can help them with, need to make to their populations is that something like integrated air and missile defense is not about protecting Israel. That just happened to be the target that time. But who will be the target next time? And this isn't just about protecting military assets. If you have this kind of umbrella protection network of sensors, then you're also protecting your ports, you're protecting your hospitals, you're protecting your citizens. So it's something that the population, frankly, anyone who has critical infrastructure or is a citizen of these nations should be supportive of.
Matt Levitt, why hasn't that worked better in response to the Houthi missile threat to the Red Sea? Because the U.S., of course, has led that. It's had a fair amount of success certainly taking out a lot of missiles and so on, but traffic has declined enormously through the Red Sea and the canal, Suez Canal. So it's clearly not working sufficiently, right? And by the way, you have other outside players who are like, take care of me, but I don't care if you take care of the Americans and the Israelis. I'm saying, of course, Russia and China. So how do you why didn't that work better? Because, by the way, everybody pays, right? Because costs for things go up if you have to go via other means. Why didn't it work there when you had they're raining fire down on shipping in the Red Sea?
So look, first of all, I just want to underscore what Kirsten said. There has never been a greater commercial for the utility of and the need for integrated regional air defense. And the one thing I'll disagree on, I think it's not about Israel per se, but you definitely want the Israelis involved, right? Because this was very much an Israeli-American with help from a bunch of other places. And it wasn't just April, which was slower things and faster things and really fast things coming into it. It was also October, where it was just only really fast things. Ballistic missiles that go in, 18, 22 minutes from launch to hit. So people are understanding. They have issues with Israel. We should not minimize that. Like Gaza is a festering sore. There's going to have to be a resolution to this. Let's not pretend otherwise. But they also understand that the greatest threat to them is not Israel, it is Iran. And they want to find a way to be able to get past that for all the right reasons, to do what's right for the people in Gaza, to end that war, et cetera, but also because they recognize that ultimately the groups that carried out October 7th, and then from Hezbollah's perspective, October 8th, et cetera, these were all Iranian proxies, which brings us to the Houthis. The Houthis are only a little bit more complicated because they're a whole lot less complicated. There's not a whole lot to hit, right? The way that we go about it, trying to hit only the launchers, only the most military targets, just doesn't work when you got a bunch of mobile launchers that you can move around from different places. Drones can be launched from any place. CENTCOM just thwarted an attack on a ship involving both low-altitude cruise missiles and drones. So we can play that defense. That defense is more expensive for us to play than for them to shoot. And the alternative is what the Israelis did after the Houthis successfully flew a drone through their air defenses into Tel Aviv. And that's a really big explosion targeting oil supplies or other things that disrupt their economy and their ability to govern. At the end of the day, if you're going to want to make an impact on the Houthis, you're going to have to do one or both of two things. One, disrupt their ability to govern. Two, disrupt Iran's ability to get those weapon systems to them. Even if we don't destroy everything they have, if they understand that they don't have a secure means of getting resupply, and every missile they use is one less missile they have, which is the situation Hezbollah is in right now. They still have thousands of missiles, not 150,000 missiles, but thousands of missiles, but they're not going to get resupplied anytime soon. And so I think that that's again, the most important thing we can do going forward is make it much more difficult for Iran to resupply these proxies. Iran has a new normal that it wants to institute in the region. That's this ring of fire. It's uniting the fronts. And we need to institute a new normal of our own that says, we were a hell of a lot more tolerant of that in the past. By the way, when I say we, I mean us, but also, for example, the Israelis. Right? As long as there was calm, the Israelis were okay at some level with deterrence against Hamas in the south, Hezbollah in the north. That didn't work out so well. Right? So nobody's comfortable with that anymore. And so we need to make sure that you can't have sub-state violent actors dedicated to killing people, allowed to accumulate weapons over time, and just so long as they don't use them in the moment, that's okay. Because we've seen now, past 14 months, what the cost of that can be.
So, Ambassador Sales, what does, and again, I know you're not speaking officially here, so just you're dreaming up possibilities. What does President-elect Trump, as president, offer Iran if he can, to get to a deal that he's comfortable with? What specifically does he offer, and what does he demand in return?
Let me answer the second part of that first, because I think that's a little easier. What does the U.S. want out of some sort of arrangement or deal or whatever instrument it takes with Iran? I think we want a set of nuclear restrictions that prevent Iran from obtaining a deliverable nuclear device or making tangible progress towards one. They're very close now. I think I forget the exact numbers, but the amount of highly enriched uranium they have right now is about 97% of the way you need to go to get a fissionable device. That's too close for comfort. So I think I would not expect a future administration to support any kind of deal that relies on us to trust the Iranian regime. It's a civilian nuclear program. Well, no, bullshit. We don't believe you. And the reason we don't believe you is because when you said that you were standing down your nuclear program after the Iraq War, well, guess what? The Israelis raided your warehouses and found what you were actually doing. So I think the amount of trust is exceedingly low and justifiably exceedingly low. So how do you accommodate an Iranian desire for a purportedly peaceful civilian nuclear program with American and Israeli and Western national security needs? And not just ours, right? The entire world presumably has an interest in avoiding a proliferation crisis, including the Russians, including the Chinese. So how do you accommodate that? One way you can do that is to have a policy of no domestic enrichment inside Iran. Sure, you can have highly enriched uranium at a level that will operate a civilian water-cooled reactor, but you're going to have to buy it from somebody else, whether it's the Russians or the Americans or the French or some other third country that we trust, we collectively as an international community trust. Why would the Iranians agree to that? Because the alternative is that the regime collapses under the weight of its own contradictions, aided by a little bit of help from American financial sanctions. So that's what I would be thinking about.
Yeah, but you're basically saying, just out of fear, Iran's going to give the U.S. everything it wants and calculate that if it doesn't, it won't survive. Other regimes have for long periods of time, survived U.S. pressure.
Not with $4 billion in the bank.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not overstate.
But then why wouldn't it calculate it needs the nukes to survive?
That's that's a risk. And so when I said a moment ago that I think the principal tool in the toolkit is going to be diplomatic isolation and economic statecraft, not kinetic, I think there has to be a credible kinetic threat, not as your first option or second option, but as we've seen over the past 4 years, the erosion of American deterrence is one of the things that I think the incoming team is going to look very hard to reestablish. And so I think, again, the regime should be hearing not only from the incoming team, but the current team, any efforts to break out between now and January 20th or after that will be met with a crushing response.
I went to 3 summits between Trump and Kim where, granted, different dynamic in that they already had their nukes, but of course there was a somewhat similar goal.
And their bromance.
And their bromance. Their similar goal in that we're going to offer you economic rewards for limiting your program, and that went nowhere in the end, and in part because I imagine North Korea calculated we need the nukes to survive, and you know what, we can outlast this pressure. So I just wonder what's different, right? You know, why you would be confident that that formula would work this time.
Well, I didn't say I was confident. I said that's
or hopeful.
There's no confidence in national security and foreign policy, right? It's all hope's not a policy, but there's a lot of it going around, right? So actually, before I answer your question, I want to explain why the question is even harder than it might appear at first glance, right? Because part of the reason why North Korea was able to weather pressure is because it had backing from Moscow and Beijing, right? The world is different today than it was in 2017 because we no longer have siloed Iran problems and China problems and Russia problems. We now have an axis of whatever you want to call it, evil, resistance, autocrats. There's lots of competing nomenclatures here. And so we need to play multidimensional chess, and our China policy and Russia policy has to take account of the need to somehow isolate or drive tactical situational wedges between Iran and their benefactors in those great power capitals. How do you do that? I mean, we could have an entire conversation about that problem. But I think if you want to change Iran's behavior, it's deceptively simple in conception. In execution, it's more difficult. The concept is economic pressure, diplomatic isolation, credible threat of military action that you prefer not to use. How you actually translate those desired end states and tactics into measurable outcomes is much more difficult.
That's the fundamental difference between the world that Trump 1.0 and 2.0 will face, and that you do, while China and Russia were already getting closer, they were not quite at this no limits partnership, and the further integration of North Korea and Iran into this axis of autocrats is, you know, they're tighter, and they've proven that they could back each other up. If you look at, for instance, Russia, subject of enormous U.S. financial pressure, NATO financial pressure, world sanctions, backed up just fine because China and India willing to buy its oil, and it has other partners willing to give it weapons and now troops. So I wonder, and I'll open this up to the panel. Speaking of Iran, how does that partnership make U.S. responses and policies more difficult? And can you really do an Iran policy, given that Iran is part of that team now and has those backers now? How do you separate Iran out, or can you separate out?
So I'm going to get out of the way and let others speak, but the one contribution I would make to that question is secondary sanctions. It's not just enough to go after Iran and its own instruments. You have to apply financial pressure to the commercial actors in third countries that are facilitating or benefiting from the trade.
Okay, I'm going to jump in.
Please.
And I'm going to put on my hat as a former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Intelligence at the Treasury Department. All in favor of sanctions. Sanctions, great. Sanctions as your entire toolkit will get you nowhere on anything.
Well, that's the Russia response.
And
seems to
the big difference
inform
now is that with North Korea, more than Russia, financially, they had and have China. Iran today has all kinds of partners that will not participate in a multilateral sanctions campaign. You're talking about a unilateral sanctions campaign that can do tremendous, tremendous damage to the Iranian economy, but probably not as much as we did last time because there's way more leaks, way more ways. It would hurt them 100%. But my criticism of the maximum pressure campaign last time, which I wasn't opposed to, but was when I would ask Trump officials, what are you trying to achieve? They would point, as you just did, Nathan, to the impact on the economy. That wasn't actually the goal. The goal was to make it so that Iran wouldn't have enough money to run its nuclear program or to fund its proxies. And actually, the nuclear program increased, and actually funding for every single one of its key proxies increased. Now, the point, it is true. It actually is, and I can
Nasrallah
point to
went on TV
a speech,
and it was like-
that you gave to point to it.
I know, I remember that speech at WINUP, which was a great speech, but Hezbollah leader had to go on TV and beg for money. It was like an NPR fund drive for terrorists. Like you get a Nasrallah canvas tote if you donate at the 100,000 dinar level.
I've cited it myself. The fact that Nasrallah was pining for money doesn't mean that the money that was coming from Iran wasn't increasing. It means other sources were falling out. The point is that there will be maximum pressure, and given everything Iran's doing, I applaud that idea. But that can't be the policy. In fact, I argue that no U.S. administration has actually had an Iran policy. We've had tactics we've used here or there. Now, Trump is going to inherit something that wasn't before, and that is a much, much weaker Iran. Its proxies are down. Syria, the Assad regime, is gone. And by the way, as we speak here right now, there's no air defense around Tehran. Right? So what the Israelis did after the October strike, among other things, aside from hitting an undisclosed nuclear facility that the Iranians couldn't fetch about because it was undisclosed and now it actually doesn't exist, was A, taking out the S-300s around Tehran, B, taking out a key component of the production cycle for production of ballistic missiles. So they can't produce, at least for a period of time, can't produce ballistic missiles. That period of time is going to easily go into, fairly well into the Trump administration. And so there is an opportunity here. And I think in part what the Trump administration is going to find itself in a position needing to do is to decide, does it want to encourage the Israelis? Does it want to restrain the Israelis? Because within Israel right now, there is a raging debate. Is now the time to finally stop hitting this whack-a-mole Hezbollah and that whack-a-mole Hamas, but actually hit the head of the snake, if you will, when they're down, or not? And so I believe that within the first year of the Trump administration, one way or the other, this issue is going to come to a head, the issue of Iran's nuclear program, because I do believe that pushed against the wall, Iran is going to, A, just light every proxy it has and others it's developing on fire and push the nuclear file forward as fast as it can, because that's its two big points of leverage, to show that there are things that it can do against us. It's not just the other way around. I don't think they'll be successful, but it gets messy really fast.
So it's a question to Mark or to Kirsten. Donald Trump has expressed quite publicly his desire to avoid, endless wars, right? He doesn't want to another war on his watch in the Middle East. He doesn't want the economic costs of that war. So is Trump going to give more or less leeway to Netanyahu to target the nuclear facilities?
I think more leeway publicly, and then behind the scenes some tough talk about don't drag us into something with this. Because he's going to likely think about the deterrent reasons for this. Like the objective with Iran is to have the Iranian leadership, whoever it is, we're not talking about regime change necessarily, decide that it is not in their interest to weaponize and it is not in their interest to fund proxy activity that harms America's partners. Right? So it's almost a containment strategy, even though that's sort of this loaded bad word. But really, that's what you're going for. And if you are, so it's driving wedges between Iran and its suppliers of some of these capabilities. It's maybe instituting AUMF against the Houthis so that you can take them down to a notch where they're also defanged. If you can keep the proxies defanged, you can interdict the weapons transfers Iran may try to do to other potential partners or existing partners. If you can slow down the supply that it receives from larger great powers, or make these great powers and Iran realize they have more to lose than gain from this, which isn't impossible. And in terms of the nuclear file, I believe that if Iran does go full hog on nukes, full hog on proxies, they lose any other leverage. So then you've played your cards. What do you have left? It's their sweet spot to stay at the negotiating table. They like to be right at that edge of nuclearization so that they can constantly use that as a lever. Without that, now what? Without that, now you've exposed yourself to red lines that countries have listed, and you've almost given them no choice but to act. So then, of course, you're going to see action by the Israelis. You could potentially see action by Americans. But remember, it's not all kinetics. We have a lot of intelligence authorities we have not made use of. We have cyber tools. There are other ways we could be pursuing some of these goals.
Yeah, essentially, you already answered a question here, which is, does Iran benefit from being close to having nuclear weapons more than actually having nuclear weapons by keeping itself just far enough from a massive preemptive strike while perpetuating its internal narrative of being assailed by Israel and the U.S.? I wonder your view.
So I think one of the things that was alluded to here, but I don't know if we've covered enough, is that so much of this is going to involve Israeli decision-making. As I think, Matt, you talked about this. And correct, there is a debate that has been raging on, is this an opportunity? I mean, for many of us, just from the kind of the knuckle dragger operational side of the house, I always thought the only way to handle the Iranian nuclear issue was going to be a kinetic strike, along with perhaps covert action. And so with that Hezbollah aircraft carrier now dismantled or at the bottom of the ocean, I think the Israelis really do think that there's a chance to take a shot. So two things come to mind on that.
They certainly did when I was in Israel just a few weeks ago.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of talk there about what better time than now.
So one is, what can they do unilaterally, or how much does the U.S. have to assist? How much does the U.S. military need to assist
what is
with
the answer to
refueling?
that question? Do they still need us?
It depends. Certainly, it would help. Then you get into the notion of Trump who really did run as an anti-war candidate. Would they be willing to use kinetic action? But the second part of that, going back to kind of the internal Israeli dynamics, is we've seen over the last several years Prime Minister Netanyahu basically not listen much at all to what the U.S. administration, some of their desires. I think there's a notion that there's going to be much more synergy between Netanyahu and Trump, and perhaps on some issues there is. But when it comes to kind of existential issues in terms of the safety of the Israeli people, I do wonder if Netanyahu will have a much harder line and push this path. And again, I think I'm even mischaracterizing. This is not Netanyahu. This is the IDF. This is the Israeli National Security Establishment, who I think really is considering.
Well, there are disagreements inside the Israeli National Security
debate.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put it so simply, that black or white. I'd also just add, if I may, that the Israelis understand that certainly if they do it alone, and even if they do it alone with a little more capabilities that we haven't given them yet, you don't end the Iranian nuclear program militarily. You can push it back, and all kinds of debates, how many months, how many years. Theoretically, you get to a point where it doesn't make a difference, but you got to push them. All of this it's not a conflict resolution. Right. It's a conflict management issue. And so for lots of reasons, it's an option of last resort. The Israelis, where they are after past 14 months, and seeing opportunity with Iranian radars down, Hezbollah's missiles not available to serve as a counterstrike against Israel, all these different things, you do have a potential sweet spot where they could hit something more somethings, and push this program back. But no one, including Israel, saying, well, this will just be the way to deal with it.
Let me add one key piece. I remember very clearly being in the region in 2008 when there was an incredible debate within the U.S. government and with the Israeli government about what to do when the North Koreans were building a nuclear reactor in the Syrian desert. The George W. Bush administration wanted to go the diplomatic route, very clearly wanted to. The Israelis listened, and then we woke up one day, and it was gone. And so I do think that the Israelis will take action, regardless of administrations, when they believe it's in their interest to do so.
I get that, but there's a tactical question and a strategic question, because I wonder if the lesson of the last several years from North Korea to Ukraine is nuclear powers survive. Non-nuclear powers get smoked and invaded. Why isn't that the lesson of the last several years? In terms of Iran's calculus, anybody want to take that?
I think part of it is because Iran has had additional goals. So they've seen the nuclear program not as an end state, but as a tool. And so they've been able to keep Israel reined in by the U.S. They kept Europe on side for quite a bit of time because Europe was hoping for trade relations if a deal came through. They kept the U.S. from doing too much unilateral action itself with the enticement of this potential nuclear deal. So they were using it not as an end state, but more as a tool in their own quiver.
I'm getting a lot of questions. And someone using my language, will we get to see JSOC smoke another QF commander in the next administration? I mean, that...
You know, you
it's a
almost
fair...
wish Qasim was still around so that he could see it all coming down. Almost. I said almost.
But it's
a
a substantive question in that that's another way to apply pressure, right? Beyond maximum pressure economically or beyond going after nuclear strikes to say, we can get you.
Well, I think this is a really good question, and it goes to something that Matt said a couple of minutes ago with respect to the Houthis. Playing whack-a-mole and taking out a handful of tactical assets is not how to credibly signal resolve. There's no question about American military capabilities, or Western or Israeli military capabilities. What is sometimes in dispute is our will to use them to advance our own strategic objectives. So, you know, I'm not saying that QF guys should, you know, change their bed down location every night after January 20th, but, you know, I do think one of the really interesting features of the Trump administration was, on the one hand, its strategic vision of winding down American military commitments, particularly in the Middle East, and avoiding future conflicts, but then also individual determinations to do a targeted killing against this or that threat. One might have predicted that a general aversion to using U.S. military force would also translate into a general aversion to going after folks like Qasem Soleimani. Clearly, that was not the case, and you can actually harmonize the two. It is precisely by removing particular charismatic leaders from the battlefield that you demonstrate the resolve to go farther and use military force in a way that may not be your first option, but that is demonstrated to be a tool in the toolkit that could be taken off the shelf if necessary.
By the way, I think most people forget that there was a Quds Force guy in Yemen who was targeted that same day, and we missed that one, but it's not like people haven't thought of this before. And I do think that of all the things we've discussed, the Trump administration is likely to have a big focus on the Houthis first, redesignation and a whole bunch of other things, in part because it's this small little group that's having this outsized impact, and that impact is economic.
Colin Clark asks, can the United States get China on board in its efforts to strangle Iran economically, if that's the approach the Trump administration pursues? Could you, I remember when I was, my time in government, I was in Beijing 2011, 2013. At that time, during the sanctions campaign against Iran, China did take part to some degree. I mean, there was some agreement about reducing purchases of Iranian oil. That, of course, is a long time ago in U.S.-China relations. But and I might just broaden this question by saying, if it's true that China and Russia don't want more nuclear powers because it's fundamentally destabilizing, is there a way to work together to some degree to find common interests, or has this axis of autocrats just changed that and they will calculate, almost like the political divide in this country, that whatever is good for someone on my side, I'm with it, you know? Anybody want to take that?
I think that the nature of great power competition is different than the last time, even greater than last time Trump was in power. And I think that there will definitely be an effort, a diplomatic effort, to reach out to China on this and other issues. I am skeptical of its success. China, Iran, Russia, one of the things they are cooperating on is sanctions evasion, and there really is a sense on their part, China and Russia in particular, of an opportunity to change the world order and to remove America as the dominant factor in international relations for the first time, you know, in many, many, many years. And that to them is a bigger strategic goal than any of these little things. If push comes to shove, no, they don't want Iran to become a nuclear power. If Iran suddenly gets close, or crosses the threshold, I could see situations in which they could cooperate more. But on the one hand, yes, send diplomats, push hard, be creative. You're asking me what I expect. I'm not anticipating success.
The difference between, as I understand it, between Russia and China in terms of how they view the U.S.-led international order is that Russia wants to burn it down, thrives in chaos, etc., but that China wants to replace it with a Chinese-led system or one where China is not the junior partner because China likes order, and that might be a way to convince cooperation with China, for instance, on Iran policy, because they don't want the region on fire either. I wonder, does that provide opportunity?
I'm not sure they don't want the region on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want it to blow up, but a couple of small
They want it
fires.
smoldering?
They want it smoldering because if it's smoldering, America's distracted. Rather than focusing on Indo-Pacific problems, we're focusing on Middle East problems. So China's interests are not our interests in the Middle East.
Ordered chaos, maybe.
Right. And there's a cost-benefit analysis. I mean, everything about this is mercantilist for them. And so as long as there's more for them to gain from working with Iran, buying cheap oil and the like, than there is for them to potentially lose if Iran goes nuclear, which is sort of a theoretical threat, then I don't see them really being movable on this. There's also, murky conversations about some of the American partners reassessing their non-alignment status. And so if you're China and you're thinking, where's Germany going? Where's Japan going? Then, maybe having another nuclear power that's right now on your side of the table isn't as scary.
Right. We could very quickly go down that slippery slope in Asia and Europe, in the Middle East. Okay, we got 3 minutes to go. There's a question for the group or whoever wants to take it first. There is an argument that by perception and projection of power, that a second Trump term will just intimidate all the bad guys, basically. And Iran will be cowed, and Russia will be cowed, and China will be cowed. Is that true?
No.
I don't.
I think it's got to be backed up by a legitimate threat in terms of the use of force. And when we talk about our adversaries, they're very smart. They do see kind of the American political situation. They look at the campaign because I think Trump did run on this anti-war platform. And
but
so
those are in conflict, right? Anti-war, but I'm going to be tough and I'm going to threaten war. So then you got to be willing to do it, but I don't want the war.
So I think it works if there's the use of kinetic force early on and something. But I do think it's a lot of words until you see it backed up with action.
You started?
Even when that happens, or if that happens, if I'm Iran, I maybe interpret a Trump administration as one that will do these one-off, maybe very big, very impactful one-off things, but don't necessarily fear that is the prelude to the kind of war he says he doesn't want. So, a Trump administration is going to be one that is unpredictable, right? That has benefits, and to our adversaries, it makes them very wary about what they do, how they do, and so it does have an impact. But it doesn't solve the problem because, as you said, there are inherent contradictions. You can only raise your fist, shake your fist at someone so many times without hitting them. And if you really don't want conflict, and if you really don't want conflict in this region, these are adversaries that will call the bluff. The question is, are there American allies that might do things, the Israelis, for example, that can fill that for you? It's a very, very dynamic situation right now. There's a lot of moving parts, and Trump is going to assume office in the middle of all that.
Testing the madman theory. We got 60 seconds, so Ambassador, then I'll give Kirsten the final word on that question.
You don't wave a magic wand and all the world's problems go away. But what you can do is send more credible signals to adversaries that their behavior will result in costs that it previously didn't. Thinking back to 2017, one of the most, this is like the Trump version of Reagan firing the aircraft controllers, which wasn't just a labor issue, it actually got Moscow's attention. The episode I'm referring to was when Trump was hosting Xi Jinping at Mar-a-Lago, and then he smoked a bunch of Syrian chemical weapons facilities. That gets people's attention. What's the version of that we see in 2021? To Mark's point, maybe there's some kinetic demonstratory event in the first months of the administration. I don't know. But there has to be some messaging to adversaries that your behavior will result in costs that you are not prepared to bear.
Quickly, just because we're out of time.
Sure, I think we're all talking about deterrence, and I don't think the goal actually will be to intimidate these adversaries. I think you are going to see speak loudly and carry a big stick, but you're also going to see deal making. And so you're going to see this deterrent threat being offered as what might come upon you should you not sit at the table with us and try to arrange a win-win.
Well, we covered a lot. Kirsten, Matt, Ambassador, Mark, thanks so much for your service, but also for the conversation. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
So thank you very much to our panelists. Looking around the room here, there's a number of former colleagues where we've spent many nights in dusty capitals chasing Iranian-backed militants, and most of us who were shot at, that's who was doing it. So still an important topic 20 years later. Clearly, we haven't solved it. So, and that's one of the things we'll address, I think, over the next year as a project team. We spent 20 years chasing Sunni Salafist jihadists, for lack of a better term, across the world, and the Iranian threat network largely grew and went unaddressed in many cases. So we're now seeing that on the brink of a regional and potentially larger conflict, and they brought us closer than some of the other groups did that we focused on for a long time. So this was an incredibly important panel. All right, now that I got that out, I would be a terrible Greek Italian American if I did not offer you food. So we are going to break from here, and we're going to go to lunch for the next hour, and then we'll come back for some additional panels. Thank you very much. Afternoon session. Thank you for those who stayed through lunch. We're going to have some welcome remarks, welcome back from Jonathan Panikoff, who's the director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative that the program falls underneath. So Jonathan.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all being here, and good afternoon to you. I hope folks enjoyed lunch, and I hope you had an opportunity to join us for the morning and see the morning session. I'm going to go very quickly here because our panel is already seated. I just want to say thank you to everyone. Terrorism issue is one that we've been thinking about for a long time. Like a lot of institutions here in DC, we had a program, and we realized that we had to revamp the program a little bit. The reality is that the somewhat stoic way we were thinking about terrorism just doesn't match today. I think, like Kirsty and others know very well, there's been quite a pendulum swing of no focus to nothing but focus for much of the 2001 to 2010 period, and then started to swing down again with the focus on the broader wars in Iraq and Syria, and I think we're seeing it swing back. We fundamentally believe here at the Council that there's a need to refocus on it because it's going to affect everything, and whether we like it in America or not, it may be coming home again, as we heard through the first panel with the ISIS-K network and other concerns. So we really hope that you'll continue to join us for terrorism-related issues, whether it's conferences, whether it's panels, whether it's private roundtables. I hope that you'll have an opportunity to ask questions at askac.org, and more than anything, we hope that you'll stay involved. There's a number of folks on the team, from Alex El-Negdi, who's running around here somewhere, Elisa Pavia from my team. Thank you to all of them for their tremendous work they've put into making this a reality. We hope it's the first of many, and we look forward to having you in the future. Thank you all for joining us. Dan, thanks so much.
Thank you.
First back after lunch. So this is panel 4. This is tech's role in terrorist operations, secure communications, command, and finance. So on the panel is Christy Abizaid, former National Counterterrorism Center Director, who I've seen from Deputy Assistant Secretary responsible for Afghanistan as an analyst back in the day. She's done this for quite some time, and so we're very fortunate to have her join us. Rebecca Weiner, Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Police Department, who is responsible for intelligence and counterterrorism. I will just a quick aside, we did hear this morning from Ambassador Richard that we've been successful since 9/11 in not having a major terrorist attack in the United States, with a caveat. That is not due to a lack of trying. That is the result of the hard work that a lot of folks in the intelligence community and the broader community writ large, local and state partners have done. And so Rebecca and her team have kept millions of folks safe and disrupted a number of plots. We're very fortunate to have her as well. Ed Bogan, who's a member of our counterterrorism project. He's a retired senior executive from the Central Intelligence Agency and an operations officer, deeply steeped in tech and operations. And James Fowler, also a retired operator from U.S. Special Operations Command, who specializes in technology as well. And our moderator, somebody we've worked with on a number of important national security issues, from Afghanistan to Gaza to whatever the issue of the day, Dan, I think. So Dan DeLuce from NBC. With that, thank you very much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. I sort of, my children are going to be very amused that I'm moderating a panel with technology. They're appalled. I can't even, work them remote, but bear with me. Yeah. But this is a great panel, so hopefully even I can't mess this up, and it's really great to have you all here. I was also talking to Christopher O'Leary earlier, and he was mentioning how arguably the beginnings of modern terrorism started with a form of technology called the Orsini bomb in the 1850s. It was kind of a crude homemade grenade. And once it was used once, it was used many times over again, and it spread. So user-friendly tech is always something that terrorists and extremists seize on, obviously. And now today, there are these very dire scenarios developing where we hear about the idea that terrorist groups, having access to AI, maybe biotech, drones, encrypted communications that are now commercially available, and scenarios that DNI has warned us about, where you could have a situation where they're rehearsing a terrorist attack using virtual reality. They're communicating and sharing the attack plan through encrypted communications. They're using a drone to case the target beforehand. So some pretty worrisome scenarios. But I just want to ask maybe each person on the panel, starting with you, Christy, just to talk about your thoughts about technology and terrorism. And since you're fresh out of government, would love to hear maybe some of your insights and maybe even some of your concerns going forward.
Sure. So first of all,
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. It's really good to reconnect with so many familiar faces and also meet new ones. It's interesting. At NCTC, we would constantly get the question about whether terrorist groups are using the latest technology. And the answer is, of course they are. The more accessible, the more available the latest technology is, the more democratized sort of technological advancement becomes. Just like society is finding ways to integrate new technologies into what they're doing, terrorist groups are going to do the same thing. What makes it challenging is that it is such a diverse terrorism landscape in today's environment. We're not just dealing with Al-Qaeda and AQAP thinking up the next new attack method on intercontinental flights. We're dealing with AQAP continuing to do that, with Shabab's growth in Somalia, with JNIM's increasing amount of territorial control in West Africa. You're looking at the ISIS expansion across the African continent, even as they are sort of pressured significantly in the Iraq and Syria theater. You see sort of what's happened in Afghanistan with the growth of ISIS-K, its ability to leverage technologies to expand its reach. And that's just on sort of the Sunni extremism side. You've got Lebanese Hezbollah, you've got the Houthis, all these kind of Iranian state-sponsored groups that have access to everything a state could provide and more. And then you have racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists here in the United States, domestic violent extremists, individuals that have access to 3D printed guns and other technologies that really just enable them to pursue political violence. There are lots of different technologies we see as relevant in this space. You mentioned drone technology, encryption technology. We talk about 3D technology, 3D printing, additive manufacturing. There are, AI is ubiquitous, and AI will matter in lowering barriers for terrorists to think up new and interesting ways to attack, but also to spread propaganda. I mean, you look at some of what Hamas did in early parts of the conflict with Israel, and they're finding ways to denigrate their enemy and spread their message in a way that today's social media and sort of technological communication environment rapidly spreads messages across the globe. And so, the challenge for us in the counterterrorism environment is not to ask whether technology is going to affect how terrorist groups operate. It absolutely will. It's to get really specific about the way in which certain groups are going to use certain technologies, and then from a counterterrorism perspective, attack that capability development in a way that blunts their capability, whether that is pursuing talent losses, whether it's denying them access to certain AI technologies, what have you, supply chain hacks, anything you can do to really limit the degree to which these groups can expand their capability using accessible technology is what you've got to do. But you've got to focus it per group. What Shabab is doing in Somalia is very different than what ISIS-K is doing in the Central and South Asia region. And so being precise about what your target is and what technology you're targeting is a really important thing. So I'll stop there.
Okay, many questions sparked by what you were saying. We now go with the current government official who has had a very slow work schedule lately, very little going on in New York, but go ahead.
Nothing going on in New York. I actually, it was great to flee New York City for a few hours. So I'm actually going to pick up where Christy left off because all of that is absolutely fundamentally true, and then we can take it down a level to the individual. So individuals who are engaging in terroristic activity are doing so in a wide variety of ways, for a wide variety of reasons, using a wide variety of technology. And I think some of the lessons that we learn aren't necessarily about how people are leveraging technology in the terrorism world, but the most concerning trends that have occupied a lot of our time relate to how technology is weaponizing people. And that sounds provocative, but it is of real concern. And so the Washington Post had a great piece yesterday or the day before, the days have blurred a little bit, around a group called 764. And the FBI has been doing a lot of warning for about a year about this group, which is targeting young people to engage in a wide variety of activity, from dissemination of CSAM to suicide online. So this is cyberbullying taken to a real extreme with, at times, an ideological overlay, which is taking place online in a way that couldn't happen in the real world. And so a lot of how we think about the interplay between technology and terrorism is enabling activity to take place at scale, at cost, that otherwise would take place in a different way. So when social media came onto the scene, it allowed people to radicalize, to disseminate propaganda, to learn tactics and train without traveling, right? So that eliminates some of the tripwires that we had set up to control for that activity. And then encryption came about, and we had to learn how to rely more on humans because we weren't able to penetrate comms the way we had previously. And then with generative AI, it creates a whole host of other questions. That's one element of this. Another element which we really have to be thinking carefully about is how the technological engagement process is radicalizing people, is polarizing society, and especially young kids who, but for their engagement with tech, would not be doing the kinds of things that they're doing at all. So this is something that we've been working on with schools. We've been working on with all of our federal, state, local, and international partners, with private sectors, and how does mental health come into play? We're all in the midst of reading about this international manhunt that started on the streets of Midtown Manhattan last Wednesday and ended in Altoona, Pennsylvania. There's a big digital element of that case, which we can talk about in a few. But human to technology engagement at the level of how your brain is affected is a driver that we need to do a lot more work on.
Thank you. James, weigh in here and feel free to cite any cases from the past, recent past, that you might think are edifying about all of this.
Yeah, sure. So a couple things. I'd like to take a step back and go from like the 30,000-foot view of the state of the world today in technology in terrorism. So if you look at what's happened in Syria, the rebels, as they're called in the media, which are actually Islamic Caliphate army, they have taken over Syria, and that is a direct reflection of Afghanistan, the Haqqani network combined with Al-Qaeda, combined with the Taliban being able to form a new umbrella organization under which they will have the rest of the Islamic extremists. So looking at very specific examples absolutely has its value. Looking at the tactical lens of this problem absolutely has its value, and we can diatribe on that ad nauseum, but also zooming out and looking at the overarching view of what's going on around the world helps us to understand what the threat is and what it's coming. As the Arab Spring 2.0, as Al-Qaeda brands it, is coming to our door in 25 and 26 as the next states will fall. How tech is used to accomplish those tasks is a matter of fact and things we have to address. So if we look at the past, I think the Mumbai attacks in 2008 in Pakistan were very relevant. In that case, we saw a terrorist group, the LET, using cutting-edge technology at the time, Google Maps, VoIP phones, disposable burner phones, taking the phones off their victims and running an information operations campaign against the authorities to subvert efforts to react to them. This is a perfect demonstration, in my opinion, of what's available to the enemy to act, and if they could do that in 2008, what tools are better at their disposal today to enact such things. So we should not ascribe Al-Qaeda and terrorist 1.0 from yesteryear, from the GWAT era, to what we should expect. We should expect Al-Qaeda 2.0 and the Islamic extremists 2.0 today to have things like a digital caliphate. UBL was famous for his high-frequency radio use and his courier use. do you really think that the leaders today are going to resort to those means? They may if we drive them there, but they may also naturally, like most of this current generation, drive themselves to be online and drive themselves to use different tools to further their goals. At the one end, we have the old regime, the old tactics, the old antics of the enemy. And on the other end, we have the current modern day, current generation of young people who will be involved in this fight, who are going to bring the latest and greatest. And I'd be remiss if I didn't kind of start at the top about some topics related to this, which is, chief among them is the appearance of US ITAR-protected technology being found in our enemy's weapon systems used against our allies and ourselves. Clearly, the ITAR system is broke. Clearly, that methodology, controlling technology that's critical to protect ourselves from terroristic acts and nation-state actors, it needs to be revamped. So from a policy perspective, while we can get very, very tactical and very look at the minutia of each group, which I do think is necessary, I do think it's also wise to take a step back and look at the strategy and understand, what is our CT paradigm and strategy today in the US? How about NATO? How about the UN? What was it 4 years ago? What was it 8 or 10 years ago? And I would offer that the strategies that we've been pursuing are in 2-year and 4-year increments, because that's when our leadership changes in the West. The strategy of our enemy is in generational increments. And we need to lift ourselves up and say, how can we strategically affect advances in technology that are bespoke and critical to national security from arriving in the hands of our enemies to be used against us? And we can further later on talk about some of those specific recommendations outside of ITAR.
Great, thank you. Ed.
Well, it's hard to add after these comments, but I'll give it a shot. What I'm hearing and what I think about is how technology serves as both an equalizer and an accelerant in various scenarios. And when I think about it as an equalizer, I sort of think back to sitting in South Asia, mid-2000s, running a targeting team and thinking about what gave us decision advantage and strategic advantage, whether it was secure encrypted communications, global connectivity and command and control, uncrewed aerial systems, covert logistics, finance, supply chain, all things that have been effectively equalized today. As an accelerant, I think about examples such as in 2010 when Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula started to publish Inspire magazine that would have recipes for bombs. It was just, presented in the English language, targeting U.S. and U.K. audiences, and how terrified the intelligence community was when this was going, when a new journal was going to be published and what it would hold. And you think about what's happening with the war in Ukraine right now and what's documented, what innovation and acceleration of technology is just at our fingertips, whether it's in Telegram channels or on YouTube clips or in Twitter and short bursts of information, and just how different an information space exists. And it gets into some of the points about like where training takes place. I mean, just the implicit ability to learn tactics, techniques, procedures, fundraising, use of crypto, you name it.
Yeah, it's all very worrisome. I thought maybe we could come back to you since there's this case, the United Healthcare murder. Obviously it's in a gray area, but given the reaction on social media, the awful reaction to the murder of the CEO, arguably this could end up being treated as a domestic terrorism case. It's too early to say, I guess, but maybe you could talk us a little bit about where technology, what role that's played in the effort to track down the suspect and the case going forward.
Sure. No, it's an interesting question, and I think regardless of what the courts determine the motivation to be, the impact is similar to that of a domestic terror attack. And that is already being reflected in this just torrent of online vitriol that we've been in the midst of since last Wednesday, and the lionization of the alleged perpetrator of the murder as a hero. So when we are concerned about terrorism, it is in part because of outsized impact of a particular act of violence. This one has all the hallmarks of something that is going to inspire and contribute to a contagion effect, given all of those factors. I mean, the cinematic element of what happened, and this is hugely relevant for a conversation around technology. So an assassination happens in Midtown Manhattan in a video that just then ricochets all around the world. A manhunt proceeds in the era of ubiquitous technical surveillance, the way a manhunt does, which is a combination of local law enforcement techniques, detective work, a lot of physical labor by the men and women who work in the New York City Police Department, which lead us to a camera still where this individual's face is uncovered, somebody who had gone to great lengths to mask his identity because he is a tech guy and very aware of the way that technology can follow him around, and so tries to do his best to evade it. And blanketing the world with the pictures of his face allows this heroic employee at a McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, to recognize him and call 911. And we've been doing the mantra, if you see something, say something, since 9/11. Over and over again, we learned that the public is our most valuable force multiplier. So this is an investigation that has a really strong tech overlay. We can't do any kind of crime fighting without video canvases. Cameras, there's 70,000 cameras that are networked in what we call our Lower Manhattan Security Initiative. Painstakingly going through all that footage with, by the way, human beings who are at the other end of the technology, because otherwise the technology is at best not helpful, at worst actually counterproductive. So putting together those video compilations and tracing his movements, his own efforts, and Christy mentioned the democratization that technology has created in terms of upping the average person's tech sophistication and communication security. So did my other panelists. This is really important. So this guy isn't a member of a foreign terrorist organization that we've been able to discern yet, hasn't had specialized training, is a smart person, and knows how to live off of the grid and allow himself a little bit of a fighting chance to escape. So there's the anti-tech element, there's the tech element, and then there's this ideological overlay, anti-corporatist mindset, groundswell of support, which creates resonance in the social media world, which then manifests already in the real world. Yesterday in New York City, we had a bunch of posters that were put up around another conference, finance conference, that had various CEOs' faces, including Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, with a red X. So threatening activity online. How are we going to deal with that? Well, the way we do in all of our work, right? This is going to take on a counterterrorism footprint, regardless of the underlying motivations of the individual.
I wanted to talk a little bit about these. Ed, you were mentioning, the pace, the tempo of this change, and how these technological innovations, which we all live with and benefit from to some degree, get in the hands of terrorists, obviously. And maybe I'll start with you, Christy. Since you were the head of the NCTC until July. Is the U.S. behind the curve? Are we keeping up with the pace of the technological change and these tools that are, promulgating?
I mean, look, I think it's a cat and mouse game. And as much as technology is going to enable capability and amplification of what terrorist organizations are going to do, also, the most successful attacks are increasingly the ones that are lowest tech, that have low signatures. You look across Europe, you look even at the recent shooting. I mean, it's a 3D printed gun, but But there are kind of like historical means of enacting this kind of political violence. And so, I think the United States government is always going to look at your terrorist challenge as a threat actor model. And as long as you have the collection you need to understand where different groups, where different individuals are investing from a technology perspective, then you can develop indications and warning, and then appropriate policy and operational responses to deal with those capabilities. You look at like something like drone technology and its use in the Middle East, right? Whether by Hezbollah, the Houthis, we mentioned the degree to which the Iraqi Shia militants are using it against US forces. I mean, we know exactly what the threat is. We understand the best defenses that we have against it. I think counter drone technology is not nearly as effective as it needs to be, especially as the capability of our adversaries are getting more and more sophisticated. Right now, we're dealing with sort of a limited state actor capability or state actor supplied capability in Iranian-supported terrorist groups, but as you see that technology migrate to the Shababs, the AQAPs, the ISISs of the world, whether you have the tools to affect their intent to use it or not, I think becomes a lot harder. And so we're constantly in the intelligence community and otherwise thinking about ways that terrorist groups are innovating, focusing on what we have intelligence indicating they're actually doing, and then developing our response and countermeasures as a result.
Ed, maybe you could talk a little about this. Is the U.S. federal bureaucracy moving fast enough, and even the way it operates and how it handles technology?
I think those of us who are here who have worked in government or still working in government know that we're always behind the curve on technology acquisition and keeping up. And because of the pace of change, that's acutely problematic for us at this point. Now, leveraging the private sector allows us to fill some of those gaps and fill them rapidly. There's issues with that at times as well, but that is one way of finding a way to get to those capabilities in a timely manner. But I think we have archaic sort of structures that get in our own way within government that I think we have to kind of pulverize at some point and get with the program. So.
Can I jump in there?
Yes, I was going to call on you, yeah.
So to bolt on to what Ed just said or build on that, if you look at Ukraine and the beginning of the Ukraine war, when drones were DJI Mavics, and if you had an FPV drone, you were a nerd, or some kid who just wanted to go fly it, you weren't a professional, you weren't a weapon, you were just a person. We fast forward through the war, and now we see innovation happening at the speed of technology. We see tactics and techniques that defeat many capabilities to stop said technology. And we can see the proliferation of technology enabling a new weapon system. The drone is frankly the equivalent of a tank in World War II. Like the FPV small man-packable drone systems that are killing the adversaries on both sides in Ukraine and beyond are the equivalent of a tank. And if you watch Band of Brothers or something and you see somebody throw a sticky bomb on the side of a tank, that's kind of where we're at with counter drone, right? We're very archaic caveman. What can I do forward? I got some nerds in the back, they're gonna help me out. But really it's just a patch quilt of success when you have it. But the drone future is very bleak for the West. And the reason to build on what Ed said is we in the United States are building Porsches. The enemy is building Model Ts. I can only afford to build so many Porsches when they cost $40,000, $60,000, $80,000, $100,000 for one-way munition, where the enemy can go spend $1,000 with explosives included and do the same thing adaptly, right? Aptly. So there really is a disparity where in the West we motivate our prime contractors to build Porsches when they should be spitting out Model Ts. And the fact of the matter is I can take a 3D printer, an intern, and give them a box of parts from China and compete with the West, not just the United States, NATO, and everyone else, right? It's very bleak right now today as we sit here. And I would offer, as an illustration, I would ask the question, what is going on in New Jersey, right? Anyone in this room can tell me what the drones are and how we're stopping them or not stopping them. That's a perfect illustration, right? Now apply that, ad nauseum to other threat areas and other places around the world, right? So drones are a critical technology that have to be controlled. We're not going to stop it. We're not going to shut it off. But I talked about ITAR and some technologies we need to mitigate. That is one of them where mitigation is necessary, right? The components that enable GPUs being used on drones for automated detection of objects on the ground. That's dangerous. That's supposed to be ITAR controlled. Why is that in our enemy's drones, right?
So I think that's really important in New Jersey. Local law enforcement, which has been trying quite energetically to ramp up DFR, drone as a first responder programs. And those of us who are in bigger agencies are trying to do so in a way that is safe, and we're relying on US-made companies to give us Porsches, as you say. That isn't scalable for many smaller jurisdictions. It is absolutely unaffordable, and we don't have any mitigation capabilities. So while we're seeing all these threats mature and play out overseas in some really concerning areas, we talked earlier about what are our what-if scenarios for weaponized drone use in the United States. And, unfortunately, we probably couldn't do anything about a weaponized drone coming into New York City. We don't have the authority to do any kind of mitigation unilaterally as local law enforcement. And so that's another element of the drone conversation where bureaucracy has stymied our ability to protect our citizens the way we need to.
Let's give an example just to make it crystal clear. So if tomorrow in real time you're witnessing a worrisome drone moving towards Manhattan, you don't have at the state, city level, the ability to take action. You have to get on the phone.
Right. So there are certain events, large-scale special events, where we have federal government partners with drone capabilities, drone mitigation capabilities, who would be there. So New Year's Eve in Times Square is a good example. You've got all of the agencies all contributed to hardening a perimeter around Times Square to make sure people can ring in the new year safely and securely. And if there were a weaponized drone that were being flown in a nefarious way over Times Square, there would be mitigation capability. However, a few weeks ago, we had the World Series, and that was an event where we didn't have federal partner with mitigation capabilities. So somebody could have, thankfully they didn't, flown a drone with a payload over Yankee Stadium, and there would have been nothing that NYPD could have done about it.
So this is an issue you continue to discuss with your federal partners?
Yes, federal partners, and also Congress, and also anyone who will listen. But this isn't just an NYPD New York City problem. This is a problem across the country.
Is that a policy problem or a technology problem?
It's a policy problem. It's 100%. It is not a technology problem.
Yeah, might bolt onto that. There are authorities with certain government agencies like HSI and others who do have the ability to do things with autonomy. The challenge becomes who's on first, who's making the calls. If NYPD sees something and they say something, can they do something, or do they have to watch the catastrophe happen? And that is really our challenge of policy, how we address this. Technology, I would offer, is not the issue. There's always a way to mitigate. It's just how much authority you need to have to push the button. And right now, as a civilian, if I want to push a button, I need to have a DOD guy or gal or an NYPD or somebody else with authorities from the federal government or state government to push that button. Because that's, in our current paradigm of national defense, nearly an act of war, right? And unfortunately, a lot of our leaders seem to think that if I jam GPS, that somehow airplanes will fall out of the sky, which is just not the case. And so they have relegated authority to shut down adversarial signals to nearly White House level of permissions or NORAD or other people which aren't germane to this conversation. But point being, it's extremely onerous and difficult. And so as a national command authority, as a country, there's this giant boogeyman of if I jam GPS or shut down these signals, somehow people are just going to spontaneously fall over and die on the sidewalk, which will not happen. And instead, you let the threat ingress and continue mission. So it really is a policy perspective, and it's an authority to use technology to stop these threats. And again, I ask who's on first.
I have a question about training and kind of strategy for the future. So, Ed, are we coming full circle? If encrypted communications are now commercially available to our adversaries and terrorist groups, are we now gone full circle where we have to move back into human intelligence, as hard as that is in the digital age, to remain anonymous and hidden?
Yeah, without question. I mean, that's never gone away. I think people want to kind of press easy buttons, but it's almost always your best source of the kind of strategic intelligence that you need to really actually disrupt threats.
Might I contrast, I described earlier Al-Qaeda, UBL on HF, and couriers. That is the equivalent of encrypted communications today, right? So if I send you an encrypted message today and certain things haven't been done, no one's going to know that I sent you that message, or not going to be able to see it. But if the A-team on our government decides they want to know what you're doing, they're going to find out a way to get that information. That's equivalent to a courier. And what I would offer is that the encrypted comms as a communications as a problem in the global war on terror, continuance, or protection of the homeland is really a false start. It's not really an issue. I can always revert to courier. I can always revert to other technologies. The proliferation of encrypted communication is complete. It is everywhere. If you are a 20-year-old right now or a 40-year-old, you can go get encrypted communication with no special skills. You just download an app, sign up, and you're talking. There is really not a way to counter that without being the baddie yourself, right? And nobody wants that. Like for democracy, for our republic, for the West to continue to function successfully, we can't turn to China. We can't put backdoors in these things. That's wrong. But what we can do is understand, hey, I have a nefarious element communicating, bring in the A-team, bring in my tools, my technology to get me access. There's nothing better than somebody's own voice betraying them. Why not use your human skills and go get that person to betray themselves? Our over-reliance on technology to uncover terrorist threats is to our detriment, in my opinion, and encrypted communications is a fault line on that detriment.
On that same theme, it's fascinating. So you yourself were on the A-team, I think it's fair to say, in your Special Operations Forces background. Now, if you were back in uniform, given what you've just described, what all of you have described, this equalizing effect, this pace of technology, you don't have the advantages now that you had 10 years ago operating, or 20 years ago. So doesn't that mean that then the risk is higher and force protection is really an issue?
Yeah, so to discover plans and intentions of the enemy, which is what we're talking about here, in modern technology, you can't sit back and just put up an HF antenna and listen to UBL while he flees Tora Bora. That's not possible anymore until we drive the enemy to do that. So we will probably find pockets of people who the antithesis of high tech, which is the West, is no tech. All right? So if I can't escape Apaches and Predators and B-52 bombers, I'm going to go hide in a cave and turn off all my tech, and you're going to have to penetrate my inner circle and find me. So that is the antithesis of the West. And I do think we will see enemies resort to that again, but I would offer that currently everybody is using some form of communications on a mobile phone globally, and a lot of those people are using encrypted communications when allowed in their country. So trying to say that we need to penetrate encrypted communications or it's a boogeyman, in my opinion, is a false starter, and we need to instead say, how can we use strategy and policy to affect their decision to radicalize in the first place and stop them from using that technology? And I can deviate from this conversation if you guys want to, and say that really the things we should really concern ourselves are the things we can control, right? I can't control if you go download an app and talk to some person in encrypted comms and send a message. How am I going to know that? Why would anybody care? Right? So what we can control is we can control ITAR. We can control drone components that are critical to attacking our infrastructure and our forces. We can control cryptocurrency. We haven't even talked about that yet, but cryptocurrencies can be regulated. Why have not we regulated this? Why are we letting China and other actors run around the world enabling our enemies to wash the sin from their money and do things with cryptocurrency while we watch? And I'm not putting down our ability to counter that. I'm putting down our policy to affect it. And I think that policy starts with regulation and control. And then the third thing we need to control is artificial intelligence. Do I need to control that Johnny and Jane or Mohammed have access to ChatGPT? No. Do I need to control that that same audience can unrestricted build their own LLM and teach themselves how to build a WMD? Yes. There's a disparity here. Again, the boogeyman isn't AI. The boogeyman is uncontrolled, unfettered access to advanced models that have that knowledge. And I can contrast that with what we saw in Syria like earlier this week or last week, whatever day it was, the day after the Islamic extremists took over Syria. What did we see on social media? If anybody in this room saw it, you saw Islamic extremists sitting in a Syrian helicopter with their phone, watching YouTube videos and ChatGPT of how to fly a helicopter. Like, no joke. Like, that really happened like within the last week. So that is what you want to stop, right? You want to control what you can, and those are measures we can control. Those are policies we can affect that will make a very real difference in our world today.
Christy, you want to jump in?
Well, yeah, well, I mean, I just want to go back to the point that I think you were getting at and my colleagues were talking about, which is, like, look, counterterrorism today is harder because of technological advancement of our adversaries. And by that, I mean the collection environment is much more sparse. It means we've got to get a lot more creative on old school ways of penetrating organizations. You know, I think things got easy for us as we were leading edge on, you know, surveillance technologies and otherwise in some of these environments where we were deployed overseas. And like, that has been equalized. And so we've got to maintain a counterterrorism intelligence apparatus that is focused on building blocks of intelligence that keep us aware of what our adversaries are up to, whether it's their employment of the latest drone technology or it's, you know, the collection of individuals that are going to do knife-edge attacks outside of a Taylor Swift concert, right? And so, you know, I think encrypted technology does matter, and it's different than sort of courier technologies in that it can be internationalized in a way that internationalizes the threat in a way that means that, you know, if an individual in South Asia is communicating with somebody in the United States and we have no indication that that communication is happening, then we are going to be surprised. And so, you know, there's a lot of talk about transitioning out of a counterterrorism footing, trying to balance towards strategic competition, the very necessary work that we have to do to make sure our national security apparatus is focused on the most sophisticated threats. But you have to maintain at least a basic level of especially intelligence work so you know how and when to go after the adversary on the CT front.
Does this mean a bigger investment in human intelligence work?
Hopefully. I mean, and also, ironically enough, and I think we got, you know, there are obviously a lot of downsides to the proliferation of encrypted communications in terms of our ability to counter terrorism, but also we got a little bit lazy and self-satisfied, and it was really easy for a few years when everybody was communicating online and we could do a whole lot about it. And so there's been this right-sizing over the last few years where communicating is harder. But remember, there was a time before social media when you couldn't, in 10 minutes, learn all that you think you need to know about somebody who's just committed an attack based on the digital dust that they're leaving behind. And everybody is leaving behind a lot of it. So counterterrorism has become harder in some ways, but in other ways it's become a whole lot easier because everybody is living out loud online. So I think there's a bit of a dual edge. And in that initial honeymoon period of migration to encrypted comms, people felt very unfettered in their conversations. And so this was also a great opportunity for human intelligence to learn a lot about people who thought, well, nobody could possibly be listening to what I'm saying because it's an encrypted app, and forget completely that you might be talking to somebody who isn't who they think they are. So the human intelligence role, which has always been incredibly important, becomes all the more important in this era of encryption. And I think if we think about cautionary tales of over-reliance on technology, we need only look so far backward as to October 7th. And there you have a real systemic reliance on a system of technology that didn't have enough human beings to make sure the technology was being useful and looked at. So a real warning around the love affair with technology as a way to downsize your human intelligence capabilities and your other fundamental nuts and bolts of your CT apparatus.
I have another question for you, back to the Brian Thompson case. This is from Colin Clark in the audience. The alleged perpetrator of the Brian Thompson killing engaged with and seemed to praise Ted Kaczynski's writings, the Unabomber. Do you see the ideology of technophobia or neo-Ludditism gaining traction among other violent extremists, lone actors, and small cells of young people? And this is for everyone, but I'll start with you, Rebecca.
Yes, and Colin, you guys have done some really good work in this area, but it's a really interesting trend. So those who lean into technology and those, especially younger generations, who are leaning way out. And we're seeing, I would say, the nascent stages of an extreme climate over people, concern around how, and this gets you into your anti-corporatist mindset that we see reflected in the writings of the alleged perpetrator's manifesto. A real concern that human beings and their corporate excesses and the intersection with technology are destroying the planet. And that's leading to a nihilistic, I would say, openness to engage in violence that is newer to our last 20 years of counterterrorism and reminds us of terrorists of yesteryear, the 70s, the 80s. So I think we all need to be pretty clear-eyed around some of what we're seeing and hearing online and how that's playing out in violence, especially, I would say, over the last 15 months.
And the other comparison I would draw, and Colin, I'm sure you're getting at this too, it is about the actions of an individual. It's, individuals motivated for a greater cause that they feel connected to, maybe through social networks, maybe through social media, maybe through some other ideology. But, the Unabomber acted alone. This guy, as far as we can tell, acted alone. More and more, the most frequent form of actor in our counterterrorism environment is a lone actor, is an individual that radicalizes and mobilizes to violence based on highly idiosyncratic and individual features. And so that they have the ability to use different technologies, that they have a connection to certain ideologies is a whole other thing entirely. But this is the feature of today's terrorism landscape, is that it is dominated by individuals making decisions to have really deleterious impacts on society.
Yeah, some of these comments are making me think just about how technology can be such a catalyst for radicalization as well, and create that environment. And I think about the challenges of counter-radicalization, how hard that is as it is, and to really be able to battle the algorithms really seems like a daunting task and something that's pretty pressing. Looking at that attack and seeing the immediate response online, I wasn't surprised by the schadenfreude, but I was then surprised by the scope, the volume. I mean, Twitter can be just a trash heap, but it was an exceptional trash heap of negativity in those days afterwards, and I think that was pretty shocking. And that's the catalyst. I mean, that goes.
It's just a very fertile operating environment for a cycle of violence, and so how do we get in front of it? Part of it is awareness raising, but then that, of course, adds to the platforming of these ideas.
But also, it radically exacerbates the fragmentation. So that individualization that takes place, this atomization of society, right? This is really what comes from it. And even just having, like laughing because you see something that was, negatively portrayed about this, that's like the first step, and then this is just happening and digging you deeper and deeper because the algorithm is seeing what you're doing and then giving you more of that, whatever that is. Hugely concerning.
So this is all why we need to get off the grid altogether, right? Right. We can all make a pact in this room.
So something to consider as well. I'd feel like negligent if I didn't mention China and our counterterrorism policy efforts. you can go on AliExpress, Alibaba right now and buy night vision, digital night vision. You can go on there and buy drone components, some of them which are restricted. You can go on there and buy thermal components. China used its capability to manufacture against the West with Ukraine by restricting drone components for sale outside of China and in certain West-focused areas. And we could spend a whole another hour talking about China's involvement in Mexico and how that affects our counterterrorism and our terrorist problems today, i.e. who's here that came through that border that isn't who they say they are. I would offer there's more than we should feel comfortable with. And China has a direct role in that by proliferating the ability of the Sinaloa cartel and other cartel members to forego their business model of not messing with the U.S. in exchange for cash. So when you talk about technology, I think that, and terrorism, you have to address as well at a policy level, China and their influence of technology to our enemies, to include the Taliban and the proliferation of critical technologies.
And of course, there are U.S. and Western companies now in China that are leaving sometimes, and if they stay, they pay a pretty high price in terms of technology and intellectual property that's to be shared. Quick lightning round here. You talked about counter-radicalization. We've all talked about how, this new technology allows this recruitment and propaganda and even very precisely targeting, for example, maybe alienated immigrants, and ISIS-K tries to get to them. There's been these perennial debates in the city that get very boring sometimes, but is the U.S. doing enough to try to counter this intense propaganda and recruitment? Is that advice for the next administration to try to tackle that somehow, or is that just a fool's errand? Christy, do you have any thoughts?
Oh man, come on, don't come to me. No, look, I actually think the combination between the spread of propaganda, the pace at which it can spread, the range of audience it can reach, combined with our social media companies and the way in which they're both trying to fight that and also enabling it with their own sort of algorithms. I think this is one of the most difficult and one of the most important aspects where technology is changing the game for how terrorism is evolving across the world. And so I don't have the best solutions on this. We've got a lot of challenges here in the country on how we navigate it for very good reason. Having an open dialogue with technology companies, with social media companies is a really important part of it. But I think if we don't acknowledge sort of the amplifying impact of the way our social media environment and the way in which terrorists are using technology for propaganda purposes, how that changes the threat environment we're dealing with, then we're not gonna do anything different in terms of the spread of terrorism.
Okay, we're in overtime, but I'm going to push the limit here until they push us. A very short piece of advice for the next administration on this subject.
Yeah, on this subject in particular, I think there's been some political narrative about mis and disinformation, weaponized internally, but we have to recognize that our adversaries absolutely use mis and disinformation against us, and we can't lose sight of that.
Anything, James?
Yeah, radicalization happens, I think, a lot of times in isolation. By being proactive in our education and our own messaging, I think we can help counteract and put the truth out over the lies that are used to convert young people to radicals.
Teach, that's perfect. Teach young children how to consume information on the internet responsibly and check your sources and do all the things that anyone in the intelligence and counterterrorism and law enforcement worlds have to do our jobs effectively. And the media does, right? Check your sources. Inoculate yourself against some of the mis and disinformation, and we'll all be better off.
Anything more?
No, I'm good.
Okay, we're in overtime. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dan. We actually ended about 10 minutes early. The timer was off, so you guys can either continue or we'll take a coffee break.
Seriously?
Yeah, by all means. So
this is not a practical
yeah,
joke.
that was great.
I thought it would be shoved off stage.
No. Please go. If you have more, Dan, go ahead. Otherwise, we'll go to a coffee break.
I think we'll wrap it up.
We'll wrap it up. All right, folks. We'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. hand.
Okay, got it. Does he need anything?
Excellent. Just grab everybody from outside. Good, all set? Excellent, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for taking that short break. We're here for a 30-minute fireside chat. We have quite the treat this afternoon. So General Michael Hayden, probably one of the smartest people to work in the United States government, and I'm sure he'll smile and be humble as he always is, to lead not only in uniform as an Air Force general, but also to direct both the National Security Agency and the Central Intelligence Agency at some of the formative years of the war on terror as things were coming up and running. And so we have a great deal of gratitude to him for his service to the nation and particularly in the counterterrorism fight. And we are fortunate to have one of my favorite journalists here, Myra Pamuk. So she's a foreign policy correspondent with Reuters. Normally see her over at State, but she was kind enough to agree after bouncing back and forth on the plane with Secretary Blinken this week to make time for us. So hopefully the jet lag is caught up. And so with that, I will turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex, for that introduction. I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you very much for being here with us today. I'm going to be asking General Hayden about 35 minutes, some questions, and we're going to be taking perhaps some if they come through our online chat here. Given his experience, we're going to be talking a little bit about war on terror, the lessons learned, how the counterterrorism world has changed since then. And then we will quickly move to something that I'm sure everybody will be interested in here, to Syria, and we'll continue from there. So, General Hayden, thank you very much for taking the time and being here with us today. I just want to start with something very broad to kick us off. Since your time, there has been an incredible evolution in the kinds of threats, the enemies, and the tactics that they've used. It's changed a lot, and the theaters and the battlefields have also changed. Do you think at the moment the United States is caught up? How are we dealing with these evolving theaters?
Well, this is easy. No. Okay? So. It's always no, First of all, thank you for getting for me to do that. I have aphasia, so it's a little bit hard to talk, but more or less I was able to do it more and more and more. So if we have a problem, I'll stop and do it again, okay? So I was at CIA for almost 2.5 years, okay? And I went on Monday to say, well, there's a lot going on. There's this and that. And so I want to do something about it. And then on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in the afternoon, I would say, well, I didn't do either of any of that, but maybe next week I'll do it again, and so on. But it was all counterterrorism, 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 period. I know that I had to do more, but I couldn't do it, and that's a fact. Okay. Now we've done a lot for counterterrorism. In fact, I think it was done 4 or 5 years ago. I think we're okay. Now there's a problem there and a problem there, but it's okay. I was about 4 years ago, the director of CIA called me for his first time in Congress. And we talked for about a half an hour, maybe a little bit more, okay? And I said, do you know anything about China? And he said, yes, it's really important. Good, good. And then about 3 or 4 minutes later, I said, wait, I'm sorry, do you know about China? Yes, I have, I'll go with China. Good. And then about 10 minutes later, I said, is everything going along to China? So that was my answer, all right? Now what's happening now? Still China, it's very important, okay? And then there's a war in the Middle East, and there's a war in Europe as well. And now we're back, and I was really interested to talk about this episode for 5 or 20, I'm sorry. What I want to say is, and now we want to talk about terrorism again. Okay? Wow. There's a lot going on for CIA, NSA, and so on. And I'm really worried about it because I still think China is the most important thing that we have. But there's a lot going on in the rest of the world. So I'm really worried about that. I thought it was done. But it wasn't done at all.
So let me ask you a little bit on that, actually. I wasn't planning on it, but you say that's the most important thing. And at the moment, in terms of the news coverage, the headlines that everybody is seeing is certainly China is there, and certainly we all understand the long-term strategic implications.
Everybody knows that.
But we're perhaps not discussing it enough at all. What would you identify, how would you identify Biden administration's performance on countering China in that sense? And if you were to give some recommendations to the incoming Trump administration, what would those be about China?
So I think it's really interesting, and I thought the current government did a good job. There's a lot going on in the Middle East, in Asia, a lot. So I think it would be good for our friends in the Pacific, okay? So that's very, very good. I think also there's a continuity for Trump and Biden on Japan, not Japan, but China. So that's a good thing, I think.
Right. But in terms of, I mean, were there particular areas that you thought the Biden administration actually moved the needle forward?
I thought so. I really did, okay? Again, we did a lot for our friends in the Pacific.
Partnership.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
So that's very good, because this problem here will go for 100 years. When I want to say it, it will be for 100 years. That was the main problem for American intelligence, period.
Yeah. And in terms of Taiwan, do you think U.S. is prepared for what's to come there, given that we have now Ukraine and there's Gaza and Syria?
Well,
so.
What we 3 or 4 years ago, we could say, okay, it's not going on in the Middle East. There's not going on stuff in Ukraine. So we've got to go to the Far East, And it's very hard to do it because these other things keep coming around. So again, you have to do something in the Middle East. They have to do something in Ukraine. But the most important thing is China.
Right.
So it's really, oh, by the way, and counterterrorism as well. So I'm glad I'm not there.
I can understand that. So let me turn to Syria a little bit because that's everybody's focus. And I promise I'm not trying to steal the thunder of the next session. Right now, we have a group that is designated as a terrorist organization that is among the main rebels who have ousted Assad. You've got firsthand experience during U.S. war on terror, and the worst case here could be Syria somehow being divided into different factions, a power vacuum playing out.
I actually think that's what's going to happen. Yes.
So please tell us about that and how.
Well, that's it. That's all I have.
How should the U.S. deal with that, like from day one, from today?
It's a real challenge, okay? I was thinking about that, and I'm thinking about Ireland and Sinn Féin and Larry Adams. Larry Adams. Yeah. Yes, thank you. He was bad until he was good. And so maybe that was a thing that we could do something about it. I don't know, but you know, England had a problem for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And then they wanted to do something different, and they did. And I know it's a real problem, but little by little, it's getting better, you know? So maybe we can do that as well. So the answer is, let's talk with them. Let's talk with them. And by the way, CIA would be really, we could talk with them, with the CIA.
Yeah.
By the way, we haven't had an embassy in Damascus for more than 10 years.
Yeah.
That's a real problem as well.
Do you think U.S. should reopen it now?
Well, you know, you have to decide, but I think it would be interesting to maybe we could do it a little by little, you know, interest section perhaps.
Right, a little bit carrots and sticks, the things that they want.
Exactly correct. By the way, what's going on with the Russians there?
Yeah.
Okay, will they come, they want to stay or not, you know? And the answer is, we don't know. We really don't know. And oh, by the way, the Ankara is there as well. Actually, they're there really, really well. And so what are we going to do about it? And then all of a sudden, our friends, the Kurds, are there as well. Boy, this is really complicated.
Yeah, and in that equation, though, you said we should talk to them.
Yes.
But
quietly.
Yeah, and what about Turkey? I was going to bring it up. U.S. and Turkey has had, how can I describe it? Not the most favorite, sort of a bit of a sour relationship over the past many years, to put it the most diplomatic way.
So my son is a foreign service officer, and he was there for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And I went there 2 or 3 times a year because I wanted to get my grandkids, okay? And Turkey is wonderful, except for the government.
Don't I know? So I mean, I'm going to ask this for all of the players here. What influence do you think U.S. can have with HTS at this point? And perhaps if you can break it down to Biden administration versus Trump administration. We've got Biden administration in their final days. Trump administration is incoming. What is in it for HTS to listen to this administration? How can they navigate that?
So Biden didn't do enough for Damascus, okay? But I know that is a real problem, okay? But Trump is saying we don't want to be anything involved to Damascus as well. Yesterday, he said that it's their fault, it's not our fault, we won't want to do nothing about it. And that's the real problem. That's the real problem, because we have to, maybe we can help. Maybe we can help.
But I mean, do you find that realistic? Like, he says we don't want to be involved, but there are US troops there. From where I stand, that really doesn't sound very realistic.
I know, but so we'll find out, you know? I think, yeah, absolutely. They've got, it's got to, we have a problem and we should work on it, but I don't know that he wants to do that. I really don't. So I'm really worried about that. It'll be really interesting that the Joint Chiefs wanted, you know, in 2 months, talk about what's going on in Damascus, and they say, well, this and this and this, well, we have to do this, and the president will say, no. I'm really worried about that.
So let me put you this scenario, which may not be a scenario, because in the first Trump administration, President Trump did want to get out of Syria.
Yep.
And if he succeeds...
By the way, they're still there.
Yes. Yeah, and if he succeeds on this time, if he comes in and is determined to pull out the US troops, we talked about all of the different players in that theater. What kind of a, what kind of a picture would you anticipate if US pulls out?
First of all, we know what we know. It's hard to do, okay? There's a lot going on, and maybe I just go to the Situation Room right now, and say, so what are we going to do? And the answer is, we don't know. We really don't. But going away is not an answer, is not an answer.
Okay. When you say going away, you mean pulling out?
Yes.
Is not an answer?
That's exactly correct.
Yeah. I just want to go back to what you said about HTS. We need to talk to them. Right now there is a lot of question about whether or not US should undo the sanctions. What is your view on that? And
the answer is I don't know, okay? But let's talk about it at least, okay? Because maybe we can do some little by little, and that would be a good answer for them. But I just don't know enough about it.
I see. You said something just a minute ago about Biden administration wasn't too involved in Syria, and I actually lived that myself throughout these past 4 years. I covered this administration from the very start, and there has been very little emphasis on it, very little briefings. Really, there wasn't any bandwidth for it, let's
not
say.
at all.
There was Ukraine and other stuff. But what do you think the impact of that is today? Do you think, is that something that undermines their ability to be flexible on it, to respond to it quickly?
Absolutely. That's we know that, okay? But also, there's a lot going on in the Middle East for Israelis and Palestinians. And if we don't do something about the Palestinians, then we're just, what do I want to say? We won't succeed. We won't succeed. So there's a lot going on, and the United States has a lot to do with that, I think.
And where do you think this new calculus, it's changing very rapidly, leave U.S. efforts to counter Iran in the region?
That's a really good question, because I had the same problem when I was at CIA, okay? Usually, we could say, and maybe it's still the case, that Tehran doesn't want a bomb. It's just a little bit shorter of a bomb. And that's what we're going, okay? And maybe it's true, but maybe it's not true. Because 1 month ago, I would say it's still true, okay? Not a bomb, just a little bit less than a bomb. But now they're scared. They're really scared. And maybe they have to do that, because if they don't, they'll be really, well, maybe the government will fall.
So you're saying that because of the changing environment right now,
Absolutely.
that they're very degraded by Israel's...
Exactly correct. And by the way, for Tehran, that's not a good answer. It really is not an answer at all, but maybe they're going to do it anyway. And I'm really worried about that. Like I said, after 1 month ago, I would say they're not going to get a bomb. But now, maybe they are.
Right. So how should the U.S. respond to that?
Now that, not my, I can't, what I want to say is the government, or no, the president will have to decide, because when I was there at CIA, we talked about the bomb in Tehran, and my friend Gates and I would talk. Don't worry about that. They won't be a bomb, okay? And so if you want this, yes, there's a bomb. No, there's not a bomb. We are in the middle, okay? And the Secretary of Defense and I usually at the White House would actually say it. They're not going to get a bomb. They're going to get close to a bomb, but that's it. But now, I just don't know, because they're really scared. They really are. And by the way, the man in charge is very old, will die eventually, but maybe 10 days? No, I don't know. But maybe it will happen, and then what will happen now, let's just say everything is in progress.
You said when it comes to HTS, we should talk to them. There are mumblings about renewed diplomacy with Iran. Maybe it's a question that is being asked, given the threat level seems to be rising. Should U.S. be talking to them too? Do you see any chance of nuclear diplomacy?
It may be okay for the Biden administration, but this too new is not, he won't be there, not at all. And that may be a problem as well.
Well, yes. I just want to close with your overall recommendations for the incoming administration. These can be about all of the things that we've discussed, or this is a question that us journalists are basically asking to a number of people I asked Secretary Blinken last week in an interview in Brussels. But what would be, if you were to give some recommendations to the incoming administration overall on counterterrorism, it can be about diplomacy, it can be about China, what would be your top advice for them?
It's easy. Truth. And if truth doesn't, we were at the Enlightenment, 300 years of the Enlightenment. And now what's going on in the United States, the Enlightenment or not. And I'm really worried about it because truth is the answer. And if it's not truth, I'm really worried for intelligence. Yeah, I guess. But I was worried for the United States as well.
Just because you mentioned intelligence, I can't help but ask, what did you think about the president's DNI nominee? And given now that that's very relevant, I can't help myself.
I think I answered it in the New York Times.
Okay, we'll tell everybody to read that. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, and I know it was a little bit of a challenge, but you did a wonderful job. Thank you.
No, it was a delight, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it.
So I'd like to thank General Hayden very much, and Myra, for a wonderful, wonderful talk. And the general had a harder time saying no because he no longer has access to Predator drones. So appreciate you making the time, sir. And Mark, that would be you. So thank you very much. The next panel will be in just a moment or so. So we'll, if we wouldn't mind just keeping our seats, and we'll be started in just a moment. Everybody return, take their seats, please. If there's an adult minder outside who could ask everybody to come in, that'd be great, thank you. It's definitely not me, no. All right. No, by all means, whatever you need. Not bad, huh?
But that's the countdown.
Yep. We good? All right, everyone, so we're going to get started here. Our panel was originally focused on ISIS in Iraq and Syria, but obviously in light of recent events, we're going to have more of a Syria focus. We were in Iraq just a couple weeks ago, standing just across the border from Syria with many Syrian scholars and colleagues who lamented the fact that they probably would never be able to return to Damascus in their lifetime. And here we are 2 weeks later. So moderating the panel today is someone who taught me what it meant to be a journalist. And it was the first time I had been deployed in uniform in Sadr City in Baghdad in 2008, what is now the 3rd battle scene American Sniper. Lied to my mother, told her I had a desk job in Kuwait. It's a picture I often float. What's not seen in that picture is who's on the other side of it, outside on the northern side, walking backwards. And that is Michael Gordon, who was there in body armor and a helmet. And with a pen and paper, I watched him take copious notes and produce stories that were not using ridiculous adjectives. They were not exaggerative. They were not omitting facts. This was ground truth as he saw it. Gumshoe reporting in a war zone as he has done across the world for the last 40 years or so. Someone who I have immense respect for, and as a young Army team leader on that side, PSYOP, Special Operations, but we put the special in Special Operations. Michael, was basically what got me through that fight. I'm like, if Michael can do this in sneakers and a pen and paper with no weapon, we're going to get out of this okay. The man who quite literally wrote the book on ISIS, Degrade and Destroy, which Michelle Flournoy, who love to see as Secretary of Defense one day, dubbed as the first comprehensive look at the organization and historical account. And so Michael will lead the panel today. In addition to that, as if having Chris Kyle and then Dr. Astronaut, pilot, Silver Star, Navy SEAL recipient Johnny Kim in that same fight wasn't bad enough, I come home to work for what would be our lesser god, as we refer to it, which is Dr. Michael Vickers, who's up here as well. So I got to listen to him introduce his former boss at the OSS dinner this year as Battalion Commander Paris Davis and tell a story about how on a Saturday morning he got a knock and was then selected as a young Green Beret to jump with nuclear weapons, tactical size, strapped to his legs behind the lines in Eastern Europe, as one normally does on a typical Saturday. So he left us with a message that when you open the door, make sure you're fully clothed. Fortunately, the first time I ran into Dr. Vickers, it was for a hostage rescue raid, and we were in the tank at the Pentagon where pants are not optional. So everybody was spared. So Dr. Vickers, that lesson was not lost on me. All right, and we also have Ambassador Peter Galbraith. So Peter and I were just in Iraq together a couple weeks ago. He has been all over this problem set with ISIS in Iraq and Syria, particularly the prison camps and the conditions that are taking place there. He was just in Syria in the last 2 weeks twice. We also have Jennifer Caffarella, who is the Director of Strategic Initiatives and a National Security Fellow at the Institute for the Study of War. Charles Lister, who has won the Match.com for Syria experts this week, who is the busiest human being that I know and made himself available. And our very own Kataiba Idlib, who is our in-house scholar on Syria as well. So we have assembled quite the panel today. I will not bore you with any more stories. Let's turn over the experts. Michael, thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you, Alex. We'll always have Sadr City. So, so when I was first told about this panel the other month, it seemed timely to me because there's a very important transition had been planned for this part of the world, which is that CJTF-OIR, Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve, the coalition that's been spearheading the fight with local partners against ISIS, is due to fade away by September 2025, which is not that long from now. And the U.S. will transition to some ill-defined relationship with the Iraqi government. in terms of fighting ISIS internally. And then at least through 2026, September 2026, the U.S. will have a presence in Iraq to sustain the fight against ISIS in Syria, which has been the greater problem, because that's where ISIS has been stronger for a whole host of reasons. So that seemed like a timely reason to have a panel in the first place. But now we have a completely inverted situation in Syria with the end of the Assad regime, new authorities. We know not who really is going to come out on top there. An effort by the United States to scramble, play catch up, reconnect with Syrian opposition and try to shape the government. And Secretary Blinken's going to Turkey and Jordan to do that today. So it's a very important time in this de-ISIS fight. I thought of a number of questions I'd like to throw out there to this group, and I'll call on a few and try to get a discussion going among them, and then if people want to ask questions. But it occurs to me that the kind of most pertinent questions I could think of, and you folks may think of some others, but so how is the Defeat ISIS campaign, and how is ISIS going to be impacted by these tumultuous events in Syria? Does it help them? Does it hurt them? In which ways does it help or hurt them? Given what's transpired in the last week. Another important question is what happens if U.S. troops aren't there anymore, the 900-odd troops in eastern Syria and on Tamf garrison. So even without these events, the Biden administration says it plans to keep the troops, but that's just another 6 weeks. And what happens after that? A third question I think we should take up is, among this panoply of Syrian opposition groups that have arrived in Damascus, are there any potential allies for the U.S. in taking on ISIS beyond the SDF? To me, it doesn't seem like such a strange question, because in Iraq there was a tribal awakening, and there were groups that were out-and-out insurgents who later became counterinsurgents in alliance with the U.S. So perhaps some of these sides could flip and work with the Americans. And because the Americans are a little late to the party, although they're a major power, what about other countries, namely Turkey, that's been very involved with the opposition? What influence do they have there, and how is this all going to work out? But for starters, Michael, you study the Syrian opposition, you know them well. What's your take of them, and do you think, are there people there that the U.S. can work with, and under what circumstances, or is it just going to make a bad situation more complicated?
Well, as you know, during the second Obama term, we provided support for the Syrian moderate opposition with a number of our partners around the world. I wrote about this in my memoirs. And unfortunately, that support was kind of half-hearted. It took us 2 years to get started, and then when I compare it to my experience in Afghanistan in the 1980s, what we delivered in 1 month in 1985 took us 20 months in Syria. So. And then, we kind of missed an opportunity after Assad used chemical weapons in East Ghouta. We could have potentially escalated a bit there and brought the conflict to an end, but we didn't. But in any event, there were different factions even then. Qatar and Turkey were backing some of the more Islamist groups, the Emiratis and Saudis and Jordanians and us, some of the more moderate. And unfortunately, protracted civil wars tend to favor the harder line. And so HTS has migrated from first the spearhead, kind of an Al-Qaeda group. And then it broke with ISIS after ISIS demanded it subordinate itself to us, and then broke with Al-Qaeda in 2016 and has moderated to some degree, but the jury's out. And so whether we can reestablish contacts with elements in the opposition, particularly the South and others, remains to be seen, but it's worth doing. One of the things we've learned about counterterrorism over the years is it's good to have global partners and it's good to have local partners. And if you try to do everything remotely, you're not going to have a lot of intelligence, and you're not going to have folks to help you, even if you have air dominance.
Let me just follow up. I want to get to you, Peter, in a second, but Charles, can we work with HTS, and what's your assessment of their leadership? You've written a lot about this.
I can't quite envision us working with HTS, no. Although, quite frankly, behind the scenes, that's what they've wanted for a number of years. It's what they've been positioning themselves for. It's what they've been asking for behind the scenes. But no, I can't envision it. Can I envision us potentially considering a delisting? Yes, and it's already under conversation quite seriously right now. But not working with them. HTS is an organization that's been around for quite a while, as we just heard, in a number of different iterations. The steps we've seen them take, rhetorically, but also practically on the ground in the last couple of weeks, are not new, as some of the sort of recent commentary has often suggested. I mean, since 2016, the organization Hayat Tahrir al-Sham has been talking in exactly the same way as it talks today. In fact, I took the time on a trip just recently in the region to re-listen to some statements made by the then spokesman of Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, which was the first post-Nusra iteration of the group. He was an Australian, Mustafa Mohammed, and he used exactly the same terminology as Jolani is using today in 2016 to describe what the group was, how it wanted to position itself within Syrian society, within the Syrian revolution, the relationship between its ideological beliefs and its actions on the ground. So I think what that shows to me is that there's been a cohesive embrace of a vision that has sustained itself for 8 years, and we're just starting to see the consequences of it, and it's worked, which is why I think it will sustain, provided HTS isn't challenged from outside actors who are less extreme but won't like it being in charge, and that may potentially challenge some of that cohesion in terms of its ideology. But I just wanted to touch on your question around working with other actors. Recent developments, I think, have put our SDF partners in an existential spot. I mean, genuinely, I think the breakdown of the SDF is now on the cards. And a number of conversations I've had in the last 24 hours with people who were there would suggest that is very much being assessed within the US Defense Department right now. And there's a reason for that. Mostly, they're losing the Sunni Arab component, which was always what gave it that wider legitimacy within the rest of Syria. A best case scenario right now, a few weeks down the line, is that we have the Kurdish majority SDF retreat more towards the Kurdish majority regions in the northeast. But the peeling away of the Sunni Arab contingent, which we've seen just in the last couple of days, is an opportunity for us. These are groups that have fought ISIS since 2013. They are from the region, and quite frankly, if we want to deal an irreversible defeat against ISIS, Kurds aren't going to do that. It's got to come from the communities within which ISIS is recruiting, and they are actively recruiting right now in a way we haven't seen since 2017 and 18. It's going to be difficult. It will involve a lot of on-the-ground engagement from the bases that we have right along the Euphrates, but there is an opportunity there. And if we don't take that opportunity, I think also the writing is on the wall for our presence in northeastern Syria.
Jennifer, go ahead.
If I could. I think it's important to take time to step back and consider a few fundamentals. Number one, it's a good thing that the criminal regime of the butcher Assad has fallen. Syria is and will be as complicated as we allow it to be. And I say that because the situation on the ground and the kaleidoscope of factions is, of course, complicated. But the core issue in Syria has been that the butcher Assad refused to grant any concessions, any basic human rights or dignities to his population, and the rest flowed from there. The rise of ISIS flowed from there. The split off of Jolani's organization into Al-Qaeda flowed from there. The entry of Iran and Russia and the transformation of a local war for dignity and justice and human rights into a globalized conflict that is aiding Russia's new war in Ukraine flow from there. I'm belaboring this because Assad is gone. And I think it's very important that we take time to pause and consider how fundamentally that changes and should change everything inside of Syria. The core driver for recruitment for ISIS and other extremist organizations in Syria has been the brutality of the Assad regime. It's gone. So why were we in Syria to fight ISIS? We were in Syria to fight ISIS because Assad was so busy slaughtering Syrians that they couldn't do it. Assad is gone. Syrians did that. They did that, mind you, against incredible odds, against everything the Iranians could bring to bear, against much of what the Russians could bring to bear, and with precious little support from the international community, save Turkey. So the answer in Syria for the United States at this juncture can be complicated. We probably need a deal between the SDF and the Turks. We need to probably support elements of the opposition that are not HTS in order to ensure inclusivity and the diverse, prosperous, free, united Syria that Syrians pretty much agree that they want. But this actually isn't complicated. This is the job of Syrians. They have always known that. They have always stepped up to do it. They've just shown us what they can do. What the United States needs to do is make sure that we get out of the way, that we are empowering Syrians to rebuild, to reestablish connections among their communities, and to do what Syrians have known from the start of this war they need to do, which is to reconcile, to form a transition, to build consensus as a nation. So this is hard, but this is complex, but it actually isn't hard. This is straightforward. There are a few concrete policy steps that I'm sure we'll discuss for how we do that. But if we get the big ideas right, and if we orient on the new reality that is Syria and the hard job that Syrians now face and know that they face, in my view, some of these answers kind of flow naturally from those realities.
So, Peter, you were recently in Syria. Can you tell us a little bit about where you were, what your lessons you took away from that are, and also there is a problem in Syria which we, among the things that needs to be managed at this point in time, which is with the defeat of ISIS, and at least its territorial caliphate, there are some 9,000 hardened ISIS detainees in Syria who nobody in the world really wants to take under security of the SDF, but the SDF is backed up by the U.S. presence. So, Peter, what's your thoughts about the situation, and what are your ideas about what to do with these prisoners, which is, if the U.S. isn't there to more or less oversee it, how can that be handled?
Yeah, well, the first point I would make is it's a kind of an arrogance to think that this is up to the United States. The United States is not going to shape and even have very much say in the future of Syria, and nor is the United Nations. That whole process is over. It will be settled by the actors who are in Syria. And it's not going to be the Russians, they're out. It's not going to be the Iranians, it's not going to be Hezbollah. The only party and it's not going to be the United States, because first Trump will probably withdraw the troops, but secondly, where the U.S. is pretty far from the action. The only country that at the moment has very significant influence is Turkey. But as inevitably happens in these situations, the HTS, now having come to power, is not going to want to take its instructions from Ankara. It was great, you've helped us get there, but now we're going to make the decisions. And I can talk a bit more about this, but fundamentally there'll have to be bargaining. A discussion in the previous panel of Turkey, of Syria being a bunch of statelets. Well, that's more or less what's going to happen. You have diametrically opposed philosophies between the HTS, which is Islamist. I subscribe to the view that they have evolved, but they're Islamist, and the people who run 1/3 of Syria, that is to say the SDF, who run a feminist project, which half the positions are held by women. And I won't go into a lot more detail, because I want to talk about the thing that I was invited to talk about, which is what to do with the 9,000 to 10,000 foreign ISIS people. They aren't all hardened fighters. In fact, 7,000 of them are not. It's meaning not Iraqi, not Syrian. Altogether, there are about 70,000 ISIS people, men, women, and children, who are in 2 very large camps. Most of the Iraqi and Syrian are in Al-Hol. The camp for the foreigners, meaning not Iraqi, not Syrian, is Raj, although there are foreigners in Al-Hol as well. And the policy of the international community, of the United States, has been countries should take back their people. But 5 years after the fall of Baghouz, that has not happened. And it's obvious that more people are not going to be there are not going to be significantly more returns. So you have to deal with three groups of people: the men, the women, and the children. And I want to begin with the children because they're the most numerous. There are about 7,000 children, and they are growing up in a place with unspeakable sanitation, minimal health care, no real education, and a very substantial part of the women are still radical. And what is their future? When boys reach age 12, 13, 14, they are removed from the camp, they go to a rehabilitation center, and at which point, when they reach 18, they go to adult prison with the ISIS men. So what is required now is a radical solution. And what I say, and I wrote about this 3 years ago, and 3 years on, nothing's happened, which is to remove the children from these prison camps. That means removing them against the will of their mothers. Where to put them? Well, you could set up a system of foster care in northeast Syria. It would be very inexpensive, $100 a month for a family to take care of a child or less. Or you could have children's villages, which the EU representative has discussed based on what was done in Germany and Austria at the end of the Second World War for the tens of thousands of unaccompanied children that emerged from that conflict. But once you've removed the children from the camps, and once countries realize that they don't have to take back their adults who they see as security threats, I would say most countries probably will take back the children. But of course, you have to do this while they are still children. Now, why haven't the Syrian Kurds done this? Because of opposition, and they don't want to be criticized by the human rights groups or the international organizations, and they don't have the financial resources, and of course, the act of separating children from their mothers is going to make the camps much less easy to govern. So there has to be international support, both financially and to say that this is the right thing to do. Now, I know that this will produce howls of protest from the human rights groups, and in a certain sense, it's the opposite of what I have been doing, which has been reuniting children, children born to raped Yazidi women with their children. So, I'm arguably in an inconsistent position. But the issue here is that there isn't an alternative. It's a bit like saying, and for the human rights organizations to constantly maintain countries should take back their children or take back their citizens when we know they won't. It's a bit like saying nobody should get into the lifeboats on the Titanic because maritime regulations said there should have been enough. Unfortunately, it's a kind of Titanic situation, and so we are here, we can save the children, but only if we act soon while they're still children.
Thank you. Qutaibah, could you give us your perspective on Syria generally? And I'd like to ask you, and I think the panel should discuss this as well, is it imperative that American forces still remain in their minimal numbers, but they still remain in Syria as partners of the SDF? If you ask CENTCOM or the Pentagon or the administration as of a couple weeks ago, and even now, they would say yes. They would say they have to stay there, otherwise the SDF won't be able to function. We need the SDF. They've been our hammer in the fight against ISIS. But in this changed situation, is it imperative that they stay? And if they are to go, what adjustments need to be made to protect the security situation there?
Thank you. So a couple of things to start with. I think I want to echo actually Jennifer's point on the centrality of Assad leaving, which is very important to CT perspective. Assad has been, as he says, the main export out of Syria for decades now has been its foreign policy, supporting non-state actors across the region, even Africa, bullying countries in the region through the trade of Captagon and other narcotics. and basically just forcing destabilization across the region. Now Assad is gone. And this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, not only for Syrians, but for the whole region, is not going to come twice. Whether it is to make sure that actually Iran is kept out of Syria, that Syria could actually be the buffer zone that prevents Iran from coming back, whether that is actually helping Lebanon come back together, now that Hezbollah does not have the land bridge and will eventually have to force itself to be just a political power without its military arm, whether it is more stability in Jordan, all of those are great opportunities. Why is it important to invest in the outcome? Because Assad has run away on Sunday morning, but its regime elements are still in Syria. Its top regime officials are in hiding. And while there is this shocking moment around allies of the Assad regime among the Alawite community itself, maybe if there is actually enough chaos, they will be able to regroup themselves and they might be able to reconnect with Iranian elements in the region. So if we don't utilize this moment, it is lost for a few decades more. It's not only about instability or infighting within Syria, but it is also about the return of Iran and Iranian militias, including many terrorist groups in Syria. So that is very important. When it comes to U.S. Presence in Syria, we have to remember that while, yes, the mission has been focused on ISIS, we've also been in Syria to counter Iranian militias and as part of our posture against Iran in the region. That was part of the mission, I think, even if we haven't really been addressing it publicly. But it is important now, I think, more than ever, to stay to ensure that, yes, we are keeping this buffer zone out. But also, our presence in Syria, especially since 2020, has been a stabilization force to make sure that front lines between the different statelets, as you described them, do not really change. So our presence right now is very essential for the SDF because, yes, the main failure that the SDF has been failing to achieve is building legitimacy among Arab communities in northeast Syria. We can't hide from that truth. Having cadres run all governing structures across all of the country has not been really reflecting in big legitimacy among Arab communities and has been actually a recruiting factor for ISIS and for Iranian militias. The Arab tribes who have been fighting in Deir ez-Zor throughout the last 3 weeks against SDF, they have been fighting alongside Iranian militias because of the grievances that they feel as an Arab community in that region. So there is, I think, an important role that we could play to facilitate actually a deal between the different rebels and the SDF, where the YPG can actually maintain presence in majority Kurdish areas, something that HTS and the rebels have even actually signaled that they're willing and open to, even if Turkey was not actually open to. So I think this is like an opportunity for us to invest in. And perhaps we can actually facilitate a more permanent peace in that area that would be more effective in preventing ISIS from re-emerging, using that power vacuum that we're going to witness in the 6 to 12 months ahead of us.
Charles?
Just a two-finger to add to that. So totally agree with what Qutaiba said and with the points that Jenny was saying about Assad being the core driver of a lot of the instability in Syria, and because we're talking about, I guess, ISIS primarily here, unquestionably the regime being in place was at the core or the root cause for a lot of the drivers and the fuel that gave ISIS the justification and the local narratives to recruit. And with the regime out of the way, the root cause is gone, but the drivers are not. Like, that needs to be emphasized here. The absolute biggest driver of continued recruitment for ISIS is desperate humanitarian suffering, economic crisis, mass unemployment. And that, to be frank, the US plays the lead role in potentially resolving. Like, we hold the Syrian economy around the neck right now. And the vast majority of our sanctions are in place because of the regime, and the regime is gone. And I know there's conversation around removing some of those sanctions, but removing all of them is going to take a lot of time. And the humanitarian crisis in Syria is going to take a really long time to resolve. 50% of the basic infrastructure in Syria is rubble today, 50%. And so those realities are going to exist for a long time to come. And as much as I share in all of the euphoria around the removal of the regime, and believe me, I really do, and I've spent most of the past week with Syrians in the region celebrating it, there are plenty of other sources of concern going forward. And many of those sources of concern are precisely what ISIS will seek to exploit. And we do have a significant role to play in helping to ameliorate a lot of those.
Michael?
I just wanted to add a point about that Jenny and Qutaiba and Charles made, which is, number one, ISIS's rise was really enabled by this Syrian civil war, taking advantage of that vacuum, and we don't want to see a repeat of it. And it's more than just the folks in the camps. And SDF does face an existential threat. I agree with that. So I would favor retaining a presence, but it's necessary, not sufficient. We have to engage the Sunni Arabs one way or another in the heartland, and humanitarian aid is certainly a critical need there. But doing everything over the horizon is going to be a losing proposition in Syria.
I'd like to ask a broad question. I'll get to you in a second, Jenny. So the you have the United States obviously doesn't call all the shots. It may not call too many of the shots, and they're neighbors that have their own interests in Syria, Turkey. Israel's been involved militarily to try to strip away military capabilities that outlasted the regime. Iran is sort of out, but maybe not gone forever. And there's certainly the potential for a lot of confusion and conflicting agendas there. There was even just a small incident today that embodies a little bit of it. There was a case where the SDF inadvertently shot down an American MQ-9 drone. I know, according to Air and Space Forces magazine and CNN, that which confirmed this. And it's a small incident, but it shows the fog of war, the potential for friction, confusion, clashes. What is the broader international role? How are you going to harmonize Turkey's role, the U.S. role, other powers in a solution, not only trying to help Syria, but also the topic of this seminar, continuing the struggle against ISIS? Is it the UN? Is it something, can the UN really do that? How's this supposed to happen? Or can it not happen? Jenny?
I'm happy to start. Look, Assad left Syria broken, divided, traumatized, and largely reduced to rubble. It will take a generation or more to recover, for Syrians to recover. So what do they need? They need time. They need supportive conditions to allow them to do the very hard work of healing and rebuilding and ideally building a future Syria. So the drivers of ISIS recruitment, the drivers of potential renewed instability, be that Iran, be that Turkish expansionism, be that other intercommunal violence that happens because of a traumatized population, the United States can help to keep at least some of these drivers at bay, to reduce some of the immediate sources of pressure that Syrians face that will be obstacles to them doing the hard work in their communities and at the national level. We can do that. That doesn't mean the United States needs to get involved in Syria or make this an American project. This is a Syrian project. But we are the United States of America. We are uniquely capable of ensuring that security conditions in eastern Syria do not deteriorate at a rate that would preclude the kind of rebuilding and healing that needs to happen. We are the United States of America. We can broker a deal between Turkey and the SDF. I do still believe that. I think Trump actually may be the guy that can pull that off. And while I know that President-elect Trump has said a lot of things about withdrawing from the Middle East and it's not our problem and we don't want to get involved, I do think we should remember that it is the Obama-Biden policy that led to catastrophe in Syria, and Trump's policies actually included strikes on Assad for chemical weapons use. He cared what happened to the Syrian population. He didn't do enough, in my view, but he did a lot more than the Obama administration and the Biden administration. President Trump did negotiate a ceasefire between Turkey and the SDF. President Trump has influence here. He doesn't need to commit the United States to getting involved. He just has to recognize that there is a huge sucking sound in the Middle East right now that is the dreams of Iran and Russia. And the region is once more looking to the United States. He doesn't have to do much. He can tweet a few things. He can approve a few policies. We should lift sanctions, in my view, because those sanctions were meant to keep Assad from stealing the money. He's not there to steal the money. There's all kinds of weedy things we can do to make sure that it's still safe and responsible, et cetera. But this is not a Americanization of the next stage in Syria. This is a recognition that this is a country devastated by 13 plus years of war. There are some key decisions that we can make to give Syrians the best possible chance to rebuild and to leave behind us in Syria, if and when we do withdraw, a future that is much better than, for example, the future we left behind us when we withdrew from Afghanistan. This is a win, and it is my sincere hope that the incoming Trump administration takes it.
Anybody else want to take on what is to be done, including with an eye towards completing the fight against ISIS?
Yeah,
You start and then Peter.
Sure. I mean, on the immediate level, we need to definitely engage diplomatically in the region. We can't allow regional countries to settle their own differences in Syria again and again, because we do have this opportunity that we need to utilize. And without American leadership, I don't think the region is mature enough to not settle their differences in Syria. We've seen it again and again in different areas. The main issue that is facing, that is really requiring U.S. diplomatic investment, is that the UN Security Council Resolution 2254 as a framework is no longer really applicable here. And that's a big problem. On one hand, it was built on the idea that there is a settlement between Assad and the opposition, between the regime and the opposition. The regime is no longer there. So how do you fill that gap? And on the other hand, it was built on the basis that what was happening in Syria was a popular movement. There is no leadership on the ground. It is the expatriates and the opposition who are representing Syrians. And that is no longer the case as well. There is a command and control structure on the ground. There are bodies that represent Syrians, including like this coalition between HTS and the rebels. And you need to include those in the conversation. That is not gonna, I don't think the United Nations is gonna be able to fill that gap right now. But more importantly right now, despite, yes, Turkey's influence, geopolitical influence there, people in Syria, whether it is the rebels, whether it is HTS, whether it is communities across Syria, are not looking for Turkey, are not looking for Qatar, are not looking for United Arab Emirates. They are looking for the United States. And they do wanna engage with the United States on what their future next would look like. And they do want the help of the United States. So the opportunity for there is mainly for us. It is not for Turkey, it's not for anyone else.
Peter, you had some?
I mean, this is not going to be settled by outsiders, and it's not going to be settled by the United States. Yes, I think we could lift sanctions, we could provide humanitarian assistance to the extent that there are any resources that the Congress and the new administration are prepared to provide, which I suspect are not many, because I think that this is not going to be a priority. But the solution in Syria has to recognize that this is, and it isn't just because of Assad, it has been for a long time a very diverse and fractured society. The denial of Kurdish rights goes right back to the founding of the Syrian state. And so, at least in my view, you're going to have a system, probably, but it's not worked all that badly in Iraq, which is a federal system, which allows the Kurds to have their region, to continue their project. You need to have a system that's going to protect the Alawites, who feel very threatened. You need to have some arrangements that, in which Damascus, which is a very diverse city and a much more cosmopolitan one, might be different from, say, how other parts of the country where the HTS has been for a long time. The notion that there's a sort of homogeneous Syrian population, I mean, these are the fantasies that we have had as we go in and approach other countries. We imagine there were Iraqis when, 93% of the Kurdish people said we don't want to be part of Iraq. We talk about Afghans as if ignoring the fact that they're Tajiks and Uzbeks and Hazaras and Pathans. And Syria is also diverse, and it's going to be for the Syrians to try to work out what kind of future political system, and to think that we are going to shape it, or that exiles, some of them have come back and said, I want to be in charge. And the HTS guys have said, are you kidding? That just isn't what's going to happen. And we need to be a little less arrogant about our ability to shape the future in this part of the world. We've done a pretty lousy job of it.
I'd like to just redirect the conversation a little bit back to our nominal subject, which is ISIS in Syria. And so what is the, Michael, what is the strength of ISIS in Syria? Why is ISIS in Syria concerned? What are they a threat beyond the borders of Syria, and why? And what are their prospects in this current inverted situation?
Well, I mean, they've been beaten down. They lost their caliphate. You know, a number of the foreign fighters are in jail. So, you know, they're not the group they were, but they benefited immensely from the vacuum last time. And, you know, if those conditions start to materialize again, you'll see new ISIS recruits from the Sunni heartland. And, you know, so then the question is, what do you do about that from a CT policy? You know, last time, you know, we kind of watched it for a year. You know, one of the big lessons we've learned in the last 20 years is denying sanctuary to these globally ambitious jihadist groups. When you don't do that, the threat goes up. So, you know, we succeeded right after 9/11. The threat rematerialized in Pakistan. The threat got very high again, according to our national intelligence estimates and stuff. You know, we had the transatlantic airliner plot to blow up 10 airliners in 2006. And then we started taking action to deny them sanctuary in the border region. We had to do it in Yemen, we had to do it in Somalia. We watched for a while in Syria, and that could happen again if we completely ignore it. So, you know, as I say, it isn't just, you know, it isn't just Eastern Syria where most of them are concentrated right now. You know, that takes a different solution, but it's, you know, it's the Sunni heartland I worry about.
If I might just jump in. So before all of these dramatic developments in Syria, ISIS was seriously resurgent. From a low point, yes, but we're now mid-December. They're on track to just over triple their rate of operation compared to 2023. That's not insignificant as a dynamic, and considering we now have a significant vacuum in the central desert, which is where they've always relied upon to rebuild, even going back to the war in Iraq, that was their strategic depth. There's plenty of reason for concern, all the more so when we're seeing the Arab tribes peel out of the SDF and side with a variety of different factions. All the more so given that the Syrian military, as incompetent as it was, ironically, it spent the past 12 months actually trying to deal ISIS defeats in the central desert, and it's comprehensively failed to do so. So much so that CENTCOM, for the first time, has had to publicly declare a series of massive airstrikes in the central desert against training camps that have been there for years and never been touched or discovered. So I think on the ISIS side, and I hate to sort of, you know, amidst all of the euphoria and the amazing development of the fall of Assad, I hate to be the kind of Debbie Downer here and say, well, there's also lots of, you know, worrying things, but this really is. And it has been since July when CENTCOM made the very unusual decision to say publicly that ISIS was recovering in Syria under its watch. It's been a really significant source of concern, and it's only got worse since. Even despite, again, just prior to Assad's fall, the US had done 100 counter-ISIS strikes and raids in northeastern Syria in 6 weeks. That's a rate of operation we haven't seen since ISIS was a territorial caliphate, and it hasn't dented their operational tempo. So yeah, I mean, we can have a whole other discussion about what we need to do, where we need to be, who we need to partner with. But the main thing here is that the alarm bells were ringing just before all of this, and I actually think conditions have deteriorated since.
So let me ask you this, and I'll call you Jenny. So last Sunday, in the middle of the upheaval over the departure of Assad, the U.S. carried out a massive airstrike. It was B-52s, F-15Es, and A-10s. A-10 slated for retirement, got in their last licks against ISIS in central Syria. It was, I think, about 75 targets. It was a very substantial strike. But beyond those, Charles, you posed the question. It's like, you know, so in this new environment, what does the de-ISIS strategy need to be? Does it need to be something different than it is, and what does it need to be in addition to periodic airstrikes by U.S. assets in the region? Jenny, what you got a thought?
Sure. So I would add, so I agree wholeheartedly with the severity of the threat that ISIS can and will pose to Syria's future. And I think when we consider what does a capable, effective counter-ISIS strategy look like, we should remember that in the original fight against ISIS's caliphate, one of the challenges we faced then that we may face now is that a military-only solution to ISIS can only buy time. And we have sustained counterterrorism pressure, and it has bought time, but ISIS is a very effective political actor. And among the things I worry about in Syria is that we will see an ISIS campaign, not just to expand the black blob on the map, but actually a campaign to target Syria's nascent new government and the negotiation process, and that ISIS could seek to thwart the kind of intercommunal, burying the hatchet and reconciliation that needs to happen. And countering that campaign is very difficult because it will require a political clarity and a set of ideally new interlocutors and partners that we haven't really pursued in Syria to date. And I do think we will need to go beyond the context of the SDF to stitch together an actual sort of like whole of Syria counter-ISIS coalition that can deny ISIS those opportunities beyond the terrain that the SDF holds.
Kateba, can you follow on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to piggyback on that, my worry exactly that is that ISIS is going to utilize all of the grievances that exist. Especially, it got a lot of attention in media what families of the detainees were going through in Sinai prison. For days, around 30,000 people basically were on the campus of that prison, literally tearing the prison apart because they were expecting that their relatives are there. And it seems there has been kind of like this gap of knowledge where people inside Syria were not aware of the mass graves that were discovered or studied. The studies saying basically that the majority of detainees were killed. We're talking around, the ones who are disappeared, around 150,000 Syrians. So majority of them are killed. So I worry that ISIS is going to get in there basically to utilize all of those grievances, especially as mass graves gets discovered and bodies are getting identified. That's a perfect recruiting opportunity for ISIS there. And if we are not there, I'm not saying, again, like we need to shape the future, but if we're not investing there to make sure that those conditions do not turn into a large and long recruiting event for ISIS, I worry that we will come back 10 years later and just have to reinvest, from the beginning with where we started in 2014.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Peter, and then Michael.
I agree with much of what has been said. But there's another angle here, which is also Iraq. After all, the ISIS territory is contiguous. And in Iraq, there's been a failure on the part of the Shiite religious parties that run the country and the militia to have any real reconciliation with the Sunni parts of the country. And so ISIS is resurgent there. I also want to come back. What I was talking about here in terms of dealing with a certain category of detainees, I want to emphasize that that is a small part of the problem. I talk about it because it's a part of the problem that we, the United States, can actually help solve, unlike the bigger problem, even of the other detainees, which fundamentally have local solutions with the Iraqi authorities or with the Syrian tribes in terms of the Syrian and Iraqi ISIS fighters. But the internationals, that's a problem we can solve. And I talked about the children, and obviously before the women get left behind. I should have said a word about the men, because the autonomous administration in North and East Syria wants to hold trials. And they ought to hold trials. And the notion that the only way you can get a fair trial is if you're brought back to a Western country and tried under all of our rules is, justice is not just about the perpetrator, it's about the victims. And the people who were victimized, including people whose families were wiped out, and young Yazidi women and girls really, who were kidnapped, they deserve to have the chance to confront the people who did these things and to have a trial. Also, as we know from our experiences, in the Balkans and elsewhere, actually trials can be cathartic and part of the peace process. So that's something that could be supported as well.
Just want to make a quick comment on ISIS strategy. Let's remember their predecessor organization, Al-Qaeda in Iraq under Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, emphasized just this kind of sectarian strategy against the Shiites in Iraq to provoke sectarian conflict and civil war against the wishes of core Al-Qaeda at the time. They kept sending emissaries from Afghanistan, Pakistan to tell them knock it off. It was very good for our intelligence as they did that, but captured a number of them. But it's old dogs. They're not going to learn new tricks. They're going to do the same stuff they did.
But their strategy worked.
And their strategy worked.
But they were right.
Right.
in terms
Well,
of
we
their
don't
point
want
of
to
view.
see that again. Yeah.
So let me ask this question. We have a question from the audience through this device, and we actually touched on some of it, but maybe there's more to say. Can we go back to the panelist assessment on the effect on events in Syria of the ISIS threat, and perhaps a question could be, do we know what ISIS, or is it too soon, is doing? I mean, do we have, through social media, through intelligence, through interviews, how is ISIS responding to this changed situation, and does it have a strategy, or is it too soon to know how it's going to react to the situation in Syria and how it's planning to survive?
I mean, I'd say it's too soon to know if they've got a new strategy to adapt to it. For me, I don't think they need to change much. Before all of this, their primary campaigns were targeting the oil sector, oil tankers, oil investors locally being assassinated. They just hit an oil pipeline for the first time in a long while, just before the offensive began on Aleppo. And then on top of that, they have started assassinating senior local officials, mayors, SDF officials, and what have you. So I don't think they need to change much of what they're doing. I wanted to make a point just earlier about whether or not the US has the power to really, resolve all of this, and I don't think we do. We can be part of the help. But the US is not going to be fixing Syria, and it's not going to be the core to fixing the ISIS situation either. But the one thing that we do have a position of importance on is because we are in the northeast, and we're talking about ISIS here. ISIS isn't recruiting en masse in Damascus or in Aleppo or in the big cities. It's recruiting in the long afterthought regions of Syria, southern Raqqa, southern Hasakeh, Deir ez-Zor. That's the core of their recruitment, heartlands. And prior to 2011, post-2011, they were always the kind of, the areas that the Damascus government never really thought about. They certainly never invested in. They were poor and underdeveloped. And so if the US does have a role to play here, it is that we need to make sure that whatever the hell happens in Damascus and for Syria going forward, this key region doesn't become the afterthought all over again. Because if it does, that's the grievance that ISIS will play upon right from the very beginning. So if we've got an Idlib headquartered group driving the economic redevelopment of Syria, they're not going to be thinking about Raqqa and Deir ez-Zor and Hasakeh, for sure. Certainly not if the SDF are still around. And so that's something that we need to be thinking about right from the get-go in terms of what happens next.
Well, let me ask this group this question. It's what is ISIS now in Syria? Who is it? Is it predominantly a Syrian membership? Is it what's the presence of foreigners, even non-Arabs? What is it? Is it Iraqis? What is ISIS now?
I can answer, but I don't want to dominate.
Keep going, and
it is vast majority
in.
Syrian. Yeah. Vast majority Syrian, locally recruited. It is the many of them are the holdovers from the territorial state. Some escaped from Gueran in the attack several years ago, but the vast majority they did what in 2016 ISIS declared the retreat to the desert. That wasn't the retreat to the Iraqi desert, that was a retreat to the Syrian desert. 2.5 years before Mosul and Raqqa fell, they were already making the moves to do exactly this. And you can't do that if you're Moroccan or a Uyghur. You do that if you're Syrian from those areas. That's the core that we're dealing with. And again, all the more reason why the US does have leverage. If this is a new day for Syria, we need to be using some of that leverage to ensure that this long underthought about region of Syria gets just as much thought as everywhere else.
But we should be concerned about a new surge of foreign fighters if Syria does disintegrate again into, a real zone of conflict. I do think we could see that ISIS prioritization globally return to the Syrian theater.
I'd like to, if I may, Mr. Moderator, change the topic slightly to a threat to the SDF, which in turn could create further instability. And this is the problem of Turkey. Yesterday, of course, the Syrian National Army, which is a Turkish proxy across the Euphrates, they apparently were stopped by the SDF. The notion that, again, that the United States has been trying a long time to solve the problem between the SDF and Turkey. But Turkey itself has a process, with the surprising announcement by the leader of the MHP inviting Öcalan to come to the parliament. And this actually has been something that's been going on for a long time. So there ought to be a way to solve this problem, or at least to get a modus vivendi. And frankly, what Turkey is asking of the SDF is not that much. They are asking that the SDF have power sharing with the other Kurdish factions, with the KNC, and they're asking that its leadership renounce the connection to the PKK, which they themselves say they're not part of the PKK. So it seems to me that Turkey is also looking for a way not to become deeply engaged in that area. And here I would say US diplomacy can make a difference, because it ought to be weighing in with the SDF leaders to say, yeah, go ahead with power sharing, and certainly make clear that you've broken with the PKK.
I remember, I think this would be a good theme to sort of finish on, but I remember when I was, it's been some years since I was in northern Syria, but dealing with the SDF and the Manbij Military Council, and they were preparing to do the Raqqa offensive, and I asked who they consider to be their primary adversary and who are they most afraid of, and it wasn't ISIS, it was Turkey, especially then. But there's been fighting in Manbij, there's been fighting in Kobani. So what's the way forward, if there is one, between Turkey and the SDF, and how do you avoid a sort of a war within a war, which is certain? This is what I believe Secretary Blinken's partly endeavoring to do as he leaves today for Jordan and Turkey. Who wants to take that on?
Happy to take a stab at that. I mean, I think number one, definitely renouncing connections to the PKK and actually expelling some of the PKK leaders would be necessary. And this is something not us in Washington are saying, even Kurds in northeast Syria are saying, people within the SDC and the autonomous administration are saying, this needs to happen now. Enough is enough. I think number two, there needs to be a power sharing agreements with Arab communities in Raqqa and Deir ez-Zor. It is not acceptable. It is not gonna, there is no way where that relationship would be built without really Arabs taking agencies over their own communities, especially in metropolitan cities, Raqqa, Deir ez-Zor, some in Shaddadi. And then that could help foster actually a better relationship over the future. I think number three, which is very important, I think on our end, there needs to be a conversation with Turkey about the SNA. And what I mean by the SNA here, the TSO groups that were established in 2016, 2017 as part of Turkey's CT operations. Looking at this operation in the last 12 days and looking at the conduct of the rebels and the conduct of the SNA, on different fronts, I worry more about the conduct of the SNA than I worry about the conduct of FSA, HTS, or anyone else. Because they have zero discipline, clearly, whether it is on the front line at the operation or after they do control areas. And it doesn't seem that Turkey is putting a lot of effort in creating that discipline. And that's where I think we need to have that conversation directly with Turkey, because it is Turkey's responsibility of what those TSOs are doing.
Who wants to? Peter?
Well, I agree, and the SNA has been in Afrin for quite some time now, and basically it's running it as it's a criminal enterprise there with enormous human rights violations. And I think the message that Blinken needs to bring to Turkey is that we do not want to see attacks on the SDF. The problem is that Erdogan remembers well the way in which Trump gave him a green light to attack, the way he betrayed the Kurds in 2019. And so, like everybody else, every other bad actor, Putin and so on, they're waiting for the new administration. It would be helpful if there was some different sign other than on Truth Social. We need to get out of we need to get out of Syria. It's a mess, but it's not our mess. So Blinken's ability to do this is limited. That said, I don't think Turkey has the appetite right now for a full-scale attack into northeast Syria. The SNA is incapable of it, and it would therefore involve large numbers of Turkish troops. And I think the desire there is with the peace process to see if that goes someplace.
So we're down to our last 49 seconds. Who wants to have the last word on this issue or on?
I would add a short one if I could. I think the international community, one thing we haven't said is that there needs to be a legitimate mechanism for war crimes prosecution inside of Syria. This almost goes without saying, but it's not really manifesting, and it needs to manifest like yesterday. I personally think that could include a legal process for ISIS detainee trials. I think that there is obvious international interest and consensus in doing this and in doing this soon to provide a acceptable and legitimate outlet for the very real grievances, rather than allowing ISIS to seize those grievances or this to become, unlawful revenge killings in Syria, which nobody benefits from.
And better to do it inside Syria. And anyhow, there's not going to be another international court, not with the Security Council deadlocked as it is now.
I'd like to thank the panel for a very interesting and free-flowing discussion, kind of like the situation in Syria. But it was very informed, and I think we covered a lot of ground, so thank you for that.
All right, folks, thanks very much. We have one final panel on Gaza. We're going to take a 10-minute break so we can get those panelists mic'd up. Thank you, Michael, and the rest of the panelists here for this discussion on Syria. I think for those of us that were in Iraq 2 weeks ago, we heard very similar comments from Iraqi officials regarding the PKK, and especially in Kurdistan, that there's no love lost in Kurdistan and northern Iraq from the Iraqi officials or in northeastern Syria. So the quicker that can be solved, I think the better for the SDF. All right, thank you very much. We'll come back in about 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks. This is our final panel and arguably the most important for the day. I just want to take a minute, I guess, to start the introduction with, I started here coming back to council under the N7 initiative, which is our normalization team that works on the Arab-Israeli peace process. And on October 7th, almost our entire team had just landed in Israel, in Tel Aviv, 2 hours after the attack had begun. And when that started, I had a cousin's wedding the night before in New York, so I was a day behind everybody else. So I didn't get to hit the ground in Israel where everyone else was and to see what unfolded. We had a pretty significant event planned. We had, I think, 15 financiers who were coming in to talk about reconstruction and investment in the West Bank and in Gaza. We had a number of officials from Arab countries, some of whom had never visited Israel before, who were coming. There were some dozens of members of Congress, if you saw the news, where some of them said they landed and they were in Israel under rocket fire. Nobody bothered to ask the follow-up question, what were you doing there? They were there for this conference. So unfortunately, those efforts were disrupted by the attack on October 7th. That then set the region on fire, and 14 months to the day after that attack, we saw Damascus and Bashar al-Assad's regime fall. So those dominoes continued. So afterwards, Jonathan Panikoff, the director of the Scowcroft Middle East Security Initiative, and Will Wexler, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Combating Terrorism, who is our Senior Director for the Middle East here, determined that we were going to have a more significant push on the counterterrorism side. We have a very large and significant steering committee led by former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security for Counterterrorism, Tom Warwick, who's here, who's been doing this for a number of years, and said, hey, let's get moving, and Tom gave us some guidance, and so we did. And so that is how this initiative was formed. We launched in May, and that is why we are here today. And the panel we've assembled, I'm quite happy with, and thank you to each of you who agreed to participate today. So Andrew Miller is a senior fellow at National Security and International Policy, and he's also at the Center for American Progress. He's also the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Israeli-Palestinian Affairs. About a year ago, I first met Andrew remotely after we were contacted by a reporter for the Washington Post. We had an American soldier's mother who was stuck on the north side of Gaza City, and over the course of the next 16 days, we set up the infrastructure to not only bring her and her American citizen brother-in-law out safely through Egypt, but that infrastructure was then used to move about another, or touch in one way or another, about 1,000 American citizens that were there. And so whether that be in Israel or in Gaza, Andrew's efforts were, they're irreplaceable. I mean, in terms of what he was able to do and the number of lives that he saved. A lot of people will look at Washington and say it's people pushing paper and sending emails. Andrew's impact on people's lives was very real, and we realized it and saw it. So we cannot thank him enough for that. Marissa Kerma, who is the Director for Middle East Programs at the Wilson Center. Jonathan Lord, who I often find myself bouncing around the Middle East with in various forms. And then finally, our panel moderator here is Nancy Youssef, the national security correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, who graciously offered her time today to moderate this panel. So the panel is titled, I think it's this is the future of terrorism in post-conflict Gaza, which obviously has a number of facets to it. So Nancy will lead us through that discussion with the panelists. Thank you very much, Nancy.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and thank you all for sticking with us to the final panel on what has been a really engaging day of conversation. We're delighted you're here, and I'm looking forward to speaking with our panelists. I want to encourage our audience to submit questions. You can submit them at askac.org, and I'll be looking for them throughout today's discussion. I wanted to sort of start the conversation with the title of the panel, which because it talks about terrorism and post-conflict Gaza. And so I want to ask all of you, how will we know when we've moved from where we are now, conflict in Gaza, to post-conflict Gaza? You want to start us off?
Sure. Thanks, Nancy, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to everyone. That's very much the million-dollar question and has been since October 7th, defining what the end state is for the military campaign in response to the October 7th terrorist attacks. And it was clear for several months after October 7th that Israel did not have an answer. They did not know what success would look like from a military perspective, let alone from a political perspective. I think now we're beginning to see the contours of what they view as the post-conflict period, and it's one in which the IDF will maintain a presence in at least some parts of Gaza. The Philadelphia corridor in particular, which is the border between Gaza and Egypt, the Netzarim corridor, which bisects Gaza into two essentially, and then potentially Israeli IDF presence in northern parts of the strip above the Netzarim corridor. And we have multiple members in the Israeli government who are pushing not just for continued IDF presence, but for the reestablishment of the settlements that were evacuated nearly 20 years ago. The Israeli government tells us that that's not serious, ignore them. It's a little bit difficult to ignore them when they're sitting in the cabinet and they have positions in which they have authority that would allow them to facilitate the return of Israeli civilians. So that is going to be one of the major questions for the Trump administration. We know what the Biden administration's position has been, that ultimately Israeli forces should withdraw in their entirety, that there should be no reoccupation, no settlements. It's unclear where the Trump administration is going to come out. President Trump has been clear he wants the war to end, but I think that is very much the question we're all asking. What does the president define as an end to the war? Is it simply a reduction in operational intensity to the point that it's something akin to what we see in the West Bank? Or is it something that is more comprehensive than that, where there is an enduring calm and some degree of disengagement between Israelis and Palestinians?
Thank you.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, Alex, John, Will. It's a fantastic event, and honored to share the stage with my colleagues here today. We have a confluence, a whole host of factors that have made what is a terrible and intractable conflict seemingly and somehow even more so. I think the near-term question, which itself is so challenging to answer for political reasons, for policy reasons, and just the tactical operational challenges of it all, Andrew really hits at here, is that fundamentally to get from conflict Gaza to post-conflict Gaza, you need someone to stand on the corner with a gun and prevent Hamas from resurgence, to allow rehabilitation, stabilization, ultimately reconstruction to begin, such that people can begin to rebuild their lives. And no one wants that job. Fundamentally, we can all sit here and even, I think, quietly, most in the Israeli national security establishment recognize that that is a job for Palestinians. Of course, right now, as Andrew alludes to, the political environment, both in the government and perhaps broadly in the society, as the trauma of 10/7 still continues to reverberate, or being 101 hostages still not at home, makes it very hard to have those conversations seriously. So who else is there? People have talked about the Egyptians, the Jordanians, Gulf states, the United States. I wrote a paper on this about a year ago saying that there needs to be some sort of US-led stabilization mission. Absent that, what we have seen will only seem to continue. Tom's done work on this as well. But the challenge of this is real. I mean, the US is, I think, fundamentally unprepared to put itself in harm's way in another Middle Eastern conflict, understandably so, as are many of our allies around the world and our partners in the region who understand what is required, but are really uninterested in taking that risk on themselves, again, understandably so. And even the Israelis, were they to countenance such a thing, see there's a huge amount of risk in bringing in friendly partner states. Hamas is not going away. It will continue to exist as an insurgent terrorist threat. They will be compelled to fight Israel, and Israel will be compelled to defend itself. So what does it look like when, say, proto-Emirati force or an Egyptian force or some Arab regional army is doing the stabilization work while Israel is doing counterterrorism down the street? I mean, politically speaking, it sounds very much like a non-starter. To say also that, God forbid, accidentally there be a friendly fire incident and the IDF accidentally kills an Egyptian soldier, and we've seen, this is not unprecedented, of course, or an Emirati, and then the political damage and blowback and risk of that, I think, keeps Israeli strategic planners up at night. So it really, in so many respects, is a problem from hell. There does need to be some degree of political movement in Israel that may come soon. It may come in 2 years. We simply don't know. But if you do have an Israeli leader who can utter some version of the magic words that gives homage back to the ability for there one day to be some sort of two-state solution, it could potentially unlock a lot of support from Gulf states that are sort of waiting in the wings for the opportunity to engage, who see value, if not in engaging in this, certainly engaging closely with the U.S. and what they might see to gain for themselves in the bilateral sense with a closer U.S. relationship, were they to normalize with Israel and to take a firmer footing in Gaza and be more proactive on the conflict.
Yes, thank you so much again for having me and for this really important conversation. Just to follow up on a few of the points made by my colleagues, what we are missing from the conversation sometimes is what is going on in Gaza today. You know, what does Gaza look like today? You know, we see footage online, we see pictures coming in that are absolutely horrific. I think it's an understatement to say that it's a grim picture. For those who have been on the ground, particularly with international humanitarian organizations, they come back to town, they give briefings, and they tell you that this place is utterly uninhabitable. And this has to be part of the discussion when we talk about any post-conflict plan or any post-conflict scenario. Of course, there are, you know, very important security considerations to be had, but that's part of the conversation on security too, because this is a matter of human security. So first of all, the economy is completely decimated. Over 85% of businesses have been destroyed, and those are all figures that the World Bank, IMF, and UN have worked on. We have, you know, 9 out of 10 Palestinians, Gaza, have been displaced. According to some of the data that came out of the surveys from the Palestinian Research Center, over 86% have moved between 3 to 6 times. That has to, you know, there's a physicality, but there's also a mental, you know, drain on this forced displacement that has to be taken into consideration. Health clinics, hospitals, churches, mosques, schools have been destroyed. And the UN estimates that there's 42 billion tons of rubble that has to be dealt with, right? So this is, as a reminder, this is also part of the post-conflict scenario that has to be reckoned with. Even navigating trucks, aid trucks, in this kind of terrain is challenging. So you know, above and beyond the conversation on the political process, on what the end game looks like for the Israeli government, and the various narratives that we're hearing also from Israel, you know, from the war cabinet versus, as Andrew mentioned, the more right-wing elements that are ready to resettle. This has to be part of the conversation. If there is to be a role for some of the Arab states, as Jonathan said, in any plan moving forward, then all of these have to be assessed, addressed, and have to be part of the conversation. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for being here today. It's hard to add to the excellent thoughts that have already been put out by my colleagues here, but I would just point out 2 things. It does require somebody to say, I'm in charge. We are the government. We are responsible for your well-being, for your security, for reconstruction, for distributing humanitarian assistance. And when that happens, you'll know the post-conflict phase has started. But the other thing that hasn't been brought up, I think, is we need to appreciate that in Gaza, it doesn't have to be everywhere all at once. It is possible to imagine areas of Gaza that are or could be thought of as post-conflict, if only there was somebody who would be able to raise their hands and say, we're in charge now. It certainly has been striking to me hearing stories about criminal gangs distributing aid in Gaza, including pictures of Palestinians carrying AK-47s under the eyes of IDF soldiers. And it's like, oh, wow, something is going on here that they're not telling us. This has to be real. Okay, so what is going on? There do seem to be ways that parts of Gaza could be separated from other parts of Gaza because for all the reasons Marissa said and Andrew and Jonathan, we need to start the post-conflict phase as soon as conditions permit, but it doesn't have to permit everywhere in Gaza. It ought to be in those parts of Gaza where we can start the rebuilding.
You know what I heard in all of your answers was that it's not imminent, that there'll be a long-term military presence, that it's an enormous undertaking. And yet we're having these conversations about a ceasefire under those very challenging circumstances. And so under the best case scenario has been spelled out in recent weeks as a ceasefire. But even if there is a ceasefire, based on everything I've heard, I think it's fair to say not everybody's going to agree with the terms of that ceasefire. So what happens to both those inside of Gaza and across the region who still see this as a resistance movement? How do you get to a place where we're discussing demilitarization of some kinds of these kinds of forces? Tom, I'll look at you first.
Well, so we have, in fact, done a great deal of thinking about that kind of thing. There were certainly elaborate desires on the Israeli side to talk about de-radicalization and to imagine a host of things like how you reform the educational system and things like that, all of which are genuine. But in reality, what you really need to focus on is who controls the money, who controls the jobs, who controls the aid distribution, who controls what parts get reconstructed, and how you get adherence to the security benchmarks to allow any of the other things I just mentioned to start moving forward. That is going to involve somebody negotiating with the people in charge, block by block, camp by camp, neighborhood by neighborhood, and the deal, whoever runs it, is going to have to say, we will rebuild this neighborhood, but here's the deal. And that needs to be spelled out. Again, that requires somebody to say, okay, that's my job now, and we don't have that yet.
I mean, I think it's important to emphasize that we've already missed the window for the best case scenario. And to Marissa's points, it's not just that we have a collapse of governance, there is a collapse of the society. We've seen in places like Iraq and other where government collapses, but other societal units remain intact. Tribes, traditional structures, families, communities, because of the degree of displacement that has taken place in Gaza, because of the degree of destruction, the traditional family structures, the traditional institutions, informal, that would normally take the place of those formal political institutions no longer exist or no longer functioning in the way they were before. Ideally, we would have been able to reach a ceasefire before that took place, because at least then we would have a society on which to help Palestinians build a new governance structure, build a security apparatus. That's gone. So we're really starting from scratch, from worse than scratch. And the Israelis had been particularly concerned about the Iraq scenario and asked us repeatedly, what lessons did we learn? And we told them about what we thought the major errors were, although of course that's subject to some debate still in this country. But we also told them there's another scenario you should be worried about, and that's Somalia. And I'm concerned that they're headed in the Somalia scenario, where particularly if the IDF isn't present in Gaza, which is not optimal because it will be as much of a source of tension as a deterrent to tension, you're going to have a level of disorder, a level of social anatomization or social breakdown that is very, very difficult to manage. And for even a very powerful, sophisticated intelligence military apparatus like Israel's, it's going to be hard to keep track of the vast array of groups and personalities who are going to be involved. And they're likely to emerge out of these criminal networks. They may begin as criminals, they may begin as driven by profit, but inevitably some of them do turn towards violence. And they may be willing to cooperate with Israel behind the scenes for the moment, but that doesn't remain the case forever. So I think that's particularly important to emphasize. Whatever time we have, it's not enough, and we need to try to reach agreements on what arrangements would be put in place. And we've had multiple countries suggest that they would be willing under certain circumstances. Morocco, Egypt, the UAE. Two problems. One is UAE and Egypt aren't exactly on the best terms at the moment, and they also have fundamentally different political preferences within Gaza, so they're not going to be aligned behind the same actors. And the second is establishing the conditions in which they would be willing to deploy, which are one, an IDF withdrawal and to some type of political horizon is going to be very difficult to do. And we've been working on this now for 12 months. I don't know that this is something that can be done in another 4 to 8 weeks. Certainly a lot of work has been put into it, but that just shows you that the degree of stasis in the conversations, which is not so much a flaw of the US system or even a flaw of the Israeli military. It is the role of the Israeli political echelon in preventing the types of conversations needed to operationalize these plans so that they would be ready to be activated at the appropriate time.
You know what I hear you saying is that when we talk about ceasefire, that's actually the very beginning of a very long, arduous process rather than the end of conflict. Is that a fair summation?
Absolutely. The violence will continue at one level or another, both by Palestinians and by the IDF.
I wanted to expand the conversation because of another word in our title is terrorism, and I want to talk about that term. You know, under the Biden administration, the definition of a terrorist has really been challenged in some ways. The U.S. negotiated with the Taliban and Hamas and is now talking to HTS. In your minds, what determines what is a terrorist group in light of the wars in Afghanistan and Gaza and the fall of the Assad regime? And if the U.S. needs to engage with these kinds of non-state actors across the region, does it also need to reassess the utility of that label? Jonathan, I wonder if you start Assad and then Mercedes.
Yeah, geez. Oh, man. Okay, don't be in politics, don't be indelicate. Okay, my great scar tissue with terrorism as a subject, even as a discipline, and is that it's this massive anchor, around our neck that is born of, in the modern American discourse of 9/11, and frankly, it is a means to an end. It is the use of violence to pursue what are political ends, and that is what it is. And we have, again, because of our own history, become so sclerotic in our policymaking and our thinking that it has inhibited our ability to make decisions in a timely manner. It has caused such paralysis, irrespective of there's not a partisan, anything. Irrespective of administration, you just can't make decisions because, of terrorists. And we're seeing this now, where everyone right now is stealing a march on the United States and talking to this transitional government in Syria. I know this isn't our subject today. I'm sure we just had this discussion before. While we sit here and debate and wring our hands about the fact, well, can we remove them from the FTO? We've tied our own hands. Do we talk to terrorists? Yes, the truth is we talk to terrorists. We pursue our own national interests. Our adversaries talk to each other. I mean, we have situations in the Middle East where both our friends and our adversaries are far more pragmatic in pursuing their own interests. There was a time when we would do this ourselves, when it was so clearly tactically, operationally in our interests. I would think of the Sunni awakening in Anbar as just one example by which those guys were probably killing Americans at some point. And I've seen tweets talking about, Jolani has American blood on his hands. Just go back, at Monte Cassino, there were Italians, with American blood on their hands. I think we need a pragmatism in examining what our interests are and what we need to do to achieve those things. And this discussion of terrorism, the way that we have framed it in the last 30 years, has just made it so difficult to move our policy, and it's become in so many respects inimical to our interest in a political debate.
That is, it limits the agility that required given the pace of events, is what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so much of it is a political problem, right? I mean, if Jolani has been petitioning and lobbying and working to get himself off the FTO list for years. This isn't a new thing. And whether he should or shouldn't, whether he truly wants to lead a pluralistic, future beautiful Syria, or if he is simply using this as a means to an end, will be determined in time. But we can always relist him. I'm sure there are, lawyers in the DoD who could argue that we could be targeting him right now under the 01 AUMF, which is still on the books. We have options that are afforded to us. and we can turn to those options when the time comes. But right now, I would say our interests are to ensure Russia does not return, that we close the ground line of communication that Iran has used Syria as for the last 10 years plus, and we start to think about what is in both in our global and regional interests, and understand that there's actually some confluence here in that, and what is actually in the best interest of Syrians right now. And that needs to be the discussion. But the problem is that anytime we start to have a policy discussion about what we can do, you're weak on terrorism. You're on the side of terrorists, and everything breaks down because of this great political weight in the scar tissue that comes from 9/11 before. And I think we just need to think a little bit more pragmatically, as our partners and our adversaries do.
Yeah, the framing is a conversation that we had before during the Obama years, where there was a move from calling it counterterrorism to countering violent extremism and preventing violent extremism. And I think the framing conversation is an important one, because if you're going to rely on your key allies in the region for a lot of these discussions, which we are, someone's terrorist is somebody else's freedom fighter, and we're seeing it play out because of the war, in information and disinformation and the narratives that are out there. You mentioned earlier, Nancy, the radicalization challenge, which I should add goes beyond Gaza. I mean, this is how many groups recruit. They use these grievances, they amplify the humanitarian suffering, which is real and has to be addressed, but it does become a tool for a lot of these groups to recruit. And so it becomes very fertile ground. But yes, we have to be more pragmatic, and we have to listen to our key allies in the region as to why we had to move yesterday on a ceasefire and move it forward. And then on de-radicalization, because Tom, you mentioned this, that I know was in your post-Gaza war plan. It's not just about what the Israelis and others or us here come up with in terms of reforming the education system. I've spoken to many groups in both Israel and the Palestinian territories that are working together on these efforts. And again, we need to listen to them. There is still a society, Palestinian society in the West Bank that's intact. There are organizations that are functional. Similarly, with the Arab-Israeli community, and the groups that are still talking to each other, even in the midst of this horrible environment, where both societies are in pain and trauma. They're still talking. They're actually very much addressing this reform element in education. We need to hear from them and see what they've come up with.
Tom, I'd love for you to jump in. And also, do you see then an instance in which the use of the label terrorism is useful?
Well, as several people in this room know, having been in the CT community for so long, every few years somebody tries to redefine or reinvent purity in this space. and then you have things like, can you designate the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group when they are a state actor, not a non-state actor? I tried once in a while and have eventually given up to cut through all of this and to remind people it's just a label. It's not even a definition. It's just a label. And the question, like so many other labels, is does it suit our national interests or not? And had several elections in the past gone differently, we might have actually had a reinjection of coherence to the framework, but it's not going to happen now, and it's certainly not going to happen in the next several years, when I suspect this is going to be dealt with in a sort of pragmatic but non-doctrinal way by some people, and in a way that'll be over the top for others. The place where this really does go off the rails, in my mind, is when you get people who want to designate narcotics traffickers as terrorist groups. Unless they're actually engaged in terrorism, their criminal terrorism is supposed to be political. But I'm not going to die on that hill, as they say. I think we're really about to see one of the biggest tests for a generation, a political generation, in both Syria and in Gaza. Because there's no doubt to me, having listened to experts like Marissa and Andrew and Jonathan and others, that there will be people who could play constructive roles in Gaza who would be somebody's definition of a terrorist, but who have decided, for reasons that we ought to agree with, this is not working for the people of Gaza. A different approach is going to be needed, and it's going to have to be taken by Gazans. And some of these people will have decided, this has to be done in a different way. This is exactly what happened with the Arab awakening in Iraq, and it turned Iraq's history for the better. And part of my job when I was at Homeland Security was cleaning up the mess of people who, some intelligence report in a database somewhere said this guy was a terrorist, and now he's a police chief in a major city, and he's cooperating fully with building a modern new Iraq. I can't tell you how hard it is to get an intelligence report deleted from the US government's databases. We did it a few times. But that's going to need to be almost a guiding philosophy. People in Gaza who have done bad things are now in a position to do good things. And the exact same thing will be true for some people in Syria, and I can guarantee you not for everybody in Syria. And how you deal with these kinds of things is hugely important. It would be my wish that, and both Michael Chertoff and Jay Johnson, two secretaries of Homeland Security, understood that somebody in the government has to have the job of granting absolution. Chertoff and Johnson understood that part of their job was to say, as head of a department created after 9/11, to be able to say, yeah, no, actually, we don't have to do that. Or, yeah, actually, that guy's worth dealing with. I don't care what his past is. He's changed. We can move on. He can play a constructive role. I'll welcome him in our headquarters. And that'll tell the world this guy is now somebody we should be working with. That kind of thing needs to happen. How this next administration finds somebody who has that role is going to be one of its most important challenges.
That's such a fascinating take. I couldn't help but wonder, Andrew, did that come up in some of the lessons from Iraq, that the awakening was an opportunity to potentially look at someone from a different perspective who maybe had one label having a positive role? Is that one of the lessons that you have or you've heard shared with the Israelis in terms of thinking about ways ahead?
Yes, we did discuss beyond the label of terrorists, but in talking about specific militant groups, including Hamas, that there were different flavors and there were different degrees of zealotry and commitment. And Israeli security professionals recognize that Gaza, for all intents and purposes, has been a one-party state for the last 16 years, or between 2007 and 2023. And in a one-party state, there are many people who join the party because it's the only way to get a job. That doesn't mean they're actually committed to the cause. And that's where de-Baathification comes up, that you need to be able to differentiate between those who actually are committed to this ideology, who are going to continue to pursue those aims using the same means, i.e. violence, against civilians, against official facilities, and those who simply affiliated themselves because you had to join the teachers union. And the Israelis understand that. And someone I spoke with likes to say, the definition of Hamas is always evolving, and we can create a definition in which everyone in Gaza would be Hamas. And we can create a definition where no one in Gaza would be Hamas. Obviously, neither of those is accurate in any meaningful sense, so we have to find the balance in between. And the Israeli security establishment was open to that argument, including with respect to the Hamas police force, knowing that, yes, there were committed jihadists, there were committed Hamas members. There were also a lot of people who were just taking a paycheck. Who's going to provide security in the short term? There wasn't any ideological or dogmatic opposition from the practitioners, but the political echelon was the constant cap on these discussions within Israel. And we also have to some degree, it's different. It's not a question of terrorists versus not terrorists, but our outreach within Israel is quite limited in terms of the political actors with whom we have relationships. And it's still very dominated by Ashkenazi Jews who tend to live in the belt between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. And that's an increasingly a smaller percentage of the population. And they're not terrorists, but we don't have relationships with the ultra-Orthodox. And not every ultra-Orthodox person is committed to objectives regarding Israeli-Palestinian relations that are fundamentally inimical to the US position. But we haven't really invested in it. I think Ambassador Liu is the first who's done so as someone who's practices modern Orthodox Judaism. He has more credibility, but we have this problem internationally where because of the requirements of the job, because of the realities of geography, we have a tendency to overweight engagement with certain actors who may be the ones in power at a point in time, which leaves us in a worse position to deal with future governments or new elements of future governments.
You know, one topic that keeps coming up is the Iraq War. I think so many of us were shaped by it. It's been a reference point. And one thing that jumped out to me is, you know, Jolani, Baghdadi, Zarqawi were all held in American prisons during the Iraq War. How much do you think that war shaped the generation of terrorism we're seeing today? I'm going to treat it as a jump ball.
Well, I mean, Jolani is a very interesting case, not only because he was in US custody, because he had blood in his hands, but by his own account, he was radicalized not by the Iraq War, but by the Second Intifada. And the last name of his nom de guerre, al-Jolani, that's the Golan Heights. So there's that Israel nexus there. So even with Iraq, and when he was focused on the struggle for the caliphate in Iraq, you had the Israeli-Palestinian conflict beneath the surface as one of the drivers. And I do think, as Marissa mentioned, that there's a higher probability that what's happened in Gaza over the past 14, 15 months is going to fuel radicalization, not just in Gaza or the West Bank or parts of Jerusalem, but around the world, around the Arab world. And you've seen the issue resonate even with people outside of the Arab and Muslim worlds, particularly in the global South. Now, that's not going to translate into terrorism, perhaps, as we understand it, but it does translate into a threat to US interests because you have more actors who are reflexively viewing the United States as opposed to their interest, as something that needs to be challenged, as opposed to a potential partner. And we have worked to undo in that regard, and Israel does as well. So when this war does end, hopefully it's soon, both the United States and Israel are going to have to work together in terms of how we address some of those issues. That doesn't mean an apology tour necessarily, but it certainly means an acknowledgement of the damage and an effort to demonstrate that the US-Israeli relationship can produce public goods for the international community and for people of all backgrounds.
So then, is the Iraq War sort of that the previous generation and potentially the war in Gaza is the beginning of the next generation?
It's going to. I think it's going to be one of the drivers of radicalization. I mean, the Iraq War was both a cause and the theater in which to practice jihad, in which to practice terrorism. It's not clear to what degree you're going to be able to infiltrate Gaza to join these movements. It should remain secured. I'm actually more concerned about export, where historically Hamas has not targeted the United States or Western interests. It's conducted some attacks, but not that many against Israeli interests abroad. Most attacks took place in Israel, in the West Bank, and Gaza. Does that change? Does that change for Hamas? Does that change for other Palestinian groups? Are US citizens going to be in jeopardy? And we've already seen how Iran has very quickly pivoted from using conventional means to attack Israel to the terrorist attack we saw in the UAE, where the Chabad rabbi was kidnapped and killed. So there is that risk that even with defeat, they identify a new pathway to inflict pain.
And yeah, if I might add, I think beyond just, oh, this generation was impacted by Iraq War, this generation will be, I mean, it's about the continuation of conflict and unresolved conflict in particular, right? Because Zarqawi first went to Afghanistan. And you know, beyond resolving these conflicts, I mean, you know, Syria was a frozen conflict, right? And now we're in a totally new environment post-Assad, and there's obviously a threat there that, you know, the previous panel talked about extensively. But there are also the other drivers, like what really drives a young person to actually join a particular group, or how does this message resonate necessarily? The messaging and the narrative is part of it. It's part of the recruitment process. And right now, I mean, a lot of these groups are just as savvy as anyone else in using different social media tools and other technological tools as well to advance this kind of warfare. But it's also, you know, we're ignoring the rest of the region that continues to be a very young region where, you know, more than half are under the age of 30, where, you know, beyond the GCC, where unemployment is not a significant challenge for the local population, you have very high unemployment rates in places like Jordan, where it's been, you know, pretty much stuck between this conflict, what's happening in Syria, and the drug trade, and then a threat from constant instability in Iraq. Places like Tunisia, for example. I mean, and those are, by the way, the two countries that have had the highest numbers of fighters go and fight with ISIS per capita. And so those are the parts of the larger conversation, the policy conversation that we have to have about the impact of the Gaza war and the conflict in general across the region, because they are going to be factored in. And this is where the United States can also lead through development aid, humanitarian aid, to recognize, for the young generation to recognize that this is actually coming from the United States, and they're pretty much the #1 donors when it comes to these issues. That's an important narrative to shift.
You're getting that, oh, I'm so sorry.
Just to say, it's such a good value proposition too. I think, I'm trying to remember the number, I think, you know, the USAID support we gave to help modernize in and around Petra, the hotels, the sites, Petra accounts, I think, for like something like 4% of Jordan's GDP now. I mean, it is a huge return on investment. If we talk about sort of the drivers of instability and radicalization, you know, we always point to like the highly educated Osama bin Laden. You know, he never, you know, was hungry a day in his life. You know, people today in Gaza are going to join Hamas not to fight in a resistance, but because if someone can offer them 3 square meals a day, and there's an understanding that their family will want for nothing, there is an economic incentive to simply survive. You know, the Hashd al-Shabi, the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq, could be made into a paper tiger were there a larger private sector economy and not everyone needed a paycheck at the end of a gun. I mean, there are a whole host of things that we can be doing at far less cost that will change the tectonic plates under the region, that will simply make the choice to move towards terrorism, radicalization, to join these groups, which for so many is an economic choice. It'll simply just make it a suboptimal choice compared to what else they could be doing with their lives.
You know, you're getting at a key question I think we need to ask in this panel, which is what are the primary factors then that attract recruits to these non-state actors, and how does that shift happen? You spelled out economic reasons. How much of it is territory? How much of it is resources? How much of it is power vacuum? Tom, based on your experience, how should we be thinking about that, and how has that shifted?
So I am well known on this panel as a contrarian on that subject. Because yes, you can talk about root causes, economics, social fabric, all sorts of things like that. All of that is true, okay? That's the free space on the bingo card. The thing that's missing is an understanding not just of why they happen in some places, but why they don't happen in other places and other conflicts. There actually was, at the end of World War II, very, very briefly, a terrorist movement in post-war Germany. Okay, it got stopped in a matter of months, and it comes down to a couple of interesting factors, not just, by the way, the post-World War II examples, which everybody holds out as, you know, how you avoid post-conflict chaos and disaster and build something better. And there's a question of how you draw right lessons and wrong lessons from that, like with Iraq and Afghanistan and even now Gaza. But it comes down, I think, to a couple of things. You need leadership on both sides of a post-war environment who draw the right lessons for how do we make our society better afterwards. The thing, and we tried to inject this in some of our writing on post-war Gaza and recognize perhaps the time is not yet right, but let's mention this one more time and hope it takes root. The Marshall Plan was called the most unsorted act in history by Winston Churchill, who committed a few sordid acts in his day. But he's regarded also as the savior of Western civilization, so it works both ways. There is going to have to be the kind of investment in rebuilding societies by the victors, whoever you consider to be the victors. Equally so, you need the Konrad Adenauers, the Willy Brandts, the leadership in post-war Japan. And there have been Middle Eastern leaders who have had the same kind of vision for how to make their societies better. Good leadership and bad leadership makes all the difference. The interesting thing I've seen almost nothing written on or acted on is how do you pick those people? How do you find those people coming out of the Gaza crisis and the war who will be those transformational leaders? As an American on this panel, I will say Americans are notoriously bad at this. This kind of how do you figure out how to do this is one of the most important things that does not get anywhere near the attention that it does. And to me, and I've had conversations with everyone on this panel about the point I'm about to say next, every single person who criticizes the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah says almost without question, Palestinian civil society has many good people, many valuable people who could make important contributions, and nobody's listening to them. And to me, one of the biggest challenges in thinking about post-war Gaza is how do you construct a mechanism in which those people get put in positions of influence and later in power? How do you figure out of the people you're talking to, there may be 50 people out of a 500 who actually could do something really good, and you can't pick the 5 or 6 who are ultimately going to emerge, but you could pick 50, and then you can start cultivating, educating, giving them the experiences that will allow them to rise up and become the next generation of leaders. That is one of the things that Scowcroft did for the Atlantic Council in how we think about building American leadership. That same kind of thing needs to happen in places like Palestine and, frankly, a dozen other countries that I could name. Nowhere near enough attention is being given, except when you have groups like the Atlantic Council and some of the other groups here, figuring out how are we going to identify the people who have a vision for Gaza and Palestine that actually will mesh with a comparable vision from Israelis and build something better. I've heard, even Israeli leaders talk about how you make Gaza into, the Singapore of the Eastern Mediterranean or Abu Dhabi or other places where there is prosperity, security, stability, and a hope for generational progress that will continue. And I keep wanting to say to some of these people, all right, name 10 people over there that have this, because they don't know them. But they do exist. And so the question of leadership and how you develop it is actually the most important thing of how you get out of terrorism. It's not economics, I'm sorry. It's not social fabric, it's not all of these other things. I won't name the country. I traveled on one of my trips to the Middle East from Saudi Arabia to the United Arab Emirates to another country I won't name that does not have the benefit of enlightened leadership. And I was just flabbergasted. This other country I won't name, it has water, it has fertile land, it has agriculture, and the place is a mess. And it is all about the difference between good leadership and bad leadership.
I will not have you insult my country like that. No, I'm kidding, it was a joke. Yeah, it's okay.
Do you want to jump in, Marissa?
No, I agree with this point of cultivating leadership and trying to find who they are. I think that many of us have been talking to various groups on the ground. Of course, we're not in the business of choosing these leaders, but I think we have to keep these conversations going to identify the organizations that are, already doing the work, and ensuring that it's also an inclusive process. Interestingly, among some of the NGOs that I've spoken to in the Palestinian territories, primarily the West Bank and in Israel, many of those who have been, starting these difficult conversations, a few months into the war are women. And, women are largely ignored in any post-conflict scenario. They're not part of any negotiating table, but they're the ones on the ground, precisely because either the men are in prison in the case of the Palestinian territories, or some of them are the ones working, and so they're the ones having these difficult conversations. So also thinking outside the box about how to continue this search for these individuals in a way that benefits the society, so that you can go ahead and start nurturing these folks to be in charge of important positions for the future of their people.
Well, and this is where I want to say, because I know we're dealing with a part of the world where there are many monarchies or royal families or others. One of the reasons historically that societies, human societies over thousands of years came up with the idea of royal families is what they really do is actually bring up people to be leaders. We use universities in a similar way here in the United States. Other countries have similar mechanisms. In countries where good leaders can be developed, bad leaders can be weeded out before they get into positions to do real harm to societies. That is arguably one of the greatest failings of some of the places we've been discussing today. But how you develop this turns out to be one of the most consequential things that needs to happen. And for countries where there is that process of leader development, that actually, those countries don't have terrorism problems because the conditions magically somehow just don't occur. And so how do we do this? This to me is one of the things that needs to be thought of as a counterterrorism project, because I know those things get funded and those things get the attention in the leadership meetings. And when somebody says we need to develop leaders in places like Gaza and Palestine, because this is a counterterrorism priority for the rest of the world, on that day I know we will have achieved something.
I think Tom hits on a key point with leadership, and there is a parallel between nonviolent resistance and one of the best ways to address terrorism, which is self-policing, when the community itself takes the responsibility to root out the groups rather than outsourcing it to another group. And that is, both are very, very hard to do. You don't find a Gandhi or a Martin Luther King Jr. in every crowd. You don't just walk in and pick out one, and you don't walk into a community and say, we need you to rat on your brothers, sisters, and relatives. That is, at some level, contrary to parts of our human nature, parts of our instincts, which makes it difficult. I don't think we're particularly good at selecting those leaders. I don't think we're any better at developing those leaders. But what we can do is get out of the way. There are innumerable instances in American foreign policy history where we have intervened in countries against emerging leaders who we were concerned could develop in a trajectory that was unfavorable to us, and ultimately made it a self-fulfilling prophecy or discredited them in such a way that they didn't have a chance to fulfill their potential. By the same token, completely well-meaning and well-intentioned, when we lend our blessing to certain leaders for characteristics that we believe are genuinely valuable, that doesn't necessarily translate to the leadership we need. Salam Fayyad, for instance, who everyone, almost everyone speaks highly of. Everyone respects. They understand he has skills that are attractive to the international community, to donors. He can run a government well. But that doesn't mean he has legitimacy. That doesn't mean he can build support within society. You can't teach that. You can't import that. You can't give him a kit. So I think we need to be humble about what we can do in these situations and concentrate on both those areas where we can do something and some areas where it's better not to muddy our hands.
I have to tell you, I feel like the conversation is just getting started, and I appreciate how much the nuance that you've brought to it, and also the connective thread that you've put through all these conflicts that we've been discussing today. So I wish we could keep the conversation going, but I'm afraid we've run out of time. So I just want to ask our audience to join me in thanking this panel for being for having an exceptional conversation. Thank you so much. I already had them thank me.
While that group from this wonderful panel is just finishing up their remarks, I want to just come up on the stage and close up this entire day's event. For those who don't know me, my name is William Wexler. I lead the work at the Atlantic Council in the Middle East and North Africa, and I'm very, very happy that we're able to have this event today. I started working on counterterrorism professionally in the government in the 1990s. And back then, and I've seen the pendulum swing throughout the next number of decades. Back then, when I started, the pendulum was on one side. Most people thought that we were crazy to talk about Osama bin Laden and these guys and what kind of real threat did they have against us. And then the pendulum after 9/11 swung to the opposite end when everything was about counterterrorism. And then I remember when, after quick response in Afghanistan and mission accomplished in Iraq, it went the other way. And then suddenly after the insurgency, once again, counterterrorism was in the middle of our work. And then when it spread and we did the drone campaigns, the counterterrorism, when I was working again in the government at the height of that, it was a center. And then it went on the other side, and we said no more. And we've lived in a little bit of that world for the last number of years, where let's talk about all these other issues. But terrorism has a way of coming back again and again. It is with us. It will be with us for the rest of my life, likely for the rest of my children's life, in many different forms. We've seen that again on October 7th with Hamas. We've seen that most recently with HTS taking power in Damascus and the policy questions that faces for us. And we have to come up with consistent ways. The only way that I know of to deal with terrorism is by sustained forward presence, working by, with, and through the local partners who understand the local challenges, the local political environments, the local problems that are trying to be solved, and can deal with the terrorists in the way they need to be dealt with locally. That requires a consistency, a patience, and that has quite often been challenged in the United States. We've been challenged to find it as we've had the pendulum swing back and forth. Thank you all, both everyone that's here and everyone that is watching from their laptops around the world for today's event. There have been a lot of great discussions here on this last panel. The image of the potential for a Mogadishu's on the Mediterranean will stay with me. Also, other key things that I take away is the need for a wider strategy to prevent the Iran proxy network from reorganizing itself in the wake of its decimation most recently. The need to counter the use of technology by our adversaries, particularly with drones and radicalization, how technology affects that. The need to prevent Syria from becoming a breeding ground for new terrorist cells. And with new names, when we do this in future years, we're likely to be talking about new organizations of names that we don't know today. There's a lot of work for us all to do for the professionals that do this every day, day in and day out throughout the US government and many of our allies and partners around the world, and also for all of us outside of government who think deeply about these issues. But I really want to thank those of us who made it possible for us to have this event today, particularly the officials that joined us that were serving in government, who took time out of their busy schedules, to make it here, Ambassador Elizabeth Richard for her keynote remarks. And for those of you who didn't see it today, it was announced that Ambassador Richard was promoted to Career Ambassador, quite an impressive mark. Jennifer Daskell for making it here during this very busy time for the NSC, Rebecca Weiner for making it here for a busy time for NYPD. Thanks to all of our journalists, moderators, Hope Hodge-Seck, Katty Bo-Lillis, Jim Sciutto of CNN, Dan DeLuce of NBC, Humaira Pamuk of Reuters, Michael Gordon and Nancy Youssef of the Wall Street Journal. And of course, many thanks to the Atlantic Council's Counterterrorism Project, directed by Jonathan Panikoff and led by Alex Plitzas, that organized this event. And all the support from the Atlantic Council's events team, the audiovisual and operations team for their support, including, and I'm going to write down some names of people who deserve thanks: Alex Nagy, Lucero Flores, Jackson Styrun, Eamon Coughlin, Greg Luzak, Emily Hopkins, Miriam Smallman, Kate Sager, Fadi Sakali, Sarah Zaimi, Alyssa Pavia, Yassine Rashid, Leila Ahuri, and Kate Springs. Thank you very much, all of you, for your help for this event. Thank you.
Are we offline? Excellent. We're offline, so we'll invite everybody.